I like this song. We'll be up in about a minute. All right, there we go. We are live. I am here, and we were watching Louis Rossmann first because actually, I changed my mind at the last minute. We're not gonna watch this guy, but before we get into anything else, we'll watch him soon. But there's one other guy I want to watch before this because I saw this video, wanted to watch it. I got midway through it, and I'm like, you know what? This needs to be streamed, and hopefully, hopefully you guys will like it. I certainly liked it at midway point. It was pretty. It summed everything up pretty good. And you know what? I think this is like what most people would think. I'm like giving like a tidbit of what's gonna happen, but do what's on screen. Yeah, thank you very much. And let's just get right into it. So not Louis Rossmann. We're gonna be watching this dude, and the video is called I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. You know what? I'll start this way. Yeah. If you feel torn about ice raids. So I don't actually feel torn about ice raids. Just gonna lay that out right now. I don't feel torn about ice raids. Not at all. I'm 100% for it. So I don't. But I saw the title, and you know what? I was like, you know what? This guy probably is gonna give some good criticism. Or fair criticism on like what's going on. So I was like, let me actually like see what people are talking about. Never seen this guy before. He could be super left wing. He could be super right wing. I'm not sure. But let's give it a watch.
Kind of weird where life takes you. 6 years ago, I was chanting "abolish ICE" on the steps of the Supreme Court during their DACA decision. And as my viewpoints and worldview shifted in the last few years, I still, for the longest time, had a residual hesitation to acknowledge that I might have been wrong about ICE. But time won out my resistance, and my views have shifted from seeing them as an evil to a necessary evil to simply necessary. And
interesting. After the first 30 seconds of him saying that, I was basically compelled to just continue watching the video. I'm like, okay, all right, let's see. What does this guy have to say? 22 minutes. We'll speed it up. We'll go to because I like to go to 1.25 speed, and let's see what he has to say.
Since this is something
I also got a monster.
I suspect many of you have conflicting thoughts about immigration enforcement. Of course, many of you don't. There's people on either ends of the spectrum, right? People who want every illegal immigrant deported to people, crazy people, who want no enforcement at all. But I'm reaching out to a lot of...
That is really weirdly cut up like that. Okay, so when I heard that, I was like, that's plausible deniability on both ways. Like, do you mean both people are... Like, the way that most people would take it, that this last statement.
If you don't. There's people on either ends of the spectrum, right? People who want every illegal immigrant deported to people, crazy people, who want no enforcement at all.
So there's two ways you can take that. You can either say the previous statement that he said was actually what he meant by crazy people, or you could say the next statement is actually what he's saying is crazy people. Because, like, it's almost like he finished the statement, then forgot to say something, and then realized he was trying to think about how to say it in a nice way, but then ended up just blurting it out anyways. But then the cut of the video makes it seem like he immediately was kind of talking about the next one. So I'm just going to assume that he's saying both sides are crazy people, because they're both the extremes. So, like, I mean, that would be that's the benefit of a doubt way that I'm gonna give to him. He basically saying both extremes are kind of just crazy people. And yeah, I agree. I agree. Crazy people, I wouldn't even use the word crazy people for the word crazy for both sides. I would just be like, it's extreme. I'm not 100%, like, I'm not like saying every single person that came here like should go, but I would lean more towards that direction. Then, like, if that's the only thing that we got, then I mean, hey, bro, we got rules. You don't follow them, well, you're not supposed to. Like, come on, man. We got rules for a reason. And especially if you don't even have like a number, like a social security number, like, then you don't belong. Come on now. Like, but this, okay, he makes some really good points. I'm getting into I was gonna share some information as my type of, like, I came up with this idea, but I just remembered he's the one that came up with the idea. And also that flag, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that flag. I kind of like it, but at the same time it feels kind of disrespectful. But at the same time, I still kind of like it. I still kind of like it.
Reaching out to a lot of you stuck somewhere in between. Those who maybe say only deport those who commit violent crimes, or don't deport the ones who've been here for decades, or brought here as children, which, as to that last point, still makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm here to tell you the reasons why I felt conflicted for the longest time, how I've come to think about it now, and finish off with two important things for you to bear in mind as you work through this issue for yourself. To start, as my worldview shifted, what really sold to me the necessity for enforcement wasn't that fact that in these last few years, a lot of violent criminals were coming into our communities. Of course, that matters a lot. And despite the insistence of these immigrant advocacy groups, it's not scaremongering. People who are killed, these are real people, and its consequences are borne not by these advocates, but by the families to whom this has happened.
Yes. One life, just one life is enough to be like, bro, we need to lock this border down. Like, it doesn't matter if there's like more than, it doesn't matter if it's just one person. There's obviously more than just one person dying, but
at work,
hey, what's up? I'm trying to stream a lot earlier just so I can avoid what happened the last time I streamed from happening. So, what's up? We're watching this this guy I've never seen before. His name is I'm not gonna try and pronounce the name because it's good. I feel like I'm gonna say it wrong. But how are you doing?
But it's not that. What really sold it for me was I started caring more about the principle of the matter. Generally speaking,
Where's
I noticed
Neri?
it's something that happens a lot.
Yeah, I saw the end, so winky face.
Oh, you already saw. Well, that makes sense. This guy has 100-something thousand, over 100-something thousand subscribers, and the video got more views than he has subscribers, which means this is a video that exploded. It's like my first video that exploded, where I had like less than 1,000 subscribers. I had like 300 or something, and then I ended up getting like over.
No, I meant your stream.
Oh, you saw the end. Wait, you saw the end? Well, when you say you saw the end, you mean the end of my stream? Or you mean, did you see the beginning? You saw the beginning of this already. And then you jumped to live. I'm confused. I'm confused.
Where's Neri? Yeah. Since you said you have to stream earlier.
Oh, you saw the end. Oh, of the old stream. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah.
Where's Neri?
Yeah.
Last stream.
Okay, yes. I am fully okay. Yes. There we go. Makes sense. All right. I don't have to explain that then. That was I don't know how much. I didn't even like look at the recording to see what actually got caught on audio, but like I was like, all right, whatever. I'm not dealing with this right now. And yeah. That was my mistake. I will never stream at that time again.
A lot of people, as they turn 30, a lot of us lose some of our youthful, permissive,
Where's Neri? No worries. A little.
Okay. That's fine though.
Their attitude towards the misconduct of others, and instead, we grow increasing intolerance of people who do not conform their conduct to law or social custom. And in this specific case, here's the principle of the matter.
Wait, we need to go back a little bit.
That in these last few years, a lot of violent criminals were coming into our communities. Of course, that matters a lot. And despite the insistence of these immigrant advocacy groups, it's not scaremongering. People who are killed, these are real people. And it's
you know, him saying this at like a minute 30 into the video basically just puts every single.
I'll watch later. Have to pretend I'm working.
All right, cool. I know the feeling. But
where's Neri? Have a good one.
You too. Hope that don't get caught. This part of the video. Wait, hold up.
Advocacy groups, it's not scaremongering. People who are killed, these are real people, and its consequences are borne not by these advocates, but by the families to whom this has happened.
Okay, that part specifically. That's the part where all the people that are whenever people says, oh, this is just fear mongering, no one's dying from illegal immigrants or whatever, like no one's getting killed by these people, like that's not happening. And like him to acknowledge that actually is in existence and that's actually happening, and it's not something that like it's not people gaslighting other people saying like this isn't happening and saying that you guys are just like making stuff up just to fearmonger or whatever. This is the part where it hooks all those people and they continue watching until the end. And that's why I feel like him getting this amount of views on this video, 4-day-old video, this is easily going to hit 1 million by the end of the week. Probably, maybe. That's like this. Yes. I understand why this video is blowing up right now. It is capturing so many different minds at once onto this thing. Like the title, the title itself is perfectly made. I'm just gushing over the fact that like how the algorithm is working right now and pushing this video out, and why people are like continuously watching this thing. It's pretty good. I'm admiring it. It's nothing. It really. I'm not really talking about specifically what he's saying in the video, but like the way that the video is and why it's getting so much traction. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
But it's not that. What really sold it for me was I started caring more about the principle of the matter. Generally speaking, I noticed it's something that happens a lot with people as they...
Okay, so whenever he says principle, that I start to... I start to like when someone says, "Oh, we gotta maintain our principles," I feel like it's almost like a cope. Like if you have to say that you have to maintain a principle, you saying principle and not actually saying what the principle is the thing that I'm like it's okay to, it's like what he's saying is not wrong. It's just that instead of just saying have a principle, why don't you just say what the principle is without saying that this is a principle? Like like just by explaining the principle, that would make it I don't even know what the word is. That would make it a little bit more meaningful. I guess that might be the word.
Turn 30, a lot of us lose some of our youthful, permissive, indulgent, laissez-faire attitude towards the misconduct of others, and instead, we grow increasing intolerance of people who do not conform their conduct to law or social custom. And in this specific case, here's the principle of the matter. The law. You know, sometimes like...
Okay, alright. He's redeemed himself. He classified what the principle is. The law. Alright.
To say the law is wrong, and if the law is wrong, you are under no moral... You know, sometimes we like to say the law is wrong, and if the law is wrong, you are under no moral obligation to follow it. And in some instances of our history, I would tend to agree. But the law isn't wrong just because you feel deep down that it is. Here's a quote. The law is not
true.
Who knoweth not the reason therefore. Why do we include some people but exclude others? Because that is the very essence of nationhood. What is property but a right to possess and enjoy to the exclusion of others? And what is a nation but that which belongs to its people? A right to exclude and regulate aliens is an inherent right reserved for peoples of any nation. Have you thought about the fact that after decades of the same conversation, you have not convinced a majority of the people to change the law in your favor? So
oh, I thought he was gonna go a different route. Okay, I understand his concept, but holy crap, that is such a that is a vindication on my part on how I feel about Destiny. Like, you've done all this work for so long, and you haven't convinced enough people to change the way that people think in order for them to vote the way that you wanted them to vote for. And I'm like, yes, which is literally proof. Literally, man, that he just hit the nail on the head on that part, on my point about Destiny and how like the way that he interacts. He's like Destiny would rather talk to his if he can't convince the guy that he's debating on like his worldview, then he's like, all right, then we got to revert to just talking to the audience and bolstering our what do you call it, bubble, our circle, our narrative, our echo chamber. That's what yeah, we have to bolster our echo chamber because I can't speak. Echo chamber. What's an echo chamber? We had to bolster our echo chamber because like if he can't convince the person that he's talking to, who is this lady? Do I still have her? I don't think I have her. Oh yeah, I do. I still have her. Yeah, like literally, if he goes to the, let me see if I can find my point. Let's see. Control F. Talking to the audience. Or, I know that's not gonna come out. But the word audience, there we go.
That they were lying, and they continue to do so because they didn't want to lose their audience to Newsmax and OAN.
Well, if I
okay, that's not it. No, that's not it. I think it's here. This might be it.
Audience. That's the difference, right? It's because of my conversation.
Okay.
Like, we agree that, you know, democratic republics are good things. Now, that might take different versions of it. Maybe somebody thinks that we should do more referendums, and somebody else thinks that we should balance the electoral college, or whatever that might do. But, like, if somebody's like, oh, I think that we should just have a king, right? Well, that's not very compatible with American values, right? We agree with that. There has to be, like, some set of, like...
You're stuck with me and all of the millions of people who agree with me, so what are you going to do with us? Like, you're stuck with us. You have to convince us, or, you know what I mean? There's no other option.
That's my...
Yes! 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 Thank you. Thank you. And this is the part where Destiny basically forfeited of like trying to get more people to listen to him, and he wants to just bolster his audience because he wants his audience, his echo chamber, to just kind of like just pat themselves on the back because we're gonna get things done, right, boys? Come on, guys. We all think the same. Let's do the stuff. Like, yeah, like we don't want to convince all those other people. We don't need to. And we lost the election, but hey, guys, we still don't need to do that. It doesn't matter. Next time, guys, don't worry.
My goal is to have a conversation and
But
convince
telling
you.
me I'm destroying the country is not going to convince me. You
I'm
have to
not
actually
saying that for
convince
you.
me.
I'm saying that for the audience. That's the difference, right? It's because if I can't communicate with you, then I have to communicate to other
But
people.
you
Like,
are communicating with me.
I'm
You're
not. I
saying
can't.
I'm listening to everything
We
you're
can't share.
saying.
Okay. I mean, like, you told me.
Speechless. Literally speechless. He has nothing to say to that. Literally. He literally just said, oh, I want to bolster my echo chamber. Come on, guys. Like, that's going to change anything. Like, and he's literally talking and she's listening the entire time. Oh my God. It just proves my point. It just proves my point. He's not interested in actually convincing other people. He's only interested in bolstering his audience. Because, like, he's literally having a debate with this person, trying to convince her of how he feels about this situation. And he's doing a very poor job at doing that. Actually, well, he didn't accomplish it. But he's like, all right, now we got to revert to just talking to the audience because this is a lost cause. We can't convince her, guys. She's too Trump good brained, I guess, or good faith brained about Trump, I guess. We got to be bad in order for you to take my worldview. You got to be bad faith about Trump. Come on now.
Earlier that I can't give you a single set of facts that would convince you that Donald Trump knows that he lost the 2020 election.
I disagree with you about that. That doesn't mean that I don't belong in this country or that
Exactly, bro. I can't give you a single set of facts for you to change your opinion on Trump. Oh yeah, we disagree on that. Like, bro, come on now. Like, why is this like the most biggest thing in the world? Calm down. Like, bro, chill. People can have opinions. You gotta live in the same place with people that have different opinions than you. Like, come on now. Oh, I can't give you a single set of facts to change your opinion. Oh my God, get the fuck out of here, man. But that's it. We're not gonna get back into this video, but like that was just my point. That's just my point.
Maybe the law isn't wrong. Maybe there's something in this law you're not seeing. Maybe you're in the wrong. And at least in this instance, your blanket approval or endorsement of lawbreaking under the premise that the law is wrong reflects a selfishness on your part. Because if everyone had your attitude for whatever cause they held dear, we wouldn't have a society, or at least one anyone would want to live in. But as I've said,
True. If everyone's like, well, you know what? Like, we have the law, right? But if everyone's like, you know what? Not every law is like a bad thing. And we have this really just cause for why we need to break the law. So we're going to break the law. And he's like, if every single person had that philosophy, no one, like, there would be no laws. Because there's too many people in this world with too many different opinions for all of them to have that same philosophy and actually still have a coherent and agree. Like, no one's going to agree with everything. Like, bro, compromises. You have to compromise. If you can't compromise, you're just not going to succeed in whatever you want yeah, you're not going to succeed. Like, things are just going to fall apart.
I still felt conflicted, even after my viewpoint.
Like, Destiny is literally complaining about how Hassan is like someone gave like a comment and was like, oh, we can't, like, that him and Hassan can't be like friends anymore. But it's because like, oh, Hassan can never work with me. He'll never work with me. Like, it's either we listen to how he does it or it's the highway. And then it's exactly the same way but Destiny doesn't see the fact that, oh, if we can't have a different opinion on how we feel about Trump, oh, well, then we can't talk anymore. We have a different opinion. Like, you guys are destroying the country. And I'm like, bro, you're literally doing the exact same thing that you hate that Hassan does to you. Like, or the people of Hassan do to Destiny. And he's complaining, like, he's literally doing he's doing that same thing to Trump supporters. And I'm like, okay, good job, Destiny. Good job. Like, he understands, but he still does it anyways. And it's just, it's kind of hypocritical, you know?
Shifted, because there's a principle of a matter on its face, and that principle as applied to your life. where on its face you would not question its sacredness, you start seeing more of the downsides and the human aspect as applied. And here's the thing. For millions of Americans, we know illegal immigrants in our lives. Not just as acquaintances, but neighbors, friends, confidants, and family members. If you have illegal immigrants in your life, it's very hard to see them as an abstract problem that needs to be dealt with.
Yep.
Bond with people, and you witness firsthand and sympathize
Very, very true. Very, very true.
with their plight. I mean, these people are living life with constant weight on their shoulders. They're unable to seek justice or recourse when someone has wronged them because they're afraid of knocking on the door of the system. And when you see people who you know to be a good person suffer like that, you can't help but feel something. That is what I think leads a lot of us to think, man, the law is in the...
There was someone that so I have a friend and I'm gonna be very vague on this because I don't want to like point out any personal information, but I had a friend I had or still have a friend that was they got in a relationship with someone that that they didn't know was an illegal immigrant, because the illegal immigrant like lied and didn't say anything until later on. Like I want to say, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and say after like a substantial amount of time of like chatting, they purposely brought up the fact that they said that they had like a green card, right? And they lied about it. And I'm like, why would you lie about that? And then I probed a little bit because like they were asking me for advice and stuff like that, and it's hard, it's understandable why they lied, but they didn't need to bring it up in the first place. It's not like people just automatically assume that you're gonna be like an illegal immigrant. Like, person didn't know English that well, but like no one's going to assume that automatically. And the person I was talking to, like, you would think that person would automatically assume that, but like it comes up in conversation, and the illegal immigrant was the one that brought it up in the first place. But like, why do that? I don't know how much information I want to bring up, but like this is something that happened to me personally. Well, not personally, but like a friend of mine, it happened personally, and really kind of sucks. Really kind of sucks. And I understand why they feel very scared to like say it. Like, the person did wrong. Like, they shouldn't have lied about it. Like, you were the one that brought it up in the first place. Like, you didn't even have to like say, like, if you didn't say anything or bring it up, that would be better than just bring it up and then lying and saying that, oh, everything's all cool here, nothing to see here, guys. And I'm like, that's not good. That's not right. But like, I mean, I understand. It's a scary time. Trump's in office, and they could easily get annihilated or sent back. Yeah.
the wrong. And even if you know on principle that as
we're gonna keep it nice and vague, boys, nice and vague.
with everything in life, you make the bed you lie in. That illegal immigrants, at least as to the adults who made the conscious choice to break the law, you assume the risk that this shadow would cast in perpetuity on the stability of your life so long as you stay. Even if you know that on principle, I nevertheless can't help but think that I very well could have made the same choices were I to be in their circumstances. And when I say that, I mean they weren't left with a choice between immigrating legally versus illegally. Their choices were to immigrate illegally or not at all. Often, when someone who has been here for a long time is arrested by...
I'm not 100%... Well... He's gonna get into an example. I don't really agree with that 100%. Like, there is a way to immigrate legally. Just because the process is very slow and it takes a long time, that doesn't mean that you can't... That doesn't mean, like... The assumption with that statement, it's as if, like, people are owed like a spot on this land when you're not born here. Like, bro, life is not fair. Life is not fair. If you're born in another country and you try to get into another country because you feel like you're owed to come here because it's the greatest place on the planet, like, okay, I understand that, but like, that's too bad. Like, we're not here to just, like, we have people that are born here that have issues, and we need to focus on them, not people that aren't born here. Life is not fair. We didn't choose to be born in America. Like, this is where we if you're born with a hot, like, this, the stuff that I don't like this, because like, it's, no one chooses where they're born, right? And that's why I keep saying life is not fair. So like, that's literally all you have to say. But some people just can't they can't handle that fact or that truth. So they get emotional and they're like, well, then you're just an asshole, I guess, right? Because you don't care, because you keep saying life isn't fair, which it's true. Like, I didn't choose to be born here, but I'm born here, so I'm gonna reap the benefits of being born here. Like, that's just it. And life isn't fair, but if you want to try and make life a little bit more fair, but at the same time destroying the country at the exact same time, like, that's not a trade-off I'm willing. Like, increasing fairness but degrading our country's quality, nah, that's not a good trade-off for me. I'd rather like, fairness is not a priority. Like, people are just being a little too sympathetic these days. Like, it's we have our own problems. We need to fix those. We don't need to be adding on top of all the issues that we have in this country. So it's like it's a cost benefit analysis, basically, in my head, a more logical one. But people want to be sympathetic, and I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. Like, the states are doing their own thing. California apparently has like Medi-Cal that only goes to like immigrants. And I'm like, okay, all right, fine, go to California. But I mean, well, Trump's in office, and he's legitimately ruling with an iron fist right now. He's like, Trump now compared to Trump in 2016 is a completely different person. Holy crap, man, you guys really shouldn't have done, like, between 2020 and 2024, if you guys didn't do all of that nonsense with him, bro, you guys reap what you sow. My goodness, Trump was getting annihilated, like prosecution after prosecution after prosecution. Oh, you were found liable for this. Oh, you were found, like, you were guilty for liable for this, which basically means you probably did it, like, but we're not 100% sure. And I'm like, okay, all right, good job, guys. And then the whole I'm not even gonna get into that, but like, yeah, that's just, yep, that's it. That's just the way it is.
Well, with a choice between immigrating legally versus illegally, their choices were to immigrate illegally or not at all. Often, when someone who has been...
Yeah, I disagree with that. It, like, you're not owed to come here. Like, I mean, I understand, yes, what he's saying is true. Coming here legally or not at all, yes. They're like, we shouldn't be taking every single person that tries to apply. Like, people are going to get rejected. Some people are going to get rejected, and that's fine. And people that do get it accepted, there's a long waiting time. And I want to believe that the majority of people that try to come here are rejected. So I don't know. I don't really like the framing of it, but what he's saying is technically true, I guess.
For a long time is arrested by ICE. We here, well, you've been here 20 years. Why couldn't you have applied for a green card? Well, having a degree of familiarity with immigration law, I can tell you there are certain avenues through which one can obtain a green card. And if those avenues are foreclosed to you, for instance, because you don't have an immediate family member who can sponsor your petition, or you wouldn't be eligible for an H-1B, there's no legal means through which you can immigrate. And I was never in this circumstance.
I mean, you shouldn't have been here illegally in the first place, but I digress.
But if you feel like you have nothing else to lose, because the country in which you were born is either dangerous or present no opportunities for upward mobility, I could see why they would make that choice to break the law, because here's a way better place to live. So yeah, simply saying, you know, they should have done it legally is kind of a half-truth. But there's also a lot of other half-truths that are replete in this dialogue about immigration.
Okay, yeah. I like how he wrapped all of that up into a nice little bow. It's a half-truth. Yes. Okay.
Half-truths that confuse and mislead the jury, that is the American public. And sure, some of it weighs in favor of the illegal immigrant, like what I just mentioned. But there's also a lot of half-truths going the other way, and those merit discussion as well. Here's one.
And this, these are, this is, we're gonna, this is a good point. This is the part where I was like, I gotta stream it. I gotta stream this.
They say illegal immigrants pay taxes. And here's the thing. If you are a undocumented immigrant, that is to say, you do not have legal status, but you are in some way accounted for by the government, sure, you pay taxes. So that be, for instance, DACA recipients, out-of-status TTS beneficiaries, or you faced a removal proceeding and your removal was withheld by the judge, also known as withholding removal, or you circumvent U.S. labor laws barring unauthorized work by creating an LLC, working under the designation of an independent contractor by getting an ITIN number issued. In all these instances, the illegal immigrant pays taxes. But these limited category of people do so because...
Yeah, that's... Like, bro, you think every single... Like, you think the majority of people that are coming into the... Like, that are just walking across the border and seeking asylum are going through these convoluted pathways to get this, to just so they can be technically paying taxes? And I'm like, no, this is a very small minority. And he points that out perfectly.
Like the rest of us, they have to. They're accounted for.
So, like, yes, technically, technically they pay taxes. Oh, half truth. Okay, all right. Good job. Thank you for pointing this out. This is good. This is good. Thank you.
They're in the system. The government will come after them if they do not. But this represents but a small fraction of the illegal immigrant population. Okay, the overwhelming vast majority, the rest, do not pay taxes.
True.
None I've ever known throughout the course of my life did. Vast majority don't have a social nor an ITIN number. Many don't have a bank account. They earn cash and spend cash, and none of it goes to our collective pot. I can understand from their perspective why they would hesitate to reveal themselves to the system, but it's also not right as a matter of generalization to say that illegal immigrants pay taxes. Okay, because you're arguing the...
Yes. Well, technically, some of them do. Ooh, a small minority. we don't talk about the small minority. Like, some of them do, and that's why, like, Destiny will fall for this, and he'll say that. Nah, I'll say it. Like, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm gonna say it just because, like, if he wants to call me out, then he can call me out. But hey, until he does that, I'm gonna keep saying this. I'm fairly certain that Destiny was like, hey, so. Yeah, I think he did make the argument that illegal immigrants did pay taxes. Like, he said that verbatim. I'm 99% sure he said that, just to prove a point or whatever, or be contrarian or whatever.
The rule from the extremes, and that matters because it then colors the derivative inference that they are somehow more deserving of a grant of legal status. No. Here's another thing that advocates say that's a half-truth. They say immigrants commit, on a per capita basis, less crimes than their natural-born citizen counterparts. But this is a half-truth, not because it generalizes from the extremes, as in the last example, but rather because it sees not the forest for the trees, okay? The basic issue here is people have a problem with people coming into the country, then committing crimes, especially violent crimes. It signals that you don't have basic respect. So you can...
And just look at the New York, like, just look at all the stuff that's happening in New York City. Like, bro, you don't even need to go anywhere else. Like, I think there was this one. Actually, I'm not even gonna like get into that because it involves like gangs and stuff, and I don't like having a target. so let's keep going.
Crimes than their natural-born citizens do, but I'll tell you why. That's a bunch of nothing burger. Suppose that you are the head of a household, and some of your children keep dragging the mud in. It's a perpetual nuisance. And then suppose some uninvited guests enter your house, and they also drag the mud onto your carpet. And you're like, what are you doing? And how would you react if those people were like, well, your own children dragging more mud? Would you be like, oh, didn't think of that?
Bro, this is literally like when, just because some of them come in and they cause some problems, that doesn't mean we gotta like not send them back or anything. Like, we do bad things all the time. Like, look how bad look how we got so many criminals, American criminals in jails right now. Like, we're no better. And I'm like, bro, like, what? This is a perfect analogy. This is the perfect analogy. Thank you. I love it. I love it.
Please come in for dinner. We're having hot pot. No. Drag the mud onto your carpet. And you're like, what are you doing? and how you react if those people were like, well, your own children drag in more mud. Would you be like, oh, psst, didn't think of that. Please, come in for dinner. We're having hot pot. No. You'd be like, excuse me? Yeah, my children do that. I have to deal with it because they're my children. You are not. You're new. I don't have to deal with you. Get out. That's how people feel when you say something like that. And
yes, true. Yes, thank you. Oh, yes.
finally, just one more thing on this topic of half-truths. People say America is an immigrant nation. True. I think America is a melting pot, and that is one of the things that makes it unique. But when you say that mantra to justify unchecked and illegal mass migration, that mantra then becomes one born from mindlessness. Because to say America is an immigrant nation to justify mass illegal migration is to commit arson at a barbecue joint, then declare, what is barbecue without fire? A fire.
I love it. Oh, I love it. Yes. That's a good analogy. Thank you. Thank you. It hits. It hits. Oh, man, that's a good analogy. It's like, and then you commit arson at a barbecue. But like, bro, it's a barbecue. Like fire, man. It's a barbecue. It's so like it's stupid. It's like, yeah, we're a band of immigrants, so we could just like we could have more immigrants come in. Like come on, man. We're a land of immigrants, so we should have more immigrants. And I'm like, well, it's a barbecue, so we should have more fire. Oh, it hits so well. Oh, yes. Perfect analogy. I love this guy. And this was the point of the video where I was like, all right, we're going to watch it till the end, regardless if I agree with whatever is next. Oh, most important. Oh, look, so we got due process. I think I stopped. This is where I stopped. This fire arson analogy, like right here was what I was like, I think I have the post. I think, let me see. Can I find my chat? Oh, wait, let me go to most recent. Sort by newest first. Let's see. Can I find my chat? 3 hours. Oh my God. We gotta keep going until it's like 10 hours ago, right? There we are. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself a like. So yeah, I stopped midway because I'm going to, yeah, we can see this. I stopped midway because I'm going to stream this and I want to be surprised on how this video ends. Just met you, but I love this guy. I stopped at the barbecue light on fire arson analogy. That was pure gold. Yes, true. Let's go.
Fire is only as useful and beneficial insofar as it bends to the needs and the will of its handler, and immigration the needs and will of its nation. But, as I told you, I felt conflict about this issue for a long time, because, like millions of Americans, I've known many illegal immigrants throughout the course of my life, and none of them are like the ones on TV. At least the ones.
And it's only natural to be sympathetic to their issues. Like, when you grow a bond with people, like, it makes perfect sense. Like, I understand why people are on the other side of this than me. Like, this is not like, I'm not blinded to this, so I understand. I just disagree. Like, I feel like things are just more. In my opinion, is that I'm more sympathetic to the other side of the argument than I am to their side of the argument. Like, yes, I understand, but like, in general, it's causing more problems than good. So I feel bad. It feels bad that some of the good people are getting like kicked out, but like a lot of the bad people are also getting kicked out at the same time. So it's a necessary evil to necessary. Oh yes, like he said in the beginning, it's a necessary. Like he went from it's an evil to a necessary evil to just plain necessary. And yes, I have that perspective.
They're good and honest people. Really, I have nothing bad to say about them. And so it would be easy for me to just take the position that the government should catch all the violent criminals and leave the rest alone. But no.
Yeah, it's not that we're not perfect. Like there's no way we can, like, just like how Israel can't have a perfect like like sniper attack on only the bad people in Hamas, but it's not, and not have any collateral damage or any collateral damage of citizens getting killed at all. Like, just like how that can't happen, like humans are flawed. Like we're not, it's not a video game. Like we can't just like 100% get only the criminals. Like that's not how, it's just not gonna work that way. There's too many people. And like people are gonna make mistakes.
As difficult as it was for me to reach this conclusion, I stand firm in saying we need to enforce our immigration laws as written, even despite the considerations in my life, in my personal life, or yours, because it's bigger than me or you.
Yeah.
I mean, some of you may still feel torn if you acknowledge as an abstract matter its necessity, but when it actually plays out in real life, the impact tugs on your sense of sympathy. So it's your freedom to think however you like, but let me give you 2 points that weighed heavily in my consideration for yours. Number 1, the United States of America has the most generous immigration policy, bar none, of all countries in the world, and it has...
True. Yes. 100%. Good luck. As much as I like anime and as much as I like Japan, I don't think I could ever get a citizenship in Japan whatsoever. I don't even think that's possible, actually. And it's not because like it's my skin color. Like you could be white. You could be Russian, you could be whatever you want. Like, if you're not Japan or half Japan, I don't even think people that are half Japan can even stay Japanese citizens. Like, they're very homogenous. They're very nationalistic. They want, like, only Japanese belong in Japan. Like, that's just the way that they are. And I don't, it's not like I'm looking to live there, so... I don't really care, but like, come on now.
The most stringent due process standards under which an unauthorized immigrant is... The United States of America has the most generous immigration policy, bar none, of all countries in the world, and it has the most stringent due process standards under which an unauthorized immigrant is expelled from the country. I bring this up because we will hear news of ICE raids, and some of these stories may unsettle you. You might have heard somewhere that ICE entered without a warrant, or detained a veteran for questioning, or...
Like I said before, it's not going to be perfect.
A Lily Plus. Hi.
Hello. Hi. Do not ask me about art, or do not ask me about, oh, we want to chat on Discord, because if you do that, I will ignore you.
Or misrepresented themselves in order to get someone to open the door. Here's a big takeaway I learned from law school, or more broadly, from life. There's how a story sounds
a Lily
on its
Plus.
face when one
How are you,
interested
bro?
party recounts the events, and there's how...
I'm doing good. What do you think about the video that we're watching right now? If you can't say anything about the video, then I'm not interested.
How a story actually is when the adverse party gets to air out their side of the story. Something I'm reminded of time and time again. And so when you hear these stories by advocates appearing in front of news cameras,
a Lily Plus.
be aware that...
My English is not very good.
Then why the oh. Sorry. I was gonna... I should chill. I was gonna be like, oh, then why the heck are you here then? Why are you here? Why are you talking in English? Like, why mention this? Why? Like, this is a politics stuff and your English is not well. Why are you here? Like, I'm not even gaming right now. We're watching a video in English. Why? My English is not very good. Why are you here?
That you never get to hear particulars of a story from the agency because the agency is not in the business of defending, in the court of public opinion, every step they take. So, if one contends, as a mayor,
I'm sorry, I'm not...
hear these stories by advocates appearing in front of news cameras, be aware that you never get to hear particulars of a story from the agency because the agency is not in the business of defending,
a Lily
in
Plus.
the court of public opinion.
I'm trying to improve my English.
Okay. That's a reasonable response. Thank you for the follow. Okay, that's all right. Hey, if that's what you're trying to do, then hey, good job. I appreciate that. Just don't ask me about art or don't ask me to do anything different than what we are doing right now. Ask me questions about specifically what's going on in the video. If you can't do that, then I mean, you can stay and keep watching. Like I'll keep responding to you, but all the people that talk to me on Kick they're just bots. bots asking me, "Hey, you want some free views?" or they're like, "Oh, let's hit up on Discord," and I'm like, "Okay." Oh, like, "Hey, I'm this guy that makes art. Hey, you want some? I do some paid art. You want to check out my stuff?" And I'm like, "Okay, no, we're not doing that right now."
Every step they take. So if one contends,
So I'm sorry if I'm being a little too mean too quickly. All right.
as the mayor of a sanctuary city recently did, that ICE acted outside the confines of the law, which, if true, would be unacceptable, that contention does not, by itself, make it so. You never hear whether, for instance, the owner of the business raided by ICE consented to the search, which is one of the well-established exceptions to the warrant requirement. You never hear, for another, whether there was probable cause to detain an individual who later turned out to be a US citizen, or the surrounding details, like how long were they detained for, minutes at the scene, or days in custody, what questions were they asked, and what the officers knew in questioning a suspect. Those questions are all relevant in determining whether there was a violation of a constitutional right. But you never hear these details. You just hear a one-sided story. You never hear all the facts, because unfavorable facts are withheld by those whose intent
Ali.
is to disparage.
Hi, bro.
Hello, Allie. Are you by chance the same Allie?
No, fair is fair. And here's some facts. The immigrant facing a removal proceeding is accorded due process. In many instances, he is not even detained. He's instead issued a ticket and given a date for him to appear at a later date in immigration court. A good number are no-shows, and that is when they are pursued. And if an adverse decision is made, he can appeal to the Board of Immigration Appeals. If they don't accord him relief, he can then appeal to an Article 3 court. Throughout that process, the prosecuting attorney, the judge, the review board retain discretion. Why discretion? To withhold his removal if they think that the circumstances of his life is such that it would not be fair to
A
deport
Lily
him,
Plus.
even
When do you just chat?
Oh, well, I just used just chatting. So maybe I shouldn't use a tag at all, because like I use just chatting because like I'll play random games and I don't feel like changing the game live on Kick every time I go to a different game. So I just put just chatting as like, yeah, we're just watching a video, guys. I don't really know what else to put. Like, they should add a tag where people are talking. They should put a politics tag. Instead of just chatting, put politics, and I'll just click that every time, because we're going to do something political. I'm going to have some sort of game in the background, and it's going to be fun. But, like, I understand why you say, when do you just chat? Yeah, what I disagree with whatever he's saying. That's what we just chat.
if his illegal status is without question. As for the agency, ICE ranks its priorities and pursues enforcement such that those who have been here for a long time without having committed any crimes are at the bottom.
But right now he's talking about the whole immigration problem and why he's torn about the whole ICE raids about with the illegal immigration that's going on.
A Lily Plus. Okay, bro.
There's a problem, like, yeah, that's basically what he's talking about. I had a lot to say in the beginning of the video, but like not really much. Like every time I pause, I lose some of the information that he said before. So I'm gonna go back a little bit.
If they don't accord him relief, he can then appeal to an Article 3 court. Throughout that process,
I mean, he's literally just explained the process, and I'm not aware of the process, so I don't really have much to say to this part. But there's the most important part down here, and maybe I might have something to say there.
prosecuting attorney, the judge, the review board retain discretion. Why discretion? To withhold his removal if they think that the circumstances of his life is such that it would not be fair to deport him, even if his illegal status is without question. As for the agency, ICE ranks its priorities and pursues enforcement such that those who have been here for a long time without having committed any crimes are at the bottom of their priorities. What I'm trying to say is many who are against deportations per se will try to paint the image that the process is unfair, inhumane, and heavy-handed. But at least on this earth, it is the most orderly, humane process with safeguards, checks, and balances. Doesn't mean it's perfect. And there's some things I would like to see, like the right to counsel for the indigent, commensurate with what the Constitution requires for a criminal defendant. But here's the point of what I'm trying to say. You say it's unjust. But justice...
Oh, yeah, and ICE is I forget what ICE stands for, but it's basically our border security for the U.S.
doesn't always look like what you think it should. Because for every party who claims justice has been served, there sits on the other side an adversary that says injustice has occurred. That is why the universal symbol of law is a scale. Justice is found on a balance, weighing competing interests, and the country has a compelling interest in enforcing its immigration laws. And you are misguided if you think it is just to tilt the scale whenever a party on one side claims a right to relief by the virtue of their sympathetic circumstances. Number 2, and this is the bigger picture. The bigger picture that makes me stand tall in the face of my personal reservations.
The most important part. All right.
And doubts. Why does the country have a compelling interest in enforcing its immigration laws?
Yeah. I'm gonna do an Asmongold. Yeah. He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. A nation without borders is not a nation at all. I just want to hear him say it.
Because that is about the survival and continuation of a nation.
He didn't say it exactly the way I said it, but there we go. There it is. There it is. I love how Asmon does that, but it's so good. Like, there it is. Oh.
Under the last administration, we saw what it looks like when you take a permissive approach towards this issue. 2 million people have entered successfully without inspection within the span of a few years, including some who have been deported not once, not twice, but 10 times. So I said to you earlier, a fire is only as useful.
That's the Biden presidency for you. 10 times? And what was the time? It's like Trump just came into office. It's not even a month in. Now, it is actually, no, it's not even feasibly possible to come into the, like, after Trump comes in, right? And then this guy comes in and then gets deported, then comes in, gets deported 10 times within a month of that time scale. Like, people are going to blame presidents for stuff like that. And I'm like, this was obviously happening during the Biden presidency. Because, like, I think I'm a little self-diagnosed, so don't take this with a grain of salt, but I might be a little dyslexic. Yeah. Because words they don't come out properly sometimes. And sometimes I don't catch them. It's going to sound weird. And then whenever someone's like, what? I'm like, all right, I must have said something wrong. Tell me what you heard, and then I'll reiterate, because in my brain, that's not what was supposed to come out.
And beneficial insofar as it bends to the needs and the will of its handler, and immigration the needs and will of its nation. Here's the thing we should talk about. Yes, Americans of the 21st century include people from all over the world, and that is one of the things that makes America special, in my eyes. But for any progeny of those who immigrate, again, from all corners of the world, you take on a distinct American identity, blended yet separate from the identity you hold from your ancestral roots. You are Korean American, you're Mexican American, you are Ethiopian American, you're Polish American. But at the end of the day, you are still American. And as with any identity, there's a character and spirit attached to that American identity, born from American culture, history, and tradition. Certain belief systems and institutions whose continued existence depends on the command of this land by people with this identity. I'm talking about things like rule of law, due process, separation of powers, federalism, guarantees of individual liberties, constitutional protections of the accused, separation of church and state, right to bear arms. But I'm also talking about the intangible culture sprung therefrom, like suspicion towards a centralized authority, or its attempts to disarm the populace, or an unapologetic expression of individualism as against a hostile collective. And herein lies the difference between legal and illegal immigration. The difference between controlled pouring of water into a glass jar and dumping it until the jar tips over. The lawful immigration process is one by which the American people safeguard these belief systems and higher ideals. With the orderliness and constraints of the lawful process, immigrants and their succeeding generations learn, at least to varying degrees, to assimilate into a dominant American culture.
Nope, he just lost all the leftists now. To assimilate? What? I mean, I'm glad he said this so later on into the video. So, like, all the leftists kind of just left at this point. Assimilation? What? You colonialist, disgusting. I don't even know what they would say, but, like, they would say some nonsense like that or whatever. Leftists, extreme leftists. Because, like, there are some leftists that are kind of like him, but that's a bad freeze frame. Let me fix that. I'm just making it worse. Whatever, let's keep going.
These ideals, and thereby become American. And they are, at least to me, as American as those whose ancestors came on the Mayflower.
But yeah, it's true. People should assimilate. Like, there is no reason for them not to. I mean, like, we can't live, like, oh, it's a melting pot, but, like, The arson. Oh, it's a barbecue, so we should like fire, man. Let's just add more fire because it's a barbecue. Like, no. Just because we're a melting pot doesn't mean we could just take in whatever person and have just automatically just have them not assimilate. Like that's destructive. Just like how the arson is destructive to a barbecue, even though it is a barbecue and there's gonna be a lot of fire, but like they're still destructive. Like just having random people coming in and not assimilating is also destructive to our melting pot. I mean, it'll add to the melting pot, but the melting, like having a melting pot that's too much of a melting pot, like having a barbecue but having too much fire in the barbecue, like it's the same negative effect. Like it's a good, like it makes sense why this exists. Like we have a barbecue, there's gonna be some fire, it needs to be controlled. We're gonna be a melting pot, but that needs to be controlled. So we need to like assimilation is needed. Okay, assimilation is needed. Case point. That's it.
But unchecked and unauthorized mass immigration is dangerous for that very reason. It tends to dilute the socio-political power of those among us who are attached to this culture and identity. It tends to deepen the crater of disloyalty of the people to their country. History is replete with such stories. If we had it the way some people want it to be, no deportation, no enforcement, which means an open border, you are
basically the Biden presidency, but hey.
Spelling for the succeeding generations the end to this country. Because if people who have no attachment nor loyalty to this land begin to settle at overwhelming rates, the public conversations we have about what this country is supposed to be about will look very different. You know, some people will say, oh, that's hysteria. You know, it's the great replacement theory. Look,
and people that are saying that is just gaslighting you, by the way. Don't even bother. Like, if they listen to this video and they come out with that perspective, bro, if they listen to this video and they come out with that perspective, like, oh, you're just exaggerating the great replacement theory. Oh, it's conspiracy theory. Like, ignore them. Like, they're not even worth expending any brain cells to like even engage with people like them. Like, this will be a hot take. Maybe after the midterms we could probably engage with those type of people again, but right now depending how the midterms go, depending on 2027. No, wait, when's 2024, 2025? Wait, we're in 2025, yes. 2026 is midterms. Right? Okay, within 2026. It's not exactly, because that would only be a year. It's supposed to be 2 years, right? Okay, whatever. You know what? Whatever. Let's just keep going.
By saying that, you're dismissing
That was basically, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to explain.
legitimate concern. You know, I'm
kind of half kidding, but at the same time, like, I'm half kidding. So, like, half of it is kind of legit. Half of it's kind of like I am being a little facetious.
Tell you, I don't care much about the racial composition of the country. Some of you might. I don't.
I don't either. But there are some pros and cons for... Actually, you know what? I'm maybe going to bring up pros and cons. People are just going to annihilate me from orbit. But there obviously is pros and cons. They're not as important. And it doesn't matter as much. But hey, there's like, it's like I'm going to give a video game analogy. Like, people don't really pay attention to the passive skills on people's like characters. Like, there's a passive skill here for being this type of character. There's a passive skill here. Like, they're passive skills. They don't really do much, but there's some influence and they help out sometimes. Sometimes there's a negative effect on what you're trying to do, depending on the circumstance. But hey, it exists. The passive skill exists, and you don't necessarily need to acknowledge its existence because it doesn't really affect you as much. But my point is that it exists, okay? All right, don't kill me.
In fact, I like it very much that it's a melting pot. That's not the issue. The issue is whether the people coming in will have loyalty to the country and attachment to its way of life. And
yes.
The more people pour in by the millions without any checks, the less you'll see of that. If that
100% right.
happens, the future populace will not seek to retain and defend a distinct American identity and spirit, or preserve for their progeny this country's unique traditions. because an inadequate proportion of the population will insist on it. So that's why I landed at this conclusion despite feeling conflicted. There's first the principle that a society not ruled by authoritarianism or mob justice requires law and order. The rule of law matters. And there's also the important fact that Americans will inevitably seek control over our land and its culture if, year after year, millions and millions pour in, circumventing a filter that the people put in place for a reason. Yes. On the other hand, as I mentioned, I think about the human impact. It's not easy to look at someone who's been living here for decades, who's made a life for themselves, and tell them, you cannot stay. And taking a step...
Yeah, it really does feel bad to do that. It really does. It really does feel bad to do that. It does. Like, yes, there is sympathy. Sympathy exists, but you can't just run on only sympathy. Like, you gotta use the logical part of your brain sometime, you know?
Step back and seeing it from a bird's eye view and tell them, you cannot stay. And taking a step back and seeing it from a bird's eye view, sometimes I wonder about the cosmic justice aspect of it all. You know, where we're born, what opportunities we have. It's all about the lottery of life. You know, for many of these illegal immigrants, living as a silent underclass in America is preferable to their lives back home. And I wonder to myself, is it fair for me to stand against it? If were I to be on the other side of this equation, I would desperately wish.
Actually, he hits on a very interesting point. Like, some people, like, so like Tim Pool, he's like, oh, so we're just gonna have a permanent second citizen class. Like, he's against the permanent second citizen class. Like, people that come in here undocumented, like they're not paying taxes for the most part, but they also live underneath, like, it's kind of like, it's like you have the primary class of people that are citizens, and then you have a secondary class that can be treated like garbage, but they also don't have to pay taxes. But at the same time, and you obviously you think that's negative, right? But like on the second class citizen side, it's either you be a second class citizen or you're back in the gutter in some other country that's at war or whatever. And I'm like, they are doing better off being a second class citizen. Like, the option, like, we think of the option as like being a citizen and being their mental space as second class citizens. Like, they don't see the higher up. Like, they're at peak right now. They don't know how it is to be up here. And since they have no recollection of how it is to be an actual citizen, then it doesn't exist. Like we're not sitting here being first class citizens thinking about how we could be like kings and queens and how it's unfair that people aren't being kings and queens. Like, we're not here like complaining about that, like, right? So like, it's the same mentality of them. Like, we think we're at the top, right? So like, we don't really see anything that could be above, which obviously being kings and queens is way above than just being a first class citizen, right? But being a second class citizen, we see it as a second class citizen, but like their perspective as second class citizens, that they're literally at peak compared to where they were before. And I'm like, for us to like put our perspective onto or impose our way of life and how we think about the place that they're at, like, he's hitting at a really good point. Maybe he's going to expand upon this, but like the way that he said that, it made me thinking like, yeah, why should we impose our beliefs on what we think is better for them when we don't even know if that's how they think in the first place? Like, we don't even know what their bottom, like, we think second class citizen is probably like the worst of the low, which, unless you've like for the most part, let's just use this for the analogy. We don't see what's below them. They know what's below them. They don't know what's above them. We know what's above them, which is just being a normal citizen. And it's the same king queen analogy. Like, we don't know what's above us, but the kings and queens are like, yeah, we know what's below. They know what's below, and then they see the second. They don't even. I think kings and queens don't even see like the difference between I mean, they probably do, but like that doesn't really matter for the analogy. But like, perspective matters, and it's annoying when certain people, they'll project like their perspective on the world onto you, expecting you to be like in agreement when like you'll not even know what the heck they're talking about, and then they'll feel offended. Like, why haven't you like, how come you don't understand this? You know, being a second class citizen is not a good thing, right? Like, they'll say that in the most condescending way, and I'm like, these people just came, like, they don't, like, that's the least of their worries. They just came out of like a war from like another country. Like, what's like being a second class citizen? They're overjoyed with the privilege of just coming into the country. Like, people don't understand how privileged, like, when you're born wealthy, you don't understand how bad people have it. Like, you just don't understand how bad people have it in other places in the world. And then when they finally come here, you're like, wow, you live underneath a bridge. But like, to them, living underneath a bridge is better than being like running around hoping you didn't get like killed by some, like, become what's that word? Collateral damage in another like country's war. Like, living underneath a bridge compared to that is way better. But like, obviously we don't see it that way. I'm just saying the same point over and over again. Let's just go back and listen to that again.
I wonder about the cosmic justice aspect of it all. You know, where we're born, what opportunities we have.
The whole point is perspective matters. Yes, there we go. And for people to impose what they think of the world onto other people and saying that it's a bad, like, and saying what's good or bad is annoying to me, because what's good, what they think is good or bad in those specific situations it feels kind of, what's the word? I guess condescending, or yeah, well, it depends on how they say it. It could feel condescending, but also is arrogance. Like, what's the like the word? There's supposed to be a word for this. There has to be a word for this, where they feel like they know it best, and we're the smart ones. You should listen to us. Our perspectives matter, and we're gonna impose this onto you. And I'm like, I don't like arrogance. You could say know-it-all or whatever, but that doesn't really track properly for this situation. But whatever, let's keep going.
All about the lottery of life. You know, for many of these illegal immigrants, living as a silent underclass in America is preferable to their lives back home.
Literally what I was saying, but okay.
And I wonder to myself, is it fair for me to stand against it? If were I to be on the other side of this equation, I would desperately wish that someone in the position I'm in now would stand for me. So yeah, I think about that. Yet, loath as I am to admit it, I am subject to the same human conditions as with everyone else that compels me to put the more acute principles that envelop my existence above grand, lofty, philosophical prose about cosmic justice.
I agree. I agree. That's all I got to say about that.
America cannot be the dumping ground for the world's problems.
Yes.
More than that, I don't want it to be. That is the position I take as an expression of loyalty to a country that has given me a lot of opportunities. I know there's many people who are firmly on one side or the other side, but I hope if you are stuck in the middle, this discussion gives you something to think about. And as always, thanks for watching.
I had a lot to say about that video. That was a good video. I already liked it, man. It was a good video. I liked how it ended. That was nice. Kanye is evil. Yee's censorship debate. Yeah, that's great. I don't care. Sneeko ambush Destiny and gets cooked in heated. Yeah, I don't care. Okay. We are switching gears now. We're going to I mean, yeah, it was a good video, and that's all I got to say. So, yeah. I said everything that I need to say, and if you disagree, well, you know what to do. But, yeah. We're going over to Louis Rossmann. This was a good video. Good video. There we go. Why I dislike people who abuse the F word. And it's not the word that you're thinking. It is not the word that you are thinking. Why I dislike people that abuse the F word. This is a 8-year-old video. What? Wait, what? Ooh. This was 7 years, literally yesterday. I was watching it yesterday night. It went from 7 to 8. So that's when it turns 8. It's April 6th that it came out, 2016. That's weird. But anyways, oh, he has a Discord server? We're gonna copy. Yeah, we're gonna copy that. We're gonna copy that. Yeah, we're gonna copy that. We're gonna throw it into my. Yeah. We'll remember this. We'll remember this. I don't want to open it now because I don't know if it's gonna like break something with Discord. But yeah, we're gonna watch this video. It's a good video. It's
Eritis Dicalius. Hey.
Hello, hi. What's up? Don't talk to me about anything about
Eritis Dicalius. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, we're gonna be watching this video. I am not interested in any art. I am not interested in chatting with anyone in Discord. What else? What other bot things do bots say? I don't care for views. That's good. That's good enough. Yeah, that's a 3 for right now. But hey, how are you doing? Like, you gonna talk to this guy, Louis Rossmann? You know Louis Rossmann? Let's talk about that. That'd be great. You know Louis Rossmann? Do you know this guy? Say the name. Say his name. Say his name.
I would describe the history of this Dell. All right, so today I thought I would describe the history of this Dell computer in the slot here. So a lot of people, since the channel's been getting more and more popular, have been asking about some of these machines here, and some of the jokes have been, I don't actually fix anything in these videos. What I do is I break them on purpose. I know exactly what I broke, and then I just fix it, and I bought all this crap on eBay to make it look like I have a laptop service center. Yeah, because that's exactly what I want to do. I want to pretend that I fix Dell XPS M1530s from probably, this probably came out before I could legally drink. And this machine belongs to my uncle, and I want to explain why it is it's been sitting in the slot for this long. But before I go...
Notice how I say, you remember the chatter? Yeah, the chatter, this has nothing to do with, this has nothing to do with the video, but like, notice how the chatter stops responding when you point out the nonsense of like, hey, not interested in art. How are you doing? I said great. I'm not interested in talking about art. Talk about Louis Rossmann. Literally immediately leaves. Good job. So many bots, man. It's just so annoying. It's honestly ridiculous. Come on, Kick. You need to fix this. Like, why? Whatever. All right, let's keep going.
Go over that. I just want to go over some of the text messages that I've received from my uncle lately, just so you guys can get a bit of an idea of where I'm coming from when I say these things. A few text messages here, and it looks here like I have over 300 of them. Let's just scroll to some good ones. Computers, we need a computer.
Also, what he says specifically about the F word, and he'll tell you what he means by the F word in a second, and why he hates people that abuse the F word. This is such a good title. This is such a good title for a video. But I actually, it resonated with me, like, not 100%, but like fairly close. Like, I see the manipulation. I see the abuse with that. And you know what? I agree with Louis Rossmann on this one.
Desktop with a big screen to see better. If we get one, we need help putting it up.
He's reading a text message from his uncle, and this is his uncle's laptop. So it's been sitting there for a while, and he's about to explain why his uncle's laptop has been sitting in his test bench for fixing it for a while. He's gonna say why that's there for the. Let's keep going.
If I get one from you today, do you want to come over tomorrow and set it up? We need help putting it up and setting it up. My response, because I know this is one of those things where he's going to want it for like half the price that it is in the window, if even, and that I'm going to spend hours there teaching him how to plug it in and all of that on my spare time. You have to understand, this text message was sent on a weekend. On the weekend, I work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So at the end of my day, on a weekend, as somebody in my 20s, I might not want to spend 3 to 5 hours setting up somebody else's computer, when that's what I did for my entire day. So just to go over this over here, and also let's just make sure this is on. Here we go. My response, honestly, after 10 to 12 hours of computer stuff, that's the last thing I want to do on my spare time. When I leave the store, I stop caring about other people's computers. And I know what you're thinking. You're an asshole. You're a
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, come on, man. He's your uncle. Come on now. Isn't he family?
douchebag. How do you not care about your family? You're thinking. You're an asshole. You're a douchebag. How do you not care about your family? If you had a problem, wouldn't you want people in your family to help you? Well, here's the thing I notice with family and friends. Here's the thing that I notice very, very often with the people who are often saying that they're your family, saying that they're your friend. You know what happens with a lot of those people? What they do is they use the F word, and I think that the F word is a very offensive word. When people say that I curse too much, or that I say fuck when I drop something, or fuck when I trip, or fuck when the SMC gets burned, or fuck when the little 96.25 millimeter ball I'm putting there combines with another ball and I have to redo the whole thing.
He does a lot of soldering work for like laptops and stuff. Like he legitimately does board repair. And soldering is just like putting tiny little chips on the how do I explain it in a layman's term? So you got like a piece of silicon, and then you got like little tiny chips that go on that silicon wafer, and he's basically moving those tiny little chips and making sure that they all connect together and soldering it onto the board so that it does the thing that it's supposed to do.
I don't think that's offensive. I think that's a standard thing to do when something pisses you off. What I find to be offensive, what I find to be
well, let's go back just a little bit.
Degrading, or fuck when the SMC gets burned, or fuck when the little 90.
I just wanted to hear him say it again.
96.25 millimeter ball I'm putting there combines with another ball and I have to redo the whole thing. I don't think that's offensive. I think that's a standard thing to do when something pisses you off. What I find to be offensive, what I find to be degrading is when somebody uses the F word, which is friend or family, to try and guilt me into doing something for free, to guilt me into giving up my time, to guilt me into caring about them when they have never cared about me. And the thing.
Yes. This resonates with me because I mean I have a little actually. I think I'm hedging a little too much on that. I do have experience in this. But it's very, they don't use the F word, but like it's yeah, I resonate with this 100%. And there's a specific person that yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna hedge too much on that. I do have experience with that. I was gonna say I don't really have experience with this, but at the same time, when I'm really thinking about it, I'm like, you know what? Actually, there was a lot of times where I've been guilt tripped into doing things, and I'm like, "Oh, you don't care? Why don't you care about this?" I'm like, "Get like what?" Like it's a manipulation tactic, and sometimes it's justified, sometimes it's not.
Thing that I find so often is true when people start using the F word, the real offensive F word, which is friend or family, is that it's always this type of shit. It's always like, can you help me with this? Can you take 5 hours out of your day to do this for me when I've never done shit for you? That computer over there is one of many that he's brought me that I have done nothing.
Oh yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with politics, but like just yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with politics, but like I thought this was such a good point, and I needed to watch this.
Thing too, because I understand exactly how it is. I'm going to make it work. I'm going to put 5 hours of time into it. You're going to buy me a beer. And you think we're even. But we're not even. No, we are not. That computer needs 2 BGA chipset replacements that are going to cost me $30 to $60. Then it requires 2 to 3 hours of time with that machine. And you just think that that's just like just snapping my fingers and making it happen. And here's the thing I want to get to when it comes to family and friends in the real world. Again, you have so many people that are going to say they're your family. You got so many people that are going to say that they're your friend. You got so many people that are going to come to you when they need you. You notice how that is? How many people come? How many more friends do you have when people in the world need you versus when you need them? How many more people are going to call you their friend when there's something that you can do for them? How many more people are going to say, hey, buddy, hey, pal, hey, friend, we're friends, right? When they need to pay first, last, and deposit on their new apartment, and they only have first and last, but no money for the deposit. It's funny how people start to get a lot more friendly. And the same is true when it comes to family. Like, yeah, that belongs to my uncle. He's not a mean-spirited person. He's not somebody that I think actively goes out of his way to be a bad guy in any way. But again, can you stop what you're doing and come to my house for 5 hours, which is 30?
Yes, it's the manipulation. Like, yes, like, he's not saying that his uncle's the worst thing since Hitler, but like, it's the manipulation that he doesn't like, and he wants to point it out, and he doesn't like it. And so, you know what? Louis Rossman's gonna say what he doesn't like, and people are not gonna like it because it makes him seem like a little bit of an asshole. And you know what? Louis, you could be an asshole. You could be an asshole. Like, it's fine. It's okay. And you know what? He owns it. And I like the fact that he owns it and doesn't pull punches whatsoever. Like, he's probably the most authentic person that I know. But at the same time, people don't like him because he's very blunt with when he says specific things. And hey, I understand. I understand why people don't like the way that he says things, because like people want things to be sugar coated, and they're overly sensitive these days. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not interested in being treated that way. So, yeah.
Miles away from my apartment, and I don't own a car, to help me set up a computer that you're going to give me for close to free. Just, yeah, nephew. Or another one here. Need help building a website. You available? Call me. I'm at work. Can't call yet. 5 minutes later, I get another message. Call me. No. And again, like, you may think, Louis, you should be there when your family needs you. You should be there when your friends need you. Again, like, my mother had a nervous breakdown when I was 6 years old, and she was mentally ill from that day until the rest of her life. I remember seeing my uncle all the time between the ages of 1 and 5.5. When my mother became mentally ill, where were you? When my dad quit his job in his new career to stay home and take care of his family, because that's the type of person my dad was, my dad valued the people in his life that mattered to him, my dad valued his family over his career. When he decided to quit his job to stay home and take care of his son and ill wife, where were you, uncle? When I decided I'm going to start my own business and I'm going to do that with the last $200 in my bank account, where were you? Again, when we talk about friends and we talk about family, I don't like to focus on the title. I don't focus on the bloodline. I don't focus on what other people call me. What I focus on is the actual relationship. What I focus on is where they put their time, where they put their efforts, their real relation to me, as opposed to what they think their relation is to me. And again, where were you? So, like, you were nowhere to be found. When my mother became ill, I don't remember seeing you. I don't remember you calling. I don't remember you coming over anymore. Yet somehow, when you need a computer fixed or a website built or some shit set up or fixed, my number's the first one you call. And fuck off. And really, that's
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. True. Honestly, let's go. People. Why I dislike. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Why I dislike people who abuse the F word. Friend or family. Good title for the video. Really good video. Let's go.
That's just the way I see it with friends and family. You know, when people use those words, that's what I find.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really gonna be. Actually, I was gonna say I might not know what else to add to this, but at the same time, I think I'll definitely have some stuff to add to this. Maybe. But I'm gonna let it play for a little bit.
That's what I find to be the offensive F word, is when you have these lines and these droves of people that show up to ask for things and say that they're friends and say that they're family, and they pretend that we've had this long-standing relationship our entire lives, when we both know in reality that you wouldn't piss on me if I was on fire, that you would never lift a finger to help me over the course of your natural life if there wasn't a reason for you to come here with your hand out. Do you want to know what real friends do? Do you want to know what real family do? Let me tell you a little bit of a story about the people that I know that I consider real friends, that I consider real family. I remember a few years ago, back before we had paperless payroll, I remember I got some mail about a bank account that had been frozen for a number of reasons I'm not going to get into in this video, and another bank account that had been levied. And long story there. And there was one employee that was tasked with opening all this mail and dealing with all the paperwork and the crap and the account stuff like that. And she opens it. And she sees that. And on Friday, her and the other employees come to my office. They give me their paychecks and they say, Louis, we are not going to deposit these until we know what's up. We're not going to deposit these until everything is fine with you and your business.
That is family. That is friends. Those are the type of people you want in your life.
refuse to get paid. They have cars, they have mortgages, they
Am
have
Fat
apartments, they
Dragon.
have children.
This reminds me of Rhodesia and the social claims which made the egalitarianism West destroy it.
What? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just going to assume what you said is probably true. Don't know what Rhodesia is, and I don't even know what egalitarianism is. What is egalitarianism? Egalitarian. Okay, I mean, we could just look it up, I guess. We could just look it up. Let me copy this.
Am Fat Dragon. It's a rabbit hole.
I mean, it's a rabbit hole that I'm willing to dig myself into for a little bit. Well, I'm just gonna peter into this. I just want to know what is this word? Because I've heard it before.
Egalitarianism.
Wait. Let's make this thing. Let's make this thing not keep spawning back and forth. But actually, let me just disable it 100%. Throw me over here or whatever. Yeah, perfect. When you use words, when you describe something with a word that I don't understand, it just makes it. All right, what is this word?
Doctrine.
Oh, okay, I know what that means. The doctrine that all people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. Oh, then that's false because all people are not equal. That's just impossible. Like, unless you're identical twins, like, you're just not, like, some people are short, some people are tall, some people are, they gain weight a little bit easier than other people, and some people can't build muscle as much as other people, depending on how much work they do. Like, no one's equal. Everyone's different and unique in their own way. Like, that starting off from a place that all people are equal, yeah, that's not that won't really, I wouldn't call myself an egalitarian. Yeah. Okay. Minor rabbit hole, but yeah, okay. We'll go back to the to the video. Minor sidetrack.
Am Fat Dragon. In the UK, it's supposed to mean equal under the law.
Yes. Like, the law should be egalitarian. Like, yes, I agree with that. Like, the law should be equal, should be applied equally to all people, but all people are not equal. But at the same time, you shouldn't treat laws that way.
And they said, we are not going to receive money. We're not going to get paid. We're not going to cash your paychecks until we know that everything's okay with you. That's family. When I've been having a bad day and I had fine with you and your business. They refuse
went back
to get
a little
paid.
bit.
They have cars, they have mortgages, they have apartments, they have children. And they said, we are not going to receive money. We're not going to get paid. We're not going to cash your paychecks until we know that everything's okay with you. That's family. When I've been having a bad day and I had 2 months where nothing was going my way, I just got out of a crappy, shitty relationship. I'm sitting here trying to figure out a board issue that's just been driving me nuts for a month, and I'm just like devoid of sleep. And my friend can hear it in my voice when he's at work on $1 million project about 15 miles away, and he hears that. And he shows up, he leaves work, shows up here, fixes 2 boards in a row that were in front of me, forces off my soldering station, drives me to a restaurant 10 miles away so that I could meet some of his friends and have fun and talk. That's a friend. That's family. People who claim they're your family because they share your bloodline are not family. People who claim that they are your friends just because they're nice to you and they pat you on the back and they share something with you, that doesn't mean that we're friends. Everybody...
He's right. He's right. I'm just pulling Aspen goals left and right. Like, I really have nothing else to say to this but to say that he's right.
He understands what it's like to make a friend. Everybody knows what it is to make a friend. When you talk to somebody and you share something, and there's this little tingling feeling in your spine and in like the muscles in the front of your face, and it's not something that you can define, but it's at that moment that you usually know you made a friend. And the worst people on earth, to me, the worst people you will ever meet, the subhuman scum, are the people who try to recreate that when they don't actually want a friendship. The people who recreate that because they want to be cool with you, because they know that the next time that they see you, they're going to be coming to see you with their hands out and they're going to want something. Those people are the worst people on earth. And I don't find the word fuck offensive. I don't find the word dick offensive. I don't find the word cunt offensive, but when it comes to the worst F word in the human language, friend, family, when used improperly, those are the most offensive words that there are. And, you know, I still remember.
I understand his argument, and I partially agree with it, actually. True. Like, I mean, I 100% agree with the other words. Like, the other words I don't care for the other words. I won't use them if I don't need to use them. But, like, they're not really that offensive. Like, well, those words don't really mean much to me. But the words that do mean a lot more to you, it has the potential to trigger you a lot more if it's used improperly. So, yes, that makes sense. Friend and family, a little bit more impactful, or a little bit more relevant, or a little bit more impactful than the other words that he used. Like, curse words are just curse words.
About a year ago, about 3 years ago, I was going to this restaurant every single day. I liked it. And I got along with the people there. I got along with the guests. I got along with the chefs. I got along with the owner. I got along with the manager. Every day I'd go there at the end of the day, and it was a good, joyful way to spend my time. They were just about to close up. He had dealt with a bunch of douchebag customers all day. I had dealt with a bunch of douchebag customers all day. We were both on the same page, and we both could get along and have some fun. So we talk, and we get along, and we'd laugh, and I'd get my food, and I'd pay for my food, and I'd leave at the end of the day, and I'd say goodbye. Then, one day, about a year ago, after I'd been going to that restaurant for about 2 years, they open a new location, and they want to see if I can help install some cameras for them because they know that that's what I do. And I show up, and they know that the last time that they had something done, that they paid about $1,200. And that was for a shitty system. That was for one of those systems where, where again, you can't tell me apart from my cat. It's one of those, garbage Minecraft-looking pieces of shit. And they paid about $1,200 for it. So I tell them, listen, the stuff that I put in is not that level of quality. It's not necessarily going to be cheap. And they go, oh, just show up. Just trust me. Just show up. So I show up at 3 o'clock. I cancel everything I have to do that day just for the hell of it, just to be nice, something I should have never done. And I show up, and I go down, and he shows me around everywhere. And I said, listen, before we get to you showing me every single spot that you want this stuff set up, what are you looking to spend? Because rather than me tell you, here's what you need to get, I'd like to know what you're looking to spend. If I know what you're looking to spend, I can put together something with the best compromises for your budget. And they said, we're looking to spend about $200 to $300. To be 100% honest with you, we're actually hoping we could pay you with a couple of meals. A couple of meals. And this is the thing I want you to note when it comes to the food service business. There's nothing kills me more than when people are like, okay, but I'll give you a free wrap, or I'll give you a discounted wrap, and then they come into a place like this and they want a $300 service for free. It's like, yeah, but that sandwich is $6. Like, you can give me a discount on it that's still like $3, and you want me to give you a $300 service, including a $200 part for free. Like, it's not the same. Fuck off with that. But I showed up.
Yeah, true. 100%. That's insane. That's actually insane. Like, you're gonna give me some food. Like, are you gonna give me $1,000 worth of food? Oh, a couple meals? And okay, yeah, that's absurd.
I took time out of my day for this, and I show up, and he says we're looking to spend $200 to $300. To be honest, I was kind of hoping I could just give you free lunch for a week. And this is not one of those restaurants. This This ain't the Four Seasons. This ain't the Plaza Hotel. This is a restaurant where we're looking at a meal cost here of about $5 to $10 for the food. And you want to pay me in meals for a week. And
Fat Dragon. Like, I only mentioned it because the black and white Africans had different societal norms. The whites have small nuclear families and the blacks having extended, or even tribal families. The example used was a white DR's family only had to provide for themselves, whereas the black DR had to pay back everyone who had a social claim on them, which made a huge pay gap. This included moving most of their family/tribe etc. in a house built for one family. It was crazy.
Oh, you're talking about the whole, wait, does chat show up? Hold up. Because, like, does my chat just disappear so quickly that I just never see it? Like, let me test this out.
Marie's guy. Test.
Oh, yeah, it does show. I should probably let it stay on screen a little bit longer. Like, I look over and I'm like, it's just gone before I see it. It's a little too quick. But, I don't know. Oh, so you're talking about the whole issue with what's going on in South Africa right now, right? Yeah, what's going on in South Africa is kind of messed up. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Kind of messed up.
Seriously? I wasn't even. I didn't know whether to be insulting. I didn't know whether to be insulted. I didn't know whether I should just smile and leave. I didn't know how to react. I just said, seriously? Because like we've known each other for the 3 years. Like, yeah, like $200 or $300. Keep in mind that for the amount of shit that he was asking me to do, there's just the sheer amount of cameras that he actually wanted in this facility. He was asking like 360-degree cameras, all this crazy shit everywhere. I mean, like $700, even for crap, $700 would have not covered the parts, much less labor. And he's like, yeah, man, I thought we were friends. And it was at that moment that I decided that I'm never going to this restaurant again.
Yo. That's nuts. Oh yeah, let's just set up these cameras. Be honest, I'm not gonna pay $300, but I can give you a couple meals for a week. So what? A couple, like what? Oh, I thought we were friends. Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
And I remember looking at him and just cutting him down to the point where he felt so small and shitty that he just, like, he couldn't even look me in the eye anymore. It's like, friends? Friends? So you want me to do this for half the cost of parts because we're friends? And he looked at me, and he was still looking at me like, this guy's an asshole, but yeah, I still hold my
Fat
opinion.
Dragon.
I can't support.
No, I was talking about Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, sorry, was a wall of text. And yes, the South Africa thing is wild.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. I mean, the more you know, I guess, right?
Support my opinion because I know my opinion is bullshit, but I'm staring at him because I still support my opinion. We're friends. In the 3 years that I've been coming here, every single day to your restaurant, have I ever asked you for a free meal? Have I ever asked you for a discount on a meal? Have I ever asked you to stay open late for me so that I could come during hours that you are not usually open? Have I ever inconvenienced you in any way? Have I ever taken a water and implied that it should be free because you're paying 33 cents for it and charging $2.50? Nothing to say. Friends. Do you invite me over on Christmas? Do I visit your kids on Thanksgiving? Do I know your kids' names? Do you even know where I work? Do you know my last name? When was the last time that we saw each other outside of this establishment? When July 4th comes for Independence Day, do we go to a water park together? Do we go smoke cigars outside and light up something on the barbecue and go in the pool? No. We're not friends by any stretch of the definition. Yet for some reason you want something for free. Why? Explain to me why I should entertain any of what you're asking. Friends. Get the fuck out of here. Really, there's nothing to say. Like, absolutely nothing to say. I mean, in 3 years, I've never asked for a discount. And for some reason, they feel like I am going to install, like, some 16 360-degree camera system. 16 cameras. Oh, installed. Wiring from basement to this floor to there, all on the wall for $200 to $300. I just lost my shit, and it's because we're friends. It's such horseshit. And you know my receptionist will get calls from people every now and then that say, "Oh, Lewis, your friend is calling. He had a question for you. Your friend wanted to know if he could buy a part from you. Your friend wanted to know if you could help him with this board issue." And I took it into my office and I said, "Viniera, have a seat." And he goes, "Yes." And I go, "Viniera, can you take a guess as to how it is you know that 100% of the people who call saying my friend, and I mean 100% of them, that call this phone over here are lying pieces of shit?" And she goes, "I'm not sure." And I go, "The lying pieces of shit who say they're my friend call the business phone. The people who are actually my friend call this phone." You understand? See, this number is the one given out to my real friends and family. Of course, obviously, with the mistake and exception of my uncle. But
that makes sense. 100% true. Like, friends don't call the work phone. Yes, 100% facts. Friends do not call the work phone. Yeah, I don't even know if there's anything else for me to say. Like, yes, true. All right, good job.
If you're calling this phone, you're not my friend. You're not my family. Really, like that's the way it is. I remember dating this woman, I didn't, for lack of a better way to say it, I didn't realize the person I was dating was dumb as a doorknob until after I had slept with them. It happens. So I remember one night, we're about to go out to dinner. I'm sitting here.
I love the honesty with this guy. The honesty with this guy is just, bro, like, come on now.
This chair,
Fat Dragon.
And
fish are friends, not food.
Yes, true.
I get a phone call about 45 minutes after the time that I was expecting to hear from her, and she goes, "Lewis, I think I'm lost. I'm in a bad neighborhood." She lives in Manhattan, right? And I go, "Okay, where are you?" She goes, "I don't know, I'm lost." And I go, "Okay, read a street sign for me." She goes, 14th Street. And I go, "Okay, I said, "You know how there's one street sign that's facing this way?" I said, "How about you read the one that's now facing this way?" And she goes, "First Avenue." And I go, "Okay." This was kind of silly because she was 2 blocks away from the store, which she's been to several times. She had my business card in her pocket. She has a phone with service in Google Maps. It's 2015. I'm just I'm just stultified here as to what the hell is going on. So I decide I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go find her. So I go outside, and I walk 2 blocks, and I see her, and she's like, oh, hi! And here I'm just like, oh, so you were lost? She's like, yeah, I don't think I've been here before. And I go, so you don't remember getting off this same train before? The last 5 times you've come to see me. And anyway, I wasn't laughing that hard. And I go, so, bad neighborhood. Well, what was wrong with the neighborhood? And she points, and she goes, look. And she points to about a group of 4 or 5 black people. And here's the thing. If you're
I know where this is going.
one of those valley girls, or if you're somebody who's never...
Actually, no. I know where this is going, but there's a kicker at the end of this. There's a kicker at the end of this. Something that comes from way left field. Way left field. And you're gonna be like, what? And, yeah, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. It sounds bad right now, but it gets really wacky.
If you're somebody who's never really seen the world or been to New York, or somebody who's seen people who don't look like you before, I'm not going to say that it's right. I'm not going to say that it's right that you think it's a bad neighborhood because you see a group of black people on the corner. I'm not going to say it's right, but I can kind of understand it. I'm not going to say it's right, but I can understand it occurring. What I don't understand, again, A, they're standing on the corner in front of Stuytown, which are apartments that start at $3,200 a month. Starting cost $3,200 a month. What I really don't get is while you see those people out there, you're looking at them and you're deeply, seriously implying that the fact that they're black means that this is a bad neighborhood. When you're black! The girl was black.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
Anyway, it didn't take a long time.
Yeah, that there's the kicker there. Like, what?
Time to figure out that this was somebody I needed to, like, get rid of before I caused further damage to myself. And, yeah, I remember her. You know, I remember her calling one time in Veneer, going, "Louis, your girlfriend is calling for you." And I go, "Veneer?" And she goes, "Yes." And I go, "That is not my girlfriend." And she goes, "She says she's your girlfriend." And I go, "Veneer, a girlfriend would have this phone number. This phone number. If you're my girlfriend, you have this number. If you're my family, you have this number. If you're my friend, you have this number."
Oh, the phone that he shows on this? It's sorry, off topic, but I noticed this. The phone that he showed the back of it, and I'm like, oh, that was the phone that I had. He had the Motorola, the 7T or something. Motorola 7T. I forget what it was called, but like, that was such a good phone. That was such a good phone. Like, for its time. It was like, it gets very hot, but it was such a good phone for its time, man. That phone, I was cutting the grass one time, and then the phone, it was green, and the phone fell into the ground, and I didn't notice. And then I was listening to music, and I hit something really hard on the lawnmower, and then my music stopped playing, and I'm like, no, why? That was the saddest day of my life. This was years ago, but bro. Oh man, I love that phone, but it went in such a terrible way. I saw the inside of a battery, man. It was brutal. It was so brutal.
Not this one. Anyway, I wound up picking it up and making it obvious in a probably not so nice way that she wasn't my girlfriend. But yeah, I forget what that has to do with the original topic, but man, I mean, there are so many people.
I mean, you were talking about the whole thing about abusing the F word and, well, girlfriend. I mean, it doesn't start with a G, but like, the friend is still there. So like, yeah, it makes sense for the original topic.
In this world that wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, but the second that they need something, making it obvious in a probably not so nice way that she wasn't my girlfriend. But yeah, I forget what that has to do with the original topic, but man, I mean, there are so many people in this world that wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, but the second that they need something, the second that they need you to help them, you become their friend. And again, the worst people on earth, the worst, the bottom of the barrel scum, the people that take advantage of that feeling, that happy feeling in the muscles of your face that you have when you realize you've made a friend, the people who take advantage of that and use that to manipulate you into doing things for them. When again, those are people who literally would not piss on you if you were on fire. It's just a really shitty thing to do. So why is that laptop still here years later? That laptop is there to
his uncle's laptop. He's specifically talking about his uncle's laptop.
remind me who my real family is. That laptop is there to remind me who my real friends are. Every time I see that laptop, I think of the time that I did not put into it, that I used to help people who are actually my friends, to use to help the people who are actually my family, that I used to visit the people that truly care about me. My friend Jake understands what it's like to be in the service business. He also understands what it's like to be constantly pestered by people who think that your time is worthless. So, and he comes here because he saw what my business was like from the absolute beginning when it was just starting off, and he saw what it was like as it grew. He understands what it's like. When he comes here as a friend, when he shows up, I remember he showed up once with this broken iPhone, and it was 80 plus tax to fix at the time. He gave the receptionist a $100 bill.
Notice how Louis Rossmann mentions that this guy is his friend. Just notice that little thing.
Refused the change and said, "Here, I'll come back." He's like, "It'll take 10 minutes." He's like, "I'll come back tomorrow." And he saw what it was like as it grew. He understands what it's like. When he comes here as a friend, when he shows up, I remember he showed up once with this broken iPhone, and it was 80 plus tax to fix at the time. He gave the receptionist a $100 bill, refused the change, and said, "Here, I'll come back." He's like, "It'll take 10 minutes." He's like, "I'll come back tomorrow." And he's like, "No, it'll take 10 minutes." He's like, "Fine, I'll be back in an hour, but don't rush." Those are friends. The people, not the people who lowball you or try to use the
True. Very true.
fact that they're a friend to guilt you into doing things for free. Friends are supportive of your business. Friends are supportive of your endeavors. If I ever needed his studio time, I would pay the retail rate. I wouldn't even show up and say, "I don't need my own engineer for what I'm doing. Can I get it cheaper?" No, that's not the friendly thing to do. The friendly thing to do is ask what the retail rate is and just shut the fuck up and pay it because they're your friend. There's this idea that because somebody is a friend that you should twist their arm into doing shit for free, when the reality is you should be supporting them. Like, if my friend opens a restaurant, I'm not going to show up because my friend's the owner, I can get free food. No, I'm going to ask as many of the people that I know that are willing to spend money at restaurants as possible if they'd like to go out and get a nice dinner with me one evening and pay retail, because I want to support my friend's restaurant. My dad, again, when I decided to do this vegan diet and go juicing, I told my dad about it, but I never asked him to help me with recipes. I never asked him to come up with shit for me. After 15 years of being a professional chef and cooking for 12, 14, 17 hours a day, I'm not going to ask him to go out of his way to teach me how to make food if he doesn't want to. If he wants to, that's great. If he doesn't want to because he's sick and tired of that shit, I respect that. When my dad has a computer problem, when something breaks down, he has this great guy that's local right around where he lives that he calls and he pays him and he comes over and helps him because he doesn't want to bother me with this stuff. He doesn't want to be that family member. He takes it upon himself with pride to not be that family member that's constantly helplessly calling me for help. It's just these small little things that matter so much. Again, when you're real family or you're a real friend, people are going to want to help you, and you're not going to have to twist their arm. When people are really your friends, they're supportive of you. And that's the real point of this, like real friendships, real relationships, real family members. This is something that you have to work and you have to earn and you have to maintain. It's not something that's just going to be handed to you just because you decide that you need something from somebody. That Dell is never going to work again. It's going to sit there until I lose my store lease, and it's going to put a smile on my face every time I look at it and I think of the time that I didn't put into that I did put into the people that really matter.
Damn. Okay. All right. Okay, so I didn't really have much to say to that, but like it was just such a good point. This one, okay. I might have more to say about this video, but new vid, we're gonna watch it. It's basically called Don't scream around your children. And then people are gonna be like, "Oh, you're gonna tell me how to treat my children. You're gonna tell me how to parent my children." I'm like, yeah, get out of here. Yeah, there's a lot of bad parents out there, and you know what? Sometimes parents need to be told what to do on how to like act and behave around their kids because they're stupid and they don't know better. So you gotta tell them. Yeah, we gotta tell them how to treat their kids. Like using that argument is not. It sounds stupid. It sounds. When people say that, it's like the most like, that's not an argument. Oh, you're gonna tell me how to do that? Yeah, yes, because you're an idiot. You're an idiot. That's why you're being told off right now on how to treat your kids, because you're not treating them right. So yeah, let's watch this. It's good. It's a good video.
Hi. So today I'm going to be talking about a set of customers that I had.
Also, this is This is the video that's 7 years ago. Okay. This is the video that's 7 years ago. I don't know if you can you see it? No, you can't see it on that. Whatever. I'm not going to change the screen. But like, yeah, believe me, 7 years ago. Actually, don't believe me. Believe your lying eyes. 7 years ago. There we go. Perfection.
Kick out of the store this weekend, and why it was depressing to me. So there was a woman who walked in, and she was screaming on her cell phone for about 2 minutes.
Wait, go back.
Hi. So today I'm going to be talking about a set of customers that I had to kick out of the store this weekend and why it was depressing to me. So there was a woman who walked in and she was screaming on her cell phone for about 2 minutes. She had a young child with her somewhere between the ages of 4 and 7, and once she was done screaming on the phone and got off the phone, she didn't acknowledge me, she didn't acknowledge that she had anything that she needed service on. She starts yelling at the child. And it was really doing nothing wrong, just standing there playing some game, and then what I imagine to be her husband or her boyfriend walks in, and then they start screaming at each other. And at some point, I just pointed out that you can't do this. And I don't even mean that you can't do this in my store. You just can't do this, period. Which I know I'm not supposed to point out. I'm a waiter, I'm a servant, I'm a customer service concierge. Fuck that, it's my business. And she's screaming and screaming and screaming. And I said, you can't do this. You have a child. He's listening to you. Stop. And I did it within audible distance of the child. And they're like, how dare you tell me this, that, or the other, blah, blah, blah. I just want to get this thing fixed. That's what you're here for. And I said, if you wanted me to fix this, you probably would have given it to me rather than scream for 2.5 minutes over nothing. And I said, I have no interest in helping you. And they continue screaming at each other, not over me, just over whatever their own personal bullcrap is, and the kid is listening. And they said, oh, he's not listening, he's playing a game, he's just tuning us out. And that level of either willful ignorance or simply lying to yourself deserves to be pointed out, because there's sadly probably a lot of people out there that think like that think that children don't understand what we're talking about. It's too high a subject matter. They're just playing a game. I'm in the other room. They don't care. And they do care, and they do listen, and it does affect them and often fuck them up for the rest of their lives. And that's what I want to talk about in this video. Firstly, children do not want to feel like they are a burden. Believe it or not, they may ask for a lot of stuff. They may want, again, they may not want to follow you to the store. They may not want to do their homework. They may want to eat what they want. But at the end of the day, children do not want to feel like they are a burden on the people that they depend on. So children depend on you as parents for everything. It's just the way it is. For food, for shelter, for clothing, for a place to sleep, that is not conflict-ridden. They depend on you to keep them safe. They depend on you for everything. So it's important to them that that environment be stable. They don't want to create instability by bringing up matters that are inconvenient or that will cause conflict. So if they have a parent that is rather level-headed and something fucked up goes on in their life, they may go to you as a level-headed parent and talk with you about it. Or even if they don't, you as a level-headed parent, because you're not so buried in your own narcissistic bullshit, will be able to see what's going on with that child. However, if you are exploding all the time, if you have this stress level that's up to here, if the kid feels that at any given time, if the kid says the wrong thing, that your head will burst into flames and explode, then they will keep these negative things to themselves. Now, there's 2 reasons that this is very bad. The first is that other people who are going to want to take advantage of your child, whether by beating the crap out of him, whether it's a teacher that just wants to pick on somebody to make themselves feel.
Oh, this is such a good point, man. Like, he points this out, and it just makes intuitive sense, but a lot of people don't want to hear it because it feels like, oh, you're telling me how. Oh, so you're saying then what? It's like telling parents that are bad parents and how they're treating their kids when they don't think they're bad parents, and they feel like they're doing just as good, but you're basically essentially calling them bad parents, and it's. I understand why people push back on that, but like what he's saying is true, and it's you got to change your act. You got to change your act, and I'll make him make his point.
First is that other people who are going to want to take advantage of your child, whether by beating the crap out of him, whether it's a teacher that just wants to pick on somebody to make themselves feel better, whether it's a sexual predator, whatever it is, they're going to notice that the child has a shit relationship. And I don't know how this happens. I really don't. I don't even, I think that the people doing it understand the thought process behind it. But it's like, it's a fucking...
Oh, okay, so I wanted to say this, but I was debating of whether I wanted to say it or not. But the teacher, like the picking on kids with teachers and how they do it and the manipulation they do, like I kind of experienced a little bit of that. Not to a terrible degree, only to an annoyance degree, where like this teacher was just super impatient and will literally stop class for the most stupidest things. Like she would talk about something, right? and she would wait for everyone to like get out their like textbooks so they could, and then she'll continue talking. But what she's gonna say afterward has nothing to do with what's within the textbook. She would just wait for everyone to take it out, and then she'll start talking. And I'm like, I'm here listening. You can continue talking. You don't need to wait for me. And she'll stare me down like in the classroom, like, and just sit there looking at me and like, we're waiting. And I'm like, what do you mean waiting? Just talk. Do your thing. You're not reading anything specifically in here. It's not like me not seeing this textbook is going to make it any less interesting. Like, you're going to read it, right? Like, just say it. That was just annoying. That was just annoying. A little gripe. Little gripe.
It's like X-ray vision. They can just see that the kid has a crappy relationship with the parents, and once they see that, then they can start taking advantage because they know that there is not going to be any protection. They know that they are going to be able to get away with it. And that is a terrible, terrible thing. You know, there are so many parents that think that, oh, we're arguing in the next room, or oh, he's playing a game, or oh, he's not old enough to understand this. And I think that much of this comes from a complete lack of memory of what it was like to be a child. There are many small things that I forget. I'm not good at even remembering, you know, the last number that, of a component that I was looking at or something if I have to type 5 things in a row. I have very bad short-term memory. Kitty? Do you have good short-term memory? Oh, kidding. I have very bad short-term memory, but I can remember clear as day events when I was 16 years old, when I was 10 years old, when I was 6 years old, and I can even remember several from when I was 2 years old, along with the conversations that went on. And I think the reason that I have the specific thoughts I do when it comes to things like public education or how to treat children or what it's like is because, unlike many adults, I have not forgotten my childhood experience. I have not forgotten the events. I have not forgotten the conversations, which is why I think I can bring a unique perspective to this.
True. Yep. And I think I could say the same thing. Like, I haven't forgotten. Like, I've learned. Like, there's a difference between post-traumatic disorder or PTSD or post-traumatic growth, and they're basically they're basically they're opposites, but they're the same thing they're just what's that saying? They're two things on the same coin or whatever, two different sides of the same coin. Yeah. Like, but one is positive and one is negative. Like, certain people will go through, like, you'll have two people, they'll go through the same exact experience, but one person will grow from it and the other person will degrade from it, get PTSD from it. And depending on the person's mental fortitude and how they perceive the situation will determine whether they grow from it or regress from it or get destroyed by it. And that's why the whole one screen, one movie, one screen, 2 movies, like 2 people can watch the same movie and get 2 different perspectives from it, or 2 different stories from it, basically, or essentially. Like, that's why that exists. Like, people just have different perspectives. Like people will see the same thing and react in different ways.
2 sides of the same coin, or the vulgar version is 2 cheeks of the same arse.
Yeah. Thank you.
Kids notice everything. Okay, I'll pay attention to you. Kids notice everything. If you
Okay, I'll pay attention to you. Continue talking about the video. I love that.
Start arguing and you're in the basement and they're in a bedroom on the 3rd floor and they even hear...
I mean, they're a cat. They deserve it. He's making a video. The cat's being interrupted, so the cat deserves what's coming to him.
A little... Like, it's this barely audible noise.
Or the cat deserves the disrespect that he just showed to him. By literally saying, I will give you attention, and then ignore... Oh, wait, no. He's probably talking and petting the cat at the exact same time. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I take that back.
They're going to listen to that, and they're going to stop what they're doing, and they're going to have their ear to the vent to try to get the conversation because they wonder...
Let me go back a little bit because I've been pausing too much.
Adults, I have not forgotten my childhood experience. I have not forgotten the events. I have not forgotten the conversations, which is why I think I can bring a unique perspective to this. Kids notice everything. Okay, I'll pay attention to you. Kids notice everything. If you start arguing and you're in the basement and they're in a bedroom on the 3rd floor and they even hear a little, like it's this barely audible noise, they're going to listen to that. and they're going to stop what they're doing, and they're going to have their ear to the vent to try to get the conversation because they wonder what's going on. They value stability, but they don't want you to know that because they don't want to create more conflict. So as soon as you walk back into their room, they'll just be playing a video game or pretend they're doing their homework or anything because they don't want to feel like they're adding more conflict to the situation. They don't want to contribute to the instability of the environment that they rely on for everything. So you're never even going to see it. And since you're never going to see it, you need to be able to see it from yourself in order to understand how to act so that this doesn't happen. Just because your child doesn't bring up to you what bothers them does not mean that there is nothing that bothers them. And the more you bury yourself in screaming, in petty arguments with your spouse, and in this complete self-centered horseshit, the less you're going to notice anything that's damaging that is happening to your child. And other people are going to they're going to see this. And I cannot tell you exactly how it is, and I certainly cannot say that a lot of the low intelligence fucktards that wind up becoming predators on children, again, whether it's bullies, sexual predators, or just teachers at school that... Can you stop that? Or just teachers at school that decide that they're going to pick on your kid and not put effort into them because who's he going to tell? It does have an effect. Now, what happens as that child is going to grow up is that child is going to grow up into an environment where they have a fundamental disdain for society. Because that child is then going to see that all of these people around me watched as whatever terrible thing happened to me, and they did nothing. What do you think that does for their level of empathy or sympathy?
I know you moved on, but this is what it means. Two sides of the same coin means two aspects of one thing that seem opposed but are inseparable. For example, freedom and responsibility. You can't have true freedom without accepting the responsibilities that come with it, and responsibility often grants you more freedom in practice. They're different but tied together, like heads and tails on a coin.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, that's really good. And and you putting this out makes me want to, I'm going to do something live. I mean, you won't be able to see it, but I'm going to, yeah, that's the chat, right? Okay, we're going to go to properties, and then we're going
Fat
to...
Dragon. I asked Grok.
I mean, Grok did a good job, I guess, then. We'll do... Boom. 45 seconds. All right. So I basically just changed the chat. It's instead of staying up for only 15 seconds, it's gonna stay for like what? I guess 45 seconds. Hopefully that's fine. But yeah, okay. That is legit. That is true. I appreciate the longer form explanation on that. That actually is really nice.
Sympathy towards others in society. It lowers that level of empathy or sympathy. And here's I'm going to get into the more controversial part. So it's like almost 10 years ago now. Damn, I'm getting old. Almost about 10 years ago, I remember living right across the street from the Marcy houses, the Marcy projects. Now it's gotten a lot better, but like 10 years ago, like, yeah. There was a reason that apartments there cost $500 or $600 for a 2-bedroom. Nobody wanted to live there, and I lived there because I was completely broke at the time, just starting my business, had little experience, no money, and sometimes at the end of the day, if I was just tired or I just didn't want to be in my apartment that I didn't have an air conditioner for, I would just walk outside and sit on my stoop and just look around and just try and relax before the next 12 or 16-hour workday. And there would be a lot of stuff going on that was pretty nasty outside. And I never got involved in it. I was never involved just because I kept to myself. I never bothered anybody. I was polite. And frankly, whatever business transactions they were involved in really didn't have anything to do with me. So whatever feuds were going on, whatever other crap was going on, it had nothing to do with me. So I was able to just sit there safely without getting bothered most of the time. And every now and then I would talk to people that walked by. A lot of them were younger than I was, and I didn't care. Like, yeah, I look different than everybody, but I'm not going to be one of those people that doesn't say hi just because, you know, I look different or I dress different or I act different. Everybody that walks by, if they look at me or whatever, I go, how's it going? And there were some people that I would talk to, and who were the people who were occasionally initiating the violent acts against the other people that I was watching. And every now and then, they would come by the stoop at the same time that I was there. And I remember talking to somebody. Not on Google Hangouts, which I forgot to turn off before doing the video, but I remember talking to somebody.
I love the professionalism that he has. It's good. I mean, this was 7 years ago, but like, come on.
And I was just curious, and I knew that there was a good chance that I was going to get a bottle shoved in my face, or a good chance that I was going to get my ass kicked by people, but I was just really incredibly curious as to how this person came to be who they are. Because this one guy was doing a lot of this violent stuff. He had a girlfriend, and he treated the girlfriend very nicely. He had a mom, and when they went to the grocery store at the same time that I did, treated his mother very nicely, but could be just completely vicious and ruthless against a lot of the other men. And I remember asking him, like, you know, so I was talking about something to do with my parents, and I was like, what was your dad like? And he looks at me with this angry face, and he's like, fuck that, man, I don't even have a dad. And again, that childhood thing again.
Fat Dragon. What you described was this: it's called subjective interpretation. People's unique perspectives, shaped by their experiences, beliefs, and biases, lead them to perceive or understand the same event, object, or story differently. In a movie, one might see a hero's journey while another sees a cautionary tale, based on their personal lens. This happens because humans filter reality through their individual mental frameworks, making meaning inherently personal. Fat Dragon. Also Grok.
Grok is doing a pretty damn good job. And yeah, that fits. That makes sense. I understand that. Hold up. I'm gonna wait, let me turn this off. I'm gonna make this cause like now that I have this here. No, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This specific thing. No, we don't want to do that. Yeah. Boom. There we go. Yeah. So whenever it comes here, it's going to make the chat smaller, and then it'll become bigger. Because I don't like how it keeps clipping through my camera every time I move this way. So yeah. But yeah. Actually, that's really good. That's exactly what I was talking about. Grok is really good. I don't really know what else to say to that, but yes, true, agreed.
Doesn't have a dad, doesn't have a relationship with a dad. I was talking about something to do with my parents, and I was like, what was your dad like? And he looks at me with this angry face, and he's like, fuck that, man, I don't even have a dad. And again, that childhood thing again. Doesn't have a dad, doesn't have a relationship with a dad, can easily commit acts of unspeakable violence against other men. Just something to throw out there. And then I remember back when I had just opened the store, before I could afford having, you know, a receptionist and a salesperson and a technician and an assistant technician and this, that, and the other. Before I had that, I was often the one that was dealing with most of the customers. And I remember doing some of these, you know, just a 10 to 20 minute crap repair jobs, like A1181 screen repair or iPhone 4S screen repair, you know, crap like that takes 10 or 20 minutes, stuff where the customer can wait. I did a lot of that, and I got to talk to a lot of people. So I remember asking this one person who was one of these like really hardcore fourth wave feminists, like not the first wave feminists, not the, you know, the ones that believe in, you know, equality of opportunity, like the fourth wave ones that are like, you know, men are cancer, I don't care if you die, blah, blah, blah. Like the kind of person that walks in and is actually pissed off because...
That's crazy how he makes this distinction back in 2017. Okay. Well, yeah. 2017, I guess that was going on back then as well. But like, that's crazy how old the distinction between different waves of feminism was actually going on back then. That's funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's very interesting. Because I wouldn't expect people that long ago to be talking about this, but there it is.
there's a guy fixing their phone and not a woman. Like that kind of, because I do want to make a distinction. Equality.
Yeah, first wave feminism in agreement. Second wave feminism, I think in agreement. Third and fourth, I'm not so sure. Fourth, I know I'm completely against because it's just fourth wave is basically men bad. Third wave is like one step before men bad. And I think second and I think I'm in agreement with first because first is just the bare minimum. Like we just want equal rights, like equal for like they said the first thing that you said the freedom with and responsibility. Fourth wave feminism, like first wave feminism, they wanted the freedom and the responsibility, but then second wave they were slowly get it. They were like responsibility. Maybe we can like kind of like not. We'll still be responsible, but like some things obviously like we're women, we can't do certain things, you know.
I don't know. I still need my dinner waiting when I get home. Winky face.
And then third wave feminism is like, well, we want the freedom and we're not going to hedge about the responsibility. And then fourth wave like they don't care about the responsibility, about like they want to be free to do whatever they want. Like we're stepping away from equal rights and going to like women only rights. And then fourth wave feminism is basically we don't care about the responsibility, we want freedom, and men is bad. basically. So that's all the degrees of feminism for the basics. I'm not a feminist, so maybe I'm a little bit off on some of them, but I know first wave was like probably the best and probably the only wave that needed to existed, and all the other waves were kind of just slowly moving away from equal rights to women only rights, and men suck. Yeah. So and then they complain about like, oh, why won't men like be in agreement with this? And I'm like, you're calling men garbage or trash. Like, why do you think what good man is gonna like want to agree with that? Like, what?
Fat Dragon. First wave, late 19th to early 20th century, pushed for basic legal rights, mainly women's suffrage. It was about voting and property rights, especially in the UK and US. Second wave, 1960s to 1980s, broadened to social and cultural inequalities. It tackled workplace rights, reproductive freedom, and domestic issues like marriage laws and violence against women. Fat Dragon. Third wave, 1990s to early 2000s, embraced individualism and challenged universal definitions of womanhood. It focused on personal empowerment, sexuality, and breaking stereotypes, often highlighting global and marginalized women's issues. Fourth wave, 2010s to now, leverages digital platforms for activism. It targets sexual harassment, body positivity, and systemic power structures, with movements like #MeToo driving global awareness. Fat Dragon. Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, no, I appreciate it, actually. Everything sounds legit to me. Okay, so that changed my perspective on the third wave, though. Third wave, early 1990s, individualism and challenged universal definitions of womanhood. Okay. All right, so third wave is a little bit more tempered than I thought it would have been, but they are still challenging, like the concept of being a woman, like not being in the house all the time, or changing it's when third wave feminism happened, I think that's when the decline of women happiness went down, because women happiness is much lower than it's ever been. Like, it's been the lowest, and I have a feeling that it's because of the third wave feminism and fourth wave feminism on why because like you're basically like they're like, oh, why can't women be CEOs? And I'm like, now we have more women in CEO positions, but like women happiness is declining. It's almost like it's not a 1-to-1, but there's obviously a correlation of giving women a little bit more.
It added this at the end: each wave builds on the last, but they don't always agree. Some later waves critique earlier ones for being too narrow or exclusionary. Most likely, the fourth wave is still evolving, shaped by online discourse and real-world protests.
Yeah, the fourth, I mean, it's evolving in a very negative way. The fourth wave feminism, like the whole like fourth wave feminism are the people that still think Amber Heard was in the right. Like that has I am a 90% sure that that's what fourth wave feminism would definitely be in agreement with what Amber Heard said. Like that's insane to me. Like would still be on the side of Amber Heard, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. Which is it's yeah. The whole Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case and how like years later Johnny Depp actually was found like innocent and now he pressed charges and then wins.
It's the reason why trad wives became a thing.
What are trad wives? What do they do? Cause like I'm thinking, aren't trad wives supposed to be like stereotypically traditional wives, or is trad wife like something else entirely?
Opportunity, like the fourth wave ones that are like, you know, men screen repair, you know, crap like that takes 10 or 20 minutes, stuff where the customer can wait. I did a lot of that, and I got to talk to a lot of people. So I remember asking this one person who was one of these like
traditional wives, yes.
Oh, okay.
Really hardcore fourth wave feminists, like not the first wave feminists.
Yeah, trad wife. It's funny how you have to say trad wife now as like traditional wife, because it's not traditional anymore. It's seen as something that's lesser. Like women shouldn't want to be like this, which is kind of it's kind of funny because like the women that say that they don't want to be like this, they end up. There has to be a study out there showing where comparing liberal women to trad wife women and like gauging their happiness. There has to be a study out there that shows that.
Fat Dragon. I say trad because it's quicker to say.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard of it. I just didn't know it was just short for traditional. But yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Not the ones that believe in, equality of opportunity, like the fourth wave ones that are like, men are cancer, I don't care if you die, blah, blah, blah. Like the kind of person that walks in and is actually pissed off because there's a guy fixing their phone and not a woman. Like that kind of, because I do want to make a distinction, because there are different waves of feminism, and the different waves mean different things. First wave, but like...
Worse nary.
The modern...
Trad is traditional. Hey, Dragon.
Ah, the two have met. My, Oh, wait. Let me... No. Oh, wait. Never mind. Actually, here. I'm going to do a test. I'm going to do a test message. Random text. Enter.
Ruiz guy. Wait,
don't disappear. Don't disappear. Wait. I need to change the size of this.
Fat Dragon. Hey, worse nary waves.
There we go. Perfect. I got the sizing right. There we go. Because I don't want it to make it tinier than it needs to be. But yeah, let's just keep going.
Anyway, I remember talking to her, and the more I talked to her, the more she was like the fourth wave ones that are like, men are cancer, I don't care if you die, blah, blah, blah. Like the kind of person that walks in and is actually pissed off because there's a guy fixing their phone and not a woman. Like that kind of, because I do want to make a distinction, because there are different waves of feminism, and the different waves mean different things. First wave, but like the modern one. Anyway, I remember talking to her, and the more
he cut that part out because he probably was wrong about what he thought the first wave was, or he didn't really know what it was, and he didn't feel like looking into it or being wrong, so he cut that part out. A good one.
Talked to her, the more she was completely open, completely open about the fact that she just hated all men, and had no problem saying things like this while a man was fixing her $600 device in front of her. Just like was completely open about it. Had
the shamelessness.
Had the T-shirt that said all the man-hating stuff on it. And I remember asking, like, what is your what did your dad think of all that? And she's like, fuck my dad, he was a piece of crap. I don't have a dad. Almost the same as the other person, and it really kind of makes you wonder, like, the shittier the more the relationship breaks down between the child and the parent, the less of it really does affect how that person sees society. Like, that person hated all men, and it started out with a relationship with what sounded like an abusive man. That other, that other gangster sounding guy had a very, very violent relationship and a complete lack of empathy towards other men, as I could clearly see on the street on a regular basis. And he did not have a dad. He did not have a father figure. He did not have anybody that would, how do I put this? He did not have anybody in his life that was a positive figure in that way to allow him any type of empathy or sympathy towards those individuals. And what I notice happening more and more often is that a lot of these people that are just spewing and spouting negativity constantly, that are just bringing the world down, are very often people for whom their relationship with their parents was awful. And because their parents didn't help them, society took advantage.
Oh, and let me add a caveat to that. Just because you have just because you had bad parents doesn't automatically make you like, there's a correlation, obviously, but it doesn't automatically make you a bad person, or you won't automatically become a bad person or treat people in a bad way when you grow up. It's just that typically when you see kids that have very screwed up like things going on later in life, typically it's because of their childhood. But that's true. But the correlation that if you have bad parents, it automatically makes you that's not true. And we needed to have a distinction here, because like some kids like him, I want to ask, he probably has a video out there about his mom. After watching this video, I wanted to know, like, what do you think about your mom? Because he does say a lot of nice things about his dad, but what do you, the mom is not really in the picture here.
Where's Harry? Is this some Destiny sweepery?
No, there's nothing. This is not Destiny related whatsoever. I just like this guy. I started watching this guy before I even knew who Destiny was. Actually, the first time I ever heard the word Destiny or who Destiny was from this guy. Actually, he didn't tell me to watch Destiny. He just said that he liked Destiny.
Fair enough.
But this was a while ago. I don't know if he still likes Destiny or not, or if he believes any of his political beliefs. This guy doesn't talk about politics. He talks about his board repair. And he's like the right to repair guy. Like, he doesn't enter politics, and I appreciate that so much, because like he knows that he doesn't pay attention to that stuff. He knows that doesn't really have anything insightful to say about that. But I like the little, like, talking about talking about something like this. Don't scream at your children. Like, it's unpolitical, but it's controversial. Like, just because it's not political doesn't mean...
Oh, it's Lewis?
Lewis Rossman. 7 years ago, Lewis Rossman. Yep. Making insight... Like,
Saboteur of Destiny. Aha, Jay, how is it going? Can I get some context?
I feel like someone very similar of your name said something and followed, but like, how's it going? Can I get some context? We're talking about Lewis Rossman. There's your context. Yeah.
Because society took advantage of them, they now hate society.
Don't scream at your children.
I remember him from your other VID.
Yeah, but like, he followed me then too. So I'm confused on how you're able to follow me twice. But I appreciate the follow, though.
Or they hate that small subsection of society, and it makes it easier for them to justify a continuing spiral.
Let me go back a little bit.
Spewing and spouting negativity constantly that are just bringing the world down are very often
Where's Neri?
people...
I meant Lewis.
Oh. Yeah.
for whom their relationship with their parents was awful. And because their parents didn't help them, society took advantage of them. Because society took advantage of them, they now hate society. Or they hate that small subsection of society, and it makes it easier for them to justify a continuing spiral of becoming a shittier human being. And it didn't start when they were 25 or 30 or 20 or even 18 or 16. It starts when they're 2. It starts when they're 4. It starts when they're 6. It starts when you say to yourself, he doesn't understand what I'm saying, so it's okay. Let me tell you.
The scream. I like how he wraps this whole thing back up to don't scream around your children. Thank you for the follow. Damn, I'm getting a lot of follows today. Lo-fi. Thank you. Lo-Fi, just don't be that guy. Don't be that guy that asks me about art or anything, right? Just don't be that guy. But I appreciate the follow.
As somebody who can clearly remember conversations I had with my dad when I was 2 years old. We remember, we understand, and we know exactly what you're talking about. One of the things that I liked about my dad is that I remember I was something like 6 or 8 months old. I remember being in this playpen, and my uncle came over, and he said something along the lines of, he's not going to understand what we're saying. And my dad says, "Bull, watch this." And I was in the playpen, and I had Mr. Bunny, it was like this little stuffed bunny thing, on the other side of my playpen. And my dad looks at me, and he goes, "You left Mr. Bunny all alone. He's sad now. He's afraid. He has nobody to protect him." And then I ran over to Mr. Bunny, and I hugged him, and then I pet him, and I was so young, I don't even think I was able to talk yet, but I was able to understand that. My dad always tells me that story. I got to ask him how old I was, because honestly, I forget how old I was. I was clearly a baby. But I ran over, and my uncle's like...
Where's Neri? My mate's kid 15 doesn't go to school. Him and his wife shouting abuse at each other. Is sad.
Yeah. But then the problem is that if you try to say anything to those people, they'll just accuse you. Oh, you're trying to teach our kids. You're trying to tell us how to parent our kids. Like, how dare you? And I'm like, it's sad, but like, there's no way to like get around that, which kind of sucks. So, also, you literally typed something.
Where's
I was
Neri?
gonna say something.
His sister is fine, but he's a little sheet.
So there could be some post-traumatic growth. Like the sister probably had a little bit of post-traumatic growth because she knows what the parents did was wrong. But like if the kid doesn't grow from it, it can only get worse. So maybe some intervention with the kid and like telling like what the parents did is like bad, and making them feel like you can't. I don't know if you can make them feel better about it. Like, it's difficult. Like it's on the parents. It literally is on the parents. But like if the parents don't want to listen, then you kind of have to like talk to the kids. But then people get very touchy about that. So yeah.
Like, all right, point taken. Kids really can understand a lot more than adults give them credit for. One of the other things I appreciate about my childhood is that I don't remember my father doing what every other parent did, which is talk to their child as if they don't understand. I remember, I would talk to other people, and they would walk up to me and go, "Oh, you've gotten so big.
Where's Neri?
Wow.
I think he'll end in prison."
Yep, that's a sad reality. Yep. And then the parents are gonna feel bad, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, he was just a bad kid," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, yeah." I mean, depending on how much you care to intervene, maybe you would want to, but like, it's not your responsibility to intervene in someone else's
Saboteur
life.
of destiny. It also is on kindergarten teachers. I still remember teacher talking about how it is okay to say white lies.
Yeah, I agree, but ultimately it's on the parents, because the parents control whether that kid will see that kindergarten teacher in the first place. They have control of that. Parents will be like, "Oh, well, we don't really have control because we would have to leave the school district in order to get like a different class." No, you don't need to do that. You can complain to, you can literally complain to, or actually, the issue is that you don't know that the kindergarten teacher is saying that, and the parents don't know. So like, yes, I understand that the parents won't know those specific things if the kid's not telling them, especially if the kid doesn't even think what the teacher's saying is wrong or not. But it's like the parents should be teaching. Like, that's the thing though. I think parents should teach their kids more often.
You need a good moral grounding. Bad parenting, isn't it, sadly?
Yeah, bad parenting gives them a bad moral grounding, or no moral grounding at all. You could argue that. You can argue both. Like, they're essentially the same argument. But yes.
"Oh, is that a new outfit you have on? Oh my God, you look so handsome." Like, just shut the... I would just look at them like, what the fuck? Childhood is that I don't remember my father doing what every other parent did, which is talk to their child as if they don't understand. I remember, I would talk to other people, and they would walk up to me and go, "Oh, you've gotten so big. Wow. Oh, is that a new outfit you have on? Oh my God, you look so handsome. Like, just shut the... I would just look at them like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you talking to me like an idiot? Because my father, even when I was 6 months old, he talked to me like an adult. He would come home and say, how's it going, Lewis? So you want to go play ball, or you want to play with this remote control car, or you want to watch this, or... even when I was 2 years old, he was always talking to me in the same voice that he would use to talk to his boss, the same voice he would use to talk to his friends. He wouldn't necessarily say all the same things to me that he would say to his friends if he was, going out for beer one night. But it was the same. It was mostly the same inflection. It was the same. It was on the same level of conversation. It wasn't like, you are a child who is an idiot who must be talked to like an idiot. Even from a young age, he expected that I could understand on a conversation that was on an adult level. And I don't know, I kind of appreciate that. I like that that there wasn't somebody who was looking down on me and talking to me like I was an idiot that couldn't understand anything, even if I didn't have all the knowledge to understand everything he was saying. I think it served me well to understand a lot of concepts at a young age, and I think it served me well later in life, and I wish I saw more of that. You don't understand just how stupid the 4-year-old that you're talking to thinks you are when you're like, oh my God, you've gotten so big. Oh wow, you're so like, it's like, yes, I'm taller this year than I was last year. Like, would you like a fucking medal for pointing that out? Like, I still remember.
Oh damn. Oh shoot. I like it. I mean, I actually, when I was younger, I felt I saw other people getting that treatment, and I always felt embarrassed for the other kid. I always felt embarrassed for them. I'm glad I'm not that kid right now.
I remember that shit when I was like 3 years old. To this day, it's like, what a waste
Where's
of
Neri?
time.
Was he raised in Sparta?
No. I was gonna make an analogy, but I'm not really sure how Sparta was. It wasn't good, but like, this guy, Lewis was born in
Where's Neri?
New York.
Was a joke.
Oh. I was taking you. I mean, I kind of saw it, but I didn't see the funny aspect, so I took it more serious than I should have, but like, yeah, we'll just continue.
In conversation, I know that that's a fake smile. I know that that's a fake voice. Can you please stop condescending me by expecting me to think that it's anything other than what it is? It drove me nuts. Anyway, but back to and I find that so many of the negative people come out of crappy childhoods where parents assume that he doesn't understand, that he doesn't know what I'm talking about, that we can scream as much as we want. He has his headphones on. He could have his headphones on with music blaring. If he could even hear you at 40 dB in the background yelling, that is going to fundamentally affect the relationship that you have with your child, whether it's a boy or a girl or whatever, in a way that because I keep saying him, in a way that you cannot possibly imagine until it is too late. So please, stop screaming around your children. Stop screaming at your children, and stop projecting this, stop projecting this instability onto your kids. It really does fuck them up for a long time. And if you are doing that, I honestly, again, I don't care if it's 425.
Saboteur of destiny. I'm European. If you Google some map nerd stuff, you can see my country is in the middle of the EU with Czechia, where you can still legally beat children. There is more to it, but TLDR, humans needs both pain and happiness to grow. Yet I don't know a parent that would scream and swear at kids.
I mean, technically, in the U.S., I mean, it's not legal to abuse your kids, but like, people still beat their kids based on like religious stuff here. Like that still happens in the U.S. I don't think there has been any laws changing that because, or if it is illegal in the U.S., a lot of kids don't really want to grow up and like rat their parents out.
Drew, have you seen the new Gelly feature?
Gelly feature?
Plus. Amazing future.
Gelly feature? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about this game that I'm playing?
JTAG connector. I got no business with you. Hopefully this makes sense. As usual, I don't script any of these things. I don't write down ideas for later or anything. It just comes off the top of my head. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I haven't had breakfast yet, so this one probably kind of sucked. Anyway.
This was a good video. Don't downplay it. We got 4 seconds left, though.
Just things to think about. So as always, thank you for watching, and I hope you learned
A
something.
Lily Plus. Press F13 on your keyboard and see what comes to your screen. It's amazing.
I don't have an F13. It only goes up to F12. What are you talking
Saboteur
about?
of Destiny. You can put their pants down in the market if they are throwing a tantrum and beat their ass. If some
Oh.
liberal calls police, they mostly dismissed it.
Oh, wow.
A Lily Plus. It was a joke, bro. Laughing face.
Okay.
Saboteur of Destiny. Would that be legal in USA?
No, you couldn't do that in public. You wouldn't be able to do that in public. Like, that's Oh, God. What's going on here? The Majority Report? All right, let's watch something that could be probably cancerous, but you know what? Life is not... Bro, what is up with these titles, man? I feel like Lewis has so many things that's just so interesting to listen. What are you going to do about it?
Worse nary. Not legal in the UK either.
Okay.
Years ago, I'd started my business. And 10 and a half years ago, I'd started my business. And 10 years ago, I was living in a house where the owner of it, when I would call to complain about the termites that were there, would say, "What are you, Pinocchio? They're not after you." They were after me, but we'll leave that topic for another video now, won't we, landlord? One of the things that I learned very early in life, and that was reiterated to me every single effing day, is that life is not fair. About 10 years ago, there was another individual that started a business very similar to mine at the same time. I would get calls from his customers because they would say the touchscreen didn't work or the LCD didn't work unless they smacked on the phone or something like that, because he wouldn't put the little piece of foam back over the LCD connector so that it wouldn't get pushed up when there was any sort of jostle or impact to the phone. And I remember seeing him get a lot of media attention when I got no media attention. I remember seeing this one video in the local news with him replacing a screen, and it was actually on his effing website, where he swipes 3 times and it doesn't work because he didn't plug the effing digitizer connector in on the iPhone 3G. How hard is that? But he didn't plug it in. And he still had over $100,000
Saboteur of
in gross
Destiny.
revenue.
Man on YouTube new Nixon or content. Did you see some of those titles? I'm happy he is playing the money game right.
I don't know who you're talking about. So he does what? Oh. He does political stuff as well. Okay. Oh, he's basically the size of Destiny. Okay. Never heard of this guy. He's getting pretty decent views. So he's a VTuber. Interesting.
Saboteur of Destiny. Just read the title.
Destiny is 100% effed. Hassan Piker is 110% effed now. Hassan Piker is 100% done. Oh, damn. Yeah, he is getting the... Trump won realized taxes are funding... Oh, shoot. There was a okay. Actually, we will watch this live. All right. We're getting back to our daily scheduled program with...
Nice title.
We're getting back to our daily scheduled program of Destiny. Destiny reacted to let me just go to his channel. He reacted to where is it? Asmongold. We're gonna watch Destiny again.
They funded websites that published fake.
All right, so video. I want them to suffer. That's what Asmongold basically said verbatim. Asmongold is angry and wants revenge. All right, Destiny. This is gonna be more political, but this is We're gonna watch this. I know we just started this video, but actually, that's gonna be the next video. This is only 20 minutes, so we're gonna blast through this.
For a few months after he started his business.
Life is not fair. That's what he's saying. That's what he's talking about.
I'm fully aware of what it feels like to have
That's so weird. I kept clicking to pause it, but like it just wasn't pausing.
envy, to have depression, to be aggravated at watching someone have an easy path through life when yours is difficult. I'm used to feeling that aggravation that comes from when you realize that somebody has gotten millions of dollars in Y Combinator seed money when 10.5 years into your business, you're rubbing two sticks together, created an empire out of nothing, have educated hundreds of thousands of people, run a...
Those bags under his eyes.
He was born with that. He was born with that. He mentioned it on a video one time, and he's like, yeah, like that's just...
Saboteur of destiny.
It's...
Nux calls himself true centrist because he hates on both sides. I think he is Jewish anarchist though. You should watch him sometimes.
Yeah, well, I'll look into his stuff. He's basically the same exact size of Destiny. But I think Asmongold actually watched no. Asmon didn't watch a video of him. Asmon watched another VTuber talking about something specific, but it wasn't the same guy.
Profitable business and can't even get a bank to loan
Where's
you
Neri?
what amounts to two...
I thought less sleep than me.
Yeah, honestly, he probably is not getting a lot of... He's probably getting a lot more sleep nowadays, ever since he left New York. But he... And now he's in Texas. But now... that's just the way he looks. This is 5 years ago, so he was still in New York. He recently just moved out of New York, or completely left his New York business, but yeah.
2 goddamn weeks of your payroll. I'm aware of what that feels like. But sometime at around the middle to end of 2009, I decided to start asking a proper question. What are you going to do about it? And it's a question that I want you to start asking yourself. Because what I noticed, and this could vary for you, when it comes to anxiety and depression, I can't change how I feel when I see these situations. I can't change how I feel when I see the amount of work that I put in for several years, working at places like Avatar Studios and elsewhere, for free, cleaning up musician puke, hoping to learn from technicians like Roy Hendrickson and Ricky Began, only to be outdone by somebody who can't plug in a fucking connector. We're talking about someone who is getting major media coverage as if he was the second coming of Jesus Christ from every local blog, large local newspapers, large international newspapers, and television channels, when he doesn't know which way to hold a soldering iron from and can't even plug in an effing digitizer. Loads of media attention so that he has a line out the door. I can't change how I feel about these situations, but what I can do is I can ask, what am I going to do about it? So I had to ask myself, what am I going to do about it? I used to say, well, I'm not very sociable, I don't have a large network of people, it's going to be hard to meet journalists and people who could talk about my business or get customers because I'm weird and I'm strange and people find me to be weird and strange and I'm not sociable and I don't really like meeting other people. Or I could say, well, that person started out with a lot of money and I didn't start out with...
You know, I really appreciate, like,
Where's Neri? BRB.
All right. He like, Lewis knows how to do self-criticism. Like, he literally, like, that's all legit what he's saying. Like, he truly actually believes these things about himself, but he's not gonna let that stop. That's not gonna let him stop him. Like, he understands his flaws. That's the thing that I want to say. He understands his flaws, but he doesn't use those flaws as like an excuse to why he doesn't, or why he can't accomplish certain things. But like, he understands his flaws.
With a lot of money, and I don't really have a lot of money. I have $200 in my name.
Some people just don't. Some people can't quibble with the fact that they have flaws, and own it. And Lewis owns it, and I respect that.
And I'm always broke, and I live in a fucking place with termites. Rather than do that, I decided to ask myself, what am I going to do about it?
True. There we go. Literally proving my point.
So I took about $20. I went to H&M or Uniqlo, or one of those stores with the red logo or whatever that you can buy shirts at. Got myself a blue polo shirt. And I went to the Apple store around 9th Avenue and 14th Street. And I walked in. And I'd see lots of people there, and I would go up to the ones that looked a little disheveled or grumpy or pissed off, and I'd go, how can I help you? And they would say, well, I got some liquid on this machine, and it only turned, I can kind of get it to turn on sometimes with the power button, but once it turns off, I can't get it to turn back on again. And I'd say, well, On this machine, unlike on other machines, the power button is actually integrated into the keyboard. So what that does is, even if you get liquid on your Z key, it's going to affect your power button, which means that you're not going to be able to turn it on. Now, replacing this keyboard is a bit of a pain in the ass. You'd probably be looking at something around $170 to do so. But it is doable, and you don't have to replace the whole case. Now, some people are going to tell you have to replace the entire top case rather than just the keyboard. That's going to wind up costing you more money. Some people are even going to tell you have to replace the entire machine at some flat rate cost of $750 because they just don't want to figure out what it actually is. By the way, I don't actually work here. Here's my card. But you can see what they say and, ask me if you have any questions. Or they would have an issue where the backlight on their screen wasn't working or something. It would only work when they moved it back and forth. So I, walk up to them and say, how can I help you with your A1181? And they go, well, backlights are not working. And I go, well, there's three things that can cause it. It could be a bad screen. It could be that the inverter board is bad. That's a piece that takes the power from your battery and turns it into AC that you would use to light a fluorescent light. Or it could be that the cable that travels that is bad. Now, if it's static, meaning that it's not turning on at all, that's probably the inverter. If it's turning on when you move it back and forth, that could be the inverter cable. The inverter cable in this model is putting up, it's not exactly a beefy, hardy cable. It breaks fairly easily. So if it's a cable, you're probably looking at 75 to 100. It's a pain in the ass to get in there and replace it. If it's an inverter, probably 75 to 100. It's annoying. I know it's a $5 part, but getting the clutch cover off in this model is a real pain in the ass to get it back in. Or worst case scenario, you got a bad screen. We can the LP133WX1 TLA1 is what gets.
You were very, very esoteric, but you know what? I love it. He literally knows what he's talking about.
It's used in here. It's the best looking one out of the LTN138TO1 and the N133B1L01, which is a blue tint or a yellow tint. The LG looks the best. You're probably looking at like $160 to replace that. Those are the three possibilities. By the way, I don't actually work here, but here's my card. Let me know what they have to say. And then they get up there and they would talk to somebody who didn't know the difference between an inverter board and a fucking vibrator. They talk to somebody who wouldn't know the difference between a power button versus a keyboard versus a top case versus the whole machine. Who would just give them a flat rate for everything, stare at them with that 1,000-yard stare about what. When they would ask any sort of question and not engage them and not put any confidence in them. So what I did is I have this strange memory where I can't remember what I ate yesterday. I don't remember the name of my girlfriend half the time, but one thing that I can remember are model numbers of screens that I used to purchase 10 years ago. I can't get this stuff out of my head. I'm an encyclopedia of useless knowledge. PP3V3_G3hot before PPBus G3 hot. VCCIO versus VCore. What comes first? I know this stuff about machines that are obsolete, and I shouldn't, but I'm not sociable. So what did I do? I decided to put myself in a situation where people would not care that I'm socially awkward, nor would they care that I'm broke. They simply wanted to speak to somebody. They pleaded to speak with somebody who actually knew what the F they were talking about, and they wouldn't care if I came off as weird. So I donned my blue polo shirt and walked in. Didn't say I worked for Apple. Just got my foot in the door. Literally. And it worked. It worked. It grew my business. Now, this is one of those awkward things. I remember when I worked at Atlantis Healthcare for 45 minutes. They had these training sessions with this old Italian salesman guy. And he would talk about how when you're selling healthcare, you can't, when you're offering this to somebody, if you were offering them a $500 and you just gave it to them and they said no, why do you feel weird? Are you crazy or are they crazy for not taking it? They're crazy for not taking it, right? Now, obviously, the Atlantis healthcare plan fucking sucked, and it's totally different because you're comparing giving somebody money versus giving up their current insurance for an insurance that is an unknown, that may or may not be better, that may or may not cover things as well, that may or may not have better customer service that you would have to research to figure out. But the point applied, and it stuck in my head, and it got me to decide to do that. Let me go there and see what happens. And what happened is I went from making $100 a week to $200 a week to $400 a week to $1,000 a week to $1,200 a week, and it went up from there. And one of the things that happened here is I had so much time that I was focusing on helping people, on explaining issues to people. I had time that I was focusing on fixing the client's devices, figuring out what's wrong with them, building up a network, making the people happy. That now I had purpose. I was no longer focused on the unfairness of the world. The world was still just as unfair, except I was making my corner of it a little bit more fair for me. And the thing is, when you're having these types of issues, when you're having issues building a new business, because it will be hard to build a new business, when you're having those financial hard times, it's easy to look, especially in the modern day. You can just, again, Brett Weinstein had this interesting talk on YouTube where he was talking about how our brain is just not wired for the modern world in terms of if you're jealous of somebody, if you're jealous of your neighbor 5,000 years ago when almost everybody had the same job, if he's doing 10 times better than you got the same land, you got the same resources, it makes sense to be jealous of him because he's probably doing something you're not. But today, it doesn't make sense because you could have entirely different backgrounds, you have entirely different jobs. It's easy to get aggravated. You look at Facebook, you look at Instagram, you look at NBC News, you see these people that are just making money. And
yeah, bro. Yeah. It's the same thing. Oh, bro, it's the same thing. He's describing the same unfairness that, like, these people... So, there's some people that want to... that they're trying to, like, unionize, right? And they talk about, all they can talk about is the unfairness about the job that they're in and how, like, oh, we should be making more for doing the exact same thing. And like, look at all the terrible things that we got. Like, everything's unfair about this, right? Like, we're doing so much work, and we should be paid a lot more than what we're being paid, right, guys? And I'm like, if your only focus is that, like, I understand the mental thing of doing that, but at the same time, it's like you're purposely focusing on that. Like, why not focus on the good thing? And this is literally. But then I guess they would argue, oh, but can everyone do what Louis Rossmann did? And I'm like, so what if they can't do it? Like, that's not their, like, life is not fair. Like, that's just it. Life is not fair. Okay, I understand Lewis's point now.
And they don't seem like they earned it or deserved it. It's easy to focus on that and then become depressed.
Yeah, true.
But today, it doesn't make sense because you could have entirely different backgrounds. You have entirely different jobs. It's easy to get aggravated. You look at Facebook. You look at Instagram. You look at NBC News. You see these people that are just making money. And they don't seem like they earned it or deserved it. It's easy to focus on that and then become depressed. And the problem with becoming depressed is it makes you less likely to ask, what are you going to do about it? And it makes it less likely that you're going to focus on the things that you can do about it. You cannot take the success that individual has and grab it for yourself. But what you can do is you can take action today that may allow you to get something that you wouldn't have had otherwise, that would make life a little bit more fair for you. And it's something that I think you should ask yourself. Be honest with yourself. Are you doing every single thing that you need to do to get to where you want to be? I'll get these questions on a regular basis in my YouTube inbox or YouTube comment section, or people will email me on a regular basis since I released my email a couple too many times, where they'll tell me where they are and they'll ask, what should I do? And I'll give an answer. It may not be the right answer, but it'll be an answer with actionable things that you can do. And then they'll say, well, I may be able to try this, but probably not. Or, well, this, life's not fair because of this, that, and the other, so I may not be able to do it. And I'll hear a lot, but I'm not hearing people answer what it is they can do about it. Because the things that you may be able to do about it, they may be ridiculous. They may be as ridiculous as going to Uniqlo, buying a blue polo shirt, walking into the Apple store, and talking to their own disgruntled customers. But you know what that was? That was something I could do about it. That was more than what I would do wallowing in my chair, doing jack shit, playing Dota or Warcraft 3, and being depressed at the fact that life's not fair. And the reason that it's hard to have this conversation is because I understand that 10.5 years ago, I probably wouldn't have listened to somebody if they told this to me. But I think...
I mean, what he's saying is true. I 100% agree with what he's saying. I don't go out into the world and saying that life is not fair. Like, I just, like... You're not going to get anywhere by saying that. You need to do something about something. Like, if you want something better, you got to go out and do it. Like, that's just it. That's just life. Life is like that's just a reality. Saying life is not fair and complaining that life is not fair is not going to fix your unfairness. Like, that's just impossible. That's an impossibility that you can fix. You can't fix life not being fair. It's just a reality. And the moment you accept that will be the moment that that would be the launching off point. Like, but if you can't accept that about reality, then you're just gonna spiral into depressionness and unsuccessfulness, and then keep blaming the world for your problems, I guess.
I think it's an important thing to get across.
Like, maybe that might get you somewhere, but I highly doubt it will.
Is that every time you're having one of these problems, every time you have a problem where you don't think you're being treated the right way, or you think somebody has something that they haven't earned that you have, or you're in a financial pit, what can you do about it? What can you do about it? What is it that you can do today? I'm not asking you what is guaranteed to get you out of the pit. I'm not asking what is a great idea, even a great idea. I'm simply asking, what can you do? And by doing something about it, even if it doesn't always work, you've given yourself a plan. Giving yourself a plan, in my case, helps give me purpose. Giving myself purpose means I feel less depressed, and if there's anything that I've learned in life, it's that when I feel less depressed, things just manage to happen that otherwise would never have happened. It's easy when I'm depressed to say, well, this probably wouldn't work, and well, I've tried this, and well, if only this had worked out well for me, then that wouldn't be a problem. But when I'm not depressed, it's just amazing how things just manage to work. Am I saying that all of you should don a blue polo shirt, walk into an Apple store, and help the customers that they're not willing to help? No. In your own life, figure out what can you do about the aspects of your life that are unfair. I'm not saying, is it going to work? I'm not saying you should ask yourself, is it going to work? I'm not saying you should only do it if it's going to work or it's a great idea. I'm simply saying, what is it that you can do that will not cause harm to others, that will not cause undue stress or aggravation to the people around you? What can you...
I so resonate with what he's saying right now, because the whole reason why I'm streaming in the first place is trying to fix this specific situation. Like, everyone has flaws, and everyone has different opinions on what they like and what they don't like, and flaws in personality, which kind of goes down in the category of things that you just don't like, and you're kind of working your way around it. I am doing something to fix a certain flaw of mine on the, and it's partly, it's a big reason on why I'm streaming, because like, all right, I guess I'll get personal. Like, I was debating if I want to say this or not. Like, I have an issue with, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about that. We'll talk about that another time. But let's just say I have a flaw. I'm streaming, and it's hitting a thing that I like doing, but also minimizing the thing that I don't like doing, which is, I think it's pretty good. I think it's legit. So far, it's working out. Like, I'm in a much... Okay, I'm not in a much better place right now, but I'm... Actually, comparatively, I am in a much better place. Like, before, I wasn't... See, I'm trying to... I want to talk about it, but I don't want to get personal about it. So we're just going to leave it at that. Let's keep going. I resonate with what he's saying 100%. And it's a big reason on why I stream and also keep doing what I'm doing. Like, yeah, just keep going.
Make your life maybe a little bit better. Or even if it didn't make your life better, what can you do that will simply give you purpose during the hours where you feel that you do not have purpose? Now, I want you to...
Yes.
Really question every single one of the excuses that you're going to give as to why it is you shouldn't do that, could maybe not be able to do that, and don't want to do that, and ask yourself, when you're sitting and you're not doing anything at all, is it really better that you sit there and not do anything at all than do something that may give you a little bit of a sense of purpose, that may move you forward? It's difficult for me to have this conversation with you, because if I, at 30, went back to me at 20 and said, what you're going to do is don a blue polo shirt, walk into the Apple store, not care that you're socially awkward, not care that you started with no money, not care that the world is not fair, and find customers that are grumpy, and simply explain to them what is going on with the knowledge that you've acquired, that you earned, and go from there, I wouldn't have listened. If somebody told me that you should try to leverage what it is that makes you different, what it is that makes you awkward, what it is that makes you strange in an environment where people may actually consider it to be valuable, just try it. What the hell? If it doesn't work, who cares? Maybe some people think you're awkward in a store, whatever. I wouldn't have listened, but it worked. And there were a lot of things that I had to try when I was depressed, and I thought, there's no point, it's unfair, that may not work, until I got to trying the one thing that actually did work and got me a little bit of a leg up when I really needed a leg up. And once I had that leg up, I felt a little better. Once I felt a little better, it was easy for me to keep that going until I got to where I am now. And that's the part that's so frustrating, because I get so many emails from people, and I have met people in my own life, and I get so many emails from people who are telling me what it is, you know, they're asking what advice would I give them, here's the situation they're in, I'll tell them what I think, and then they'll just give me a list of reasons as to why they can't do it. And as frustrated as I will become with the individuals who don't ask themselves what they can do about their current situation, but rather wallow in it and focus on the fact that the world is not fair, what pisses me off more than anything else is I know 10.5 years ago, there's no way that you could have convinced me otherwise. There's no way you could have convinced me that it would be worthwhile to do that. Until one day, I just decided, screw it. You know, again, let me trust that if I tell the truth and the world is a good place, that something good will happen from me sharing my knowledge and go from there. But I'm hoping that if you're watching this and you're having some issues, if you're having, whether it's a financial issue, or you're having an issue in your social life, or you're having an issue at a business that you're trying to start, or whatever it is, that you ask yourself, rather than focus on what is unfair, ask yourself, what can I do about the problem that I am having? What can I do about the financial situation that I've gotten myself in? What can I do about the rut that I found my career in? Again, I'm not saying that you need to have a specific goal in mind. Simply, what is it that you have the power to do? And focus on that rather than focusing on the unfair. It's very easy to focus on the unfair. And when I was focused on the unfair, I was living in an apartment filled with termites, while a jackass that actually threatened to report my business if I didn't allow him to buy me out for $80,000 7 years ago, make $100,000 a month while I was living with termites. And now that I've not thought, now I don't think like that anymore. His business is closing. And my business is doing better than ever. Life is not necessarily fair, but you do have the power to make it more fair. You can't make things immediately fair for everybody, but you do have the power.
Yes. That is a golden comment right there. Golden comment.
To make things more fair within your own sect, within your own corner. And that's on you.
Actually, let's listen to that one more time.
7 years ago, make $100,000 a month while I was living with termites. And now that I've not thought, now I don't think like that anymore. His business is closing. And my business is doing better than ever. Life is not necessarily fair,
I don't want
You have
music.
the power to make it more fair. You can't make things immediately fair for everybody, but you do have the power to make things more fair within your own sect, within your own corner. And that's on you. And it's important that you try to do so. Something else that I noticed is that it would bother me when the world was as unfair as it was, and I would realize that nobody cared or wanted to do anything about it, at least to help me. And there would be people who were able. They were able to give me a lifeline. I knew they had it, and they wouldn't do it. But one of the things that I noticed is that when I started, rather than focusing on how things were unfair, once I started focusing on what I could do about it, once I started taking action on it, even if it didn't always work, people realized that I was taking action on why the world was unfair for me, rather than wallowing in it, and they were then willing to lend a helping hand where they were not willing to lend a helping hand before. They were willing to invest a little bit of time or effort, or maybe even some of their financial resources, into helping me out because they figured that it was a good investment. And when I say investment, I don't mean investment in the sense that they were going to get something back. I mean investment in the sense that they knew that if they helped me out, maybe, just maybe, I would do something good for myself. But that starts with showing that you're willing to ask yourself what you're willing to do about the unfairness that you're born into. And it's a shit cycle. It really is a shit cycle where life is unfair for you. Therefore, you become depressed. Therefore, you don't feel like investing the effort into figuring out what you can do about it. Therefore, since you're not willing to invest the effort, other people are not willing to invest the resources into you. So you don't have the resources that you need to actually do something. But breaking the cycle, unfortunately, is going to start with you. Which is why I'm making this video, because I hope it encourages some people who were in the same destructive cycle that I was in 2006, 2007, 2008, and most of 2009 to stop. A lot of people will ask, what are you doing working until 11 o'clock at night or 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock or 2 in the morning? Because while there are certain financial issues I have at this particular instance in my life that I hope to get over, I'm not at the point where I'm about to get kicked out of my apartment or go back to a place that's infested with termites if I don't stay at work until 1 or 2 in the morning. But one of the things that keeps me working is I will see that there's something that's unfair, or even after I got to the next level, I'll say, well, why is this the way it is? Why is that the way it is? Well, what can I do about it? I may not be able to get exactly what I want today, but I can get a little bit closer if I put a little bit of work in, or I try a new idea, or I try a new thing. And it may not be something that's necessarily going to be exactly what it is that fixes my problem. How's it going? People are staring at me. But you never know. It may get me a little bit closer. And if I have a choice between doing jack shit, sitting down, wallowing, feeling depressed, aggravated, looking at how the world is not fair, or doing something that gives me a sense of purpose, whether or not it actually accomplishes my goal, I will choose the latter every single time. And I'm going to ask you today to do the exact same thing in your life. If you're sitting there, if you're not doing anything worthwhile, take the Doritos, put them down, take the Warcraft 3, hit Alt F4, and
I will not hit Alt F4, but hey. He's talking to me right now. He's literally talking to me right now.
Find something that you can do that will give you a bit of a sense of purpose, that will get you not even guaranteed, but may get you a little bit closer to your goal of the world being a little bit more fair for you. You're probably not going to listen, because 10.5 years ago, I wouldn't have listened either, and I remember those days like they were yesterday, but I hope you do. That's it for today.
I am listening, and I'm literally doing what it works for my situation. It may look like it's counterproductive to some people, but it works for my situation. And you know what? I'm being super vague on what I'm specifically talking about, but you can guess in the comments below, because this is going to be a video, maybe, possibly, but yeah.
Today, and as always, I hope you learned something.
Yes, I did learn something, and we are going to go to this video right here. I want them to suffer. He's bad mouthing. We have 50 minutes of bad mouthing my man Asmongold. Seems like Asmongold seems to be a little upset. This used to be a crazy conspiracy theory. All right, let's go. Let's hear it. What do you have to say about this, Destiny?
They funded websites that published fake and false and misleading information in order to slander gamers.
He's just straight up wrong. He claims that USAID paid political millions per year to write Gamergate stories. Reality, USAID paid a whopping $24,000 in 2024 on subscriptions and had precisely zero editorial influence. Oh, just like government employees?
I want these people to suffer.
Jesus.
Because that's what they did to me.
Oh my God.
Gamers rise up. We're done. We're done.
Because there's so many lies and falsehoods circulating, and so many claims that people are sort of not with the program. I think people are just completely dislocated. There's no stable ground on which to walk. And then, of course, most of them have been laid off, so they're
That's
worried
right.
about how they're going to pay the bills and how they're going to make rent.
That's what
But
happens
maybe the
when you get
part
fired.
that is the most striking and for me inspiring, if not surprising, having worked there for 4 years,
She can do DoorDash.
is that, you know, the people who work at USAID did not come to work at USAID for the money.
Ammunition.
The civil servants, the foreign servants, the contractors, they came to USAID because they wanted to make a difference in the world. Because
That's the problem. Yep, that's the problem. See that? Yep, that. See,
Production.
You figured it out. That's it.
What's
Learn the code. Yeah.
what's the
they
problem?
saw America's
That people are
interests
passionate about their jobs or things that they do. What's the problem?
as tied up with the interests of people.
Wait, hold up. I wasn't listening to this because I was too busy trying to like spell something.
Yeah,
All right.
people are just completely dislocated. There's no stable ground on which to walk. And then, of course, most of them have been laid off, so they're
That's
worried
right.
about how they're going to pay the bills and how they're going to make rent.
That's what
But
happens
maybe the
when you
part
get fired.
that is the most striking and for me inspiring, if not surprising, having worked there for 4 years,
She can do DoorDash.
is that, you know, the people who work at USAID did not come to work at USAID for the money. The civil servants, the foreign servants, the contractors, they came to USAID because they wanted to make a difference in the world. Because
That's the problem. Yep, that's the problem. See that? Yep, that. See, you figured it out. That's it.
Wait, I'm
Learn the
confused.
code. Yeah.
What's the
they
problem?
saw America's
That people are
interests
passionate about their jobs or things that they do. What's the problem?
as tied up with the interests of people, vulnerable people around the world.
That's right. That's exactly why you're fired. You're going to be working in DoorDash. That's it. Working on DoorDash on welfare. Thank God. Taking our tax money, giving it to random ass fucking countries so they can do drag shows. See ya. See ya. Too bad. Have fun.
True.
And so even as they're
That's the problem. Oh, but Desi's. Oh, wait. Oh, so Desi has nothing to say about this? He's not even confused. He knows that that's true. That's why he has nothing to, that's why he's indifferent on the comment of what he's saying. He's like, oh, what's the problem? But then literally says nothing when he mentions the problem. And I'm like, okay, good job. Good job, Destiny. Let's just ignore everything that he just said. Okay. All right.
struggling to figure out how to make rent all of a sudden.
Yep.
They're most struggling with the fear that so many millions of people who relied on us as a country, on USAID as an agency, but on them as individuals.
Yeah, we fired them and we don't give a fuck about those people. Get them out.
True. Yo.
Okay.
That's it. I love how people like this. I wonder if they realize that this is like porn for people that voted for Trump. Do they know that?
We do now.
True. Yeah. Yo. Asmon's on point right now.
Oh, thanks for saying it out loud. This is what I was saying before. It doesn't matter if something good is happening to a lot of the unhinged MAGA people. What matters is if something is bad happening to somebody else, even if it ends up hurting them a little bit. As long as the other person's hurting more, it's fine.
Like, this is the best case scenario. Yeah, like, this is, like, how many of you guys watch this and you're like, yeah, and then, oh, everybody, you're sad, and then there's all the people that don't have, oh, wow.
I like how Asmongold has also become like, he's morphed into the perfect person to kind of demonstrate a lot of the talking points I've had over the past few months, where I'm like, the issue is liberals doom scroll, but Republicans like glee scroll on a team that they're inting on, right? You've got like a guy inting top, and like one guy's like, fuck, we're never gonna win this game. He's like, that's right, oh, we're all losing this one, boys. Negative 15 LP, see you later. And that's like him right now.
Oh, yeah. This is, like, I'm going to be honest, I'm so happy to watch these videos. I hate these parasites. Get them the fuck out. Absolutely. No sympathy here? Fucking zero from me. Absolutely. It's
Yup.
cathartic? Yes. These guys are posting their own L's.
That those individuals out in the world have no place to turn.
That's
and
right.
indeed, they're
Nothing to say to that. Okay. All right. I mean, he'll Destiny. Well, I mean, I don't really have anything to say about like what he said specifically before. Let's just go back a little bit.
demonstrate a lot of the talking points I've had over the past few months, where I'm like, the issue is liberals doom scroll, but Republicans...
Funny how he says talking points, as if he was only saying that before because he had zero evidence, but it was just a feeling that he had. And I'm like, okay, good job, Destiny. Good job, Destiny. Well, wow, look at that. He pointed it out, guys. Oh, yeah, he pointed out, guys. Like, Asmongold has no sympathy, guys. It's a talking point that I thought, oh, yeah, what a revelation here. Asmongold has no sympathy to the people that wasted his taxpayer money. Like, okay, good job, yeah. What an insight, Destiny. Good job.
Republicans, like, glee scroll on a team that they're inting on, right? You've got, like, a guy inting top, and, like, one guy's like, fuck, we're never going to win this game. He's like, that's right. Oh, we're all losing this one, boys. Negative 15 LP. See you later. And that's, like, him right now.
Oh, yeah. This is, like, I'm going to be honest, I'm so happy to watch these videos. I hate these parasites.
I mean, in Destiny's defense, I guess, Destiny's worldview is that what Asmon is saying is, like, negative, I guess, right? But, like, obviously, Asmon doesn't think that's a negative because, like, he wouldn't be saying it. He wouldn't be happy for this. Like, it's obviously a positive in Asmongold's eyes, but Destiny lives in a different world, so, yeah, everything's kind of opposite.
Get him the fuck out. Absolutely. No sympathy here? Fucking zero from me. Absolutely. It's cathartic? Yes. These guys are posting their own L's.
That those individuals out in the world have no place to turn.
That's
and
right.
indeed, they're showing up and finding health clinics shuttered and soup kitchens closed and advisors who were helping governments renegotiate debt with China, those advisors, you know, now taken off the books.
That's right.
So just the wreckage in the world is what the USAID staff that I'm in touch with are carrying with them. That's what's keeping them up at night, as much as the question of what am I going to do tomorrow, and, you know, how do I take care of my family?
God, bro, I've never seen a bigger W. See ya, bitch. Go with the DoorDash.
Jesus Christ.
Yo! Yo, damn. All right, Asmon. I've never seen a bigger W. Oh, bro. Because, like, the way that Asmon sees is, like, the only thing that this lady is talking about is all the positives or all the things that seemingly look like it's a positive because, like, obviously there's, like, it's not USAID is not all just negative. Obviously there's some little things that they do that's actually kind of good, but the overwhelming majority is, like, just wasteful spending, and, like, just get rid of it. Like, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. And, like, Asmongold is only focusing on, like, yeah, that's great. You're gonna sugarcoat it and make it seem all nice and stuff. You're not gonna get any sympathy from me. Like, come on now. Like, all these other negative things, like, so what? And now Destiny's like, damn, this looks bad, man, guys. This looks bad. Whoa, guys. Like, look at it. Asmon's angry, man. Like, he's going out of control here, guys. And I'm like, okay, all right, Destiny. Good job. Good job.
She's not even doing anything that bad. Or, I mean, I can't even believe I said that. She's not even...
Yeah, I can't believe he did actually say that. Like, obviously, he's not talking about, like, she's not talking about anything. Obviously, she's not talking about anything bad. Like, she's purposely ignoring all the stuff that is bad about USAID.
Doing anything bad. Like, bro, what's your, like, the hatred for this person? Like,
Go do Uber Eats. Go work at McDonald's. Put the fries in the bag. Like, thank God. Get the out of here. What a waste of everybody's money. What a complete waste of literally billions of dollars, bro. Billions of dollars wasted on these retards. You're wrong, especially about her. If you're in charge of this shit and you're okaying different types of advocacy programs for social issues across the world, you are using my tax money in a way that I will vote against. That's really just that simple.
then vote for it. Have them remove it in Congress. The president doesn't get to do that unilaterally. Or at least, like,
Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Destiny, boo-hoo.
king count, I guess.
So you might not like that. You might think, oh, well, that's mean to say, but that, I don't care. You're right. You are right, especially about her. Yeah, exactly. She's the one in charge. Yeah, exactly. And I love how a millionaire is for Trump. You think I give a about that? I don't care about the taxes part. That's not even the point. It's not about a millionaire Trump. Oh, wow, Trump's going to cut my taxes. I hope he raises my taxes. That way we can put people like this back in mental institutions and we can solve the problem and people won't have to worry about it anymore. So, yeah.
Oh, shit. Holy crap. Yo. Yo. I didn't watch this before, but that's... You're... Damn. The sympathy scale is... doesn't exist in this video at all. Oh, bro. Man. Damn. Okay. That's ruthless. That is ruthless. It's hilarious, though.
No, I hope that's what happens. Thank God.
He's just straight up wrong. He claims that USAID paid political millions per year to write Gamergate stories. Reality, USAID paid...
Oh, no. Oh, no. There was a jump cut. There was a jump cut.
About it anymore. So, yeah, no, I hope that's what happens. Thank God.
He's just straight up wrong. He claims that USAID...
Oh, wait, what? Hold up.
More. So, yeah, no, I hope that's what happens. Thank God.
He's just straight up wrong.
All right, so it went from... We literally went 30 minutes into the video. All right. So this is... $2/7/25. All right, we're gonna watch some. Now that we're done with the propaganda, let's actually watch the legit video. Destiny VODs. Oh, it actually said it right. Perfect. Boom. All right, so now we're looking for the 7th of February, which is, I don't know how many days ago that was. This is
into it like, please
the 5th. All right, so this is the wrong one. So we need to go to maybe this one.
It's liable to...
This is the 8th. All right, so we've got to go back one.
The Her report...
There we go, the 7th. So...
revealed that Biden suffers from poor memory and even in his prime cannot be trusted with sensitive information. I will always protect our national security. Keep in mind that Trump was indicted for and was being heavily investigated for literally spreading our secrets to...
Okay, so we need to go to around 8 o'clock. So...
What? Okay.
All right, so 24. Oh, this is it.
There are some secret memes about how much Hassan talks about you and is obsessed with you, but you couldn't say before. Can you maybe say now?
Leave of absence notice that you didn't expect to get on a flawed predicate that you're doing radical leftist insubordination.
Wait. You've said there are some secret memes about how much Hassan talks about you and is obsessed with you, but you couldn't say before. Can you maybe say now? It was related to basically to what Ethan said. I've heard from a lot of people, but nobody wants to obviously go on record saying it. But I've heard from a lot of people that do shows with Hassan that he's mentioned explicitly, we can't talk about Destiny. I don't want to mention Destiny or anything about Destiny. And that if he works with...
That's great.
Yeah. I think people are just completely dislocated. There's no stable ground on which to walk. And then, of course, most of them have been laid off, so they're worried about how they're going to pay the bills and how they're going to make rent.
That's what happens
maybe the
when you
part
get fired.
That is the most striking and, for me, inspiring, if not surprising, having worked there for 4 years.
She can do DoorDash.
Is that, you know, the people who work at USAID did not come to work at USAID for the money. The civil servants, the foreign servants, the contractors, they came to USAID because they want to make a difference in the world. Because
that's the problem. Yep, that's the problem. See that? Yep. See, you figured it out. That's it. Learn the code, yeah.
What's the problem?
They saw America's
that people are passionate about their jobs or things that they do. What's the problem?
As tied up with the interests of people, vulnerable people.
Yeah.
Around
I'm gonna let
the
it
world.
play because I don't know. Maybe he might have cut other stuff out of context, but yeah.
That's right. That's exactly why you're fired. You're going to be working in DoorDash.
We're listening to the same thing, but that's fine.
Welfare. Thank God. Taking our tax money, giving it to random ass fucking countries so they can do drag shows. See ya. See ya. Too bad. Have fun.
And so even as they're struggling to figure out how to make rent all of a sudden, they're most struggling with the fear that so many millions of people who relied on us as a country, on USAID as an agency, but on them as individuals.
Yeah, we fired them and we don't give a fuck about those people. Get them out.
Okay.
That's it. I love how people like this. I wonder if they realize that this is like porn for people that voted for Trump. Do they know that?
We do now. Thanks for saying it out loud. This is what I was saying before. It doesn't matter if something good is happening to a lot of the unhinged MAGA people. What matters is if something is bad happening to somebody else, even if it ends up hurting them a little bit. As long as the other person's hurting more, it's fine.
Like, this is the best case scenario. Yeah, like, this is, like, how many of you guys watch this and you're like, yeah, and then, oh, everybody, you're sad, and then there's all the people that don't have, oh, wow.
I like how Asmongold has also become, like, he's morphed into the perfect person to kind of demonstrate a lot of the talking points I've had over the past few months, where I'm like, the issue is liberals doom scroll, but Republicans, like, glee scroll on a team that they're inting on, right? You've got, like, a guy inting top, and, like, one guy's like, fuck, we're never gonna win this game. He's like, that's right, oh, we're all losing this one, boys. Negative 15 LP, see you later. And that's, like, him right now.
Oh, yeah. This is, like, I'm gonna be honest.
I have no idea what that analogy means. It's some sort of gamer thing, but okay, cool.
I'm so happy to watch these videos. I hate these parasites. Get them the fuck out. Absolutely. No sympathy here? Fucking zero from me. Absolutely. It's cathartic? Yes. These guys are posting their own L's.
That those individuals out in the world have no place to turn.
That's
and
right.
indeed they're showing up and finding health clinics shuttered and soup kitchens closed and advisors who were helping governments renegotiate debt with China, those advisors, you know, now taken off the books.
That's right.
So just the wreckage in the world is what the USAID staff...
I mean, I already mentioned that she's only talking about all the good things. Like, obviously, there was... it's like, USAID... Like, I'm going to reiterate what I said before. Like, USAID is not all just bad. There is some good things, but, like, the overwhelming bad stuff is much more worth getting rid of than, like, some of the little good that they do. Like, we're not reliant on all that extra stuff. Like, come on now. Like, that's not going to, like, delete the country... if USAID just stopped existing. Like, give us a better argument. And obviously, like, well,
I'm in touch with are carrying with them. That's what's keeping them up at night, as much as the question of what am I going to do tomorrow, and, you know, how do I take care of my family?
God, bro, I've never seen a...
Feel sympathy, man. Come on, feel sympathy. These people are out of jobs. Come on, man. Yeah, okay, cool, great.
Bigger W. See ya, bitch. Go work at DoorDash.
Jesus Christ. Like,
damn.
She's not even doing anything that bad. Or, I can't believe I said that. She's not even doing anything bad. Like, bro, what's your, like, the hatred for this person? Like,
go do Uber Eats. Go work at McDonald's. Put the fries in the bag. Like, thank God.
Yeah, see, now this is where Destiny's purposely ignoring the fact that all the negative stuff that USAID is doing. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, no. He's not purposely ignoring it. He doesn't think that what they're doing, there's no bad whatsoever that Asmongold could be talking about. We have to sell our propaganda. Like, obviously USAID, like, the only thing they do is good. That's it. There's only good. Like, obviously Asmon is responding to only the good things that she's saying, right? We're gonna just sit here and act like an idiot and be like, oh, Asmongold, yeah, he's obviously, like, just responding to everything that she's saying and not what all the negative things about USAID and what all the stuff that they found. Like, obviously that's just not true. Like, USAID doing bad? What? That doesn't make sense. So, like, he's completely just purposely ignoring those other facts, and then that's how he's responding to Asmon right now.
Get the fuck out of here. What a waste of everybody's fucking money. What a complete waste of literally billions of dollars, bro. Billions.
So, like, notice how he has nothing to say to this. He's purposely ignoring these facts.
Of dollars wasted on these retards. You're wrong, especially about her. If you're in charge of this shit and you're okaying different types of advocacy
a near perfect example of subjective interpretation.
Yes. Yes.
For social issues across the world, you are using my...
Bro, that is the comment for the world. That is the... If I could highlight that comment, like, that is, bro, yes, true. That is, like, I don't even know if this makes any sense, but I'm gonna say it. You're, like, being Aristotle right now, man. Like, that's genius right there. Perfect analogy.
That I will vote against. That's really just that simple.
Then vote for it. Have them remove it in Congress. The president doesn't get to do that unilaterally, or a king can, I guess.
So you might not like that. You might think, oh, well, that's mean to say, but fuck that. Fuck that. I don't care. You're right. You are right, especially about her. Yeah, exactly. She's the one in charge. Yeah, exactly. And I love how a millionaire is for Trump. You think I give a fuck about that? I don't care about the taxes part. That's not even the point. It's not about a millionaire Trump. Oh, wow, Trump's going to cut my taxes. I hope he raises my taxes. That way we can put people like this back in mental institutions and we can solve the problem and people won't have to worry about it anymore. So, yeah, no, I hope that's what happens.
I mean,
Damn fat dragon. It's because I'm tired.
So you're better when you're tired, is what you're saying. Okay, what has been said is kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie.
I should do a terrible joke, yo. Even it up then.
Yeah.
Happens, thank God.
Let's just check real quick.
Yeah, chat's being a little too smart right now. We gotta even it up. That's funny. That's funny.
What are all of the horrible things?
Oh shoot! That's what he cut out. All the horrible things that he actually looked into this. Okay, so all right, so now we're gonna see what did the editor? Why did the editor cut this part out?
Done in her life.
All right.
Began a career as a war correspondent covering the Yugoslav wars before entering academic administration. In '98, she became the founding executive director of the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy. That probably means trans dances in Morocco. At Harvard Kennedy School, where she later served as the first Anna Lind Professor of Practice of Global Leadership and Public.
Also, notice how he's being obtuse right now. He's specifically hyper-focusing on this lady because Asman is obviously talking about USAID as a whole and not this lady specifically. But notice how Destiny wants to specifically talk about this lady as if this is what Asmongold was actually talking about. Like, this is also another thing that he just, like, good one, Destiny, good one. So, like, we're starting off from a point of where, like, he's basically going into this as if Asman was specifically talking about this one lady and not the entire USAID. Like, this is the assumption here that's going on with what he's doing right here. And I'm like, okay, good job. Good job. Like, so, like, whatever he finds here, I'm like, all right. Like, you can easily, not necessarily, but, like, you can kind of bad faith easily write it off as, like, well, Asman wasn't specifically talking about that lady. But we're just gonna pretend that this is what's actually being going on right now. This is the theater part. This is and he's playing his role right now. And we're gonna pretend that this is what we're role playing, and we're gonna pretend that this is what Asman is actually talking about. So go ahead, Destiny.
Policy until 2009. She was a senior advisor to Senator Barack Obama until March 2008. She joined the State Department transition team in late November 2008. Lots of human rights stuff. Chair of the newly formed Atrocities Prevention Board. Focused on issues such as women's rights and LGBT rights, religious freedom, religious minorities, refugees, human trafficking, human rights, and democracy. So woke shit. She probably was the one who made Gamergate happen, I bet. A longtime advocate of armed intervention by the United States in opposition to atrocities abroad, she is considered to have been a key figure in the Obama administration of persuading the president to intervene militarily in Libya. Oof, that's controversial. Power is a subject of the 2014 documentary Watchers of the Sky, which explains the contribution of several notable people, including Power, to the
Destiny being destingenous? What a surprise.
Being destined. Oh yeah, well, you've accomplished it.
Genocide Prevention. She won a Pulitzer Prize in 2003 for her book A Problem from Hell, America.
But true.
America in the Age of Genocide, a study of the U.S. foreign policy response to genocide. Got the Henry Kissinger Prize. Uh-oh.
Worse Nary. Sorry was so bad.
It was so bad that it became good. You basically hit the you've reached the point, like, you know how black holes work when you reach the horizon or the point of what do you call it? The horizon, like the point that you can't, the point of no return. Like once you reach that, like not even light can escape, and that's why black holes look black, because like light can't escape it, basically, because the gravity is so intense. Yeah, like it got so bad to the point to where it basically made it good. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess.
March 6, 2008, interview with this customer. She said, "We fucked up in Ohio. In Ohio, they're obsessed, and Hillary's going to town on it because she knows Ohio's the only place she can win. She's a monster too." That's off the record. She's stooping to anything. That's off the record, they reported. If you are poor and she's telling you some story about how Obama's going to take your job away, maybe you'll be more effective. The amount of deceit she's put forward is really unattractive.
Whoa! Oh shoot! So Destiny does find. That's why he took this out. So Destiny literally went into it and found some not so good stuff that this person has been saying. I mean, okay, that's a win. That's a win on Asmund. Now, I'm not going to pretend that Asmongold was literally talking about this one lady. I think Asmund was still talking about the overall thing. But, like, this just proves his overall point that, yes, these people... our taxpayer money should be going to these types of people. True. True. I don't know if Asmongold knew this piece of information, but now I understand why the editor cut this part out. That's funny.
Obama and Hillary went fucking hard on each other.
Oh, I'm assuming that's a quote from her. But okay, whatever.
Criticism. Military based. Israel. Uh-oh. Okay, don't continue. Okay, whatever. Boring. Fuck. I want some crazy drama.
To deal with these people, this is insane. And this is what they do. And you can see that the moral capital that these people had for so many years has dried up. It's like they always go and they try to make these arguments about like, oh, we're helping people. People are afraid. It's emotional blackmail. And I think people are just fucking fed up and tired of it.
It's emotional blackmail to say, hey, I'm afraid I'm losing my job for no reason. That's emotional blackmail?
Yes.
Capital that these people had for so many...
Yes. I mean, there's a better way to describe it, but like, essentially, yeah, it is emotional blackmail. Like, you're basically you're only talking about the good stuff and ignoring all of the negativity stuff that you literally just looked up. And now you're just hoping that people are, like, you're pulling people's heartstrings to be like, I know there's a lot of logical reasonings for why we probably shouldn't exist, but come on, man, we're losing our jobs. So what if it's going to some things that you don't like? Like, come on now, we're losing our jobs. Be like, yes, they're using emotion to blackmail people into, well, not necessarily blackmail. Like, I won't use the word blackmail, but there's like the reason why it has been says it that way. It's like it's basically forcing people to be emotionally, like, it's guilt tripping. This is guilt tripping. Guilt tripping is actually better descriptive to what's going on here than emotional blackmail sounds cooler though.
Years has dried up. It's like they always go and they try to make these arguments about like, oh, we're helping people. People are afraid. It's emotional blackmail. And I think people are just fucking fed up and tired of it. It appeals to emotion. I'm sick of somebody trying to make me feel sorry for them. Suck my fucking dick. I don't care. Get the fuck out of here. It's embarrassing. Yeah, it's so much useless money out of your pocket. You don't even know how to do good. Exactly, yes. It's totally fucking true, man. Easy to help people when you're using somebody else's money. Exactly, man. No one feels sorry for her, to be honest. I definitely don't. I'll tell you that.
Jesus.
So yeah, it's that simple. And click on Alex Jones' stream. He's not doing anything. He's just doing some bullshit. Like, there's nothing else going on. I'm sick of people emotionally guilting me. Yeah, exactly. Why do you have to be so harsh? I get your point, but why do you have to be rough like this? The reason why I have to be rough like this is because these people will be just this rough to you if you try to oppose them.
Like, what do they even do? Can we get an example of...
True. Oh, can we get an example? Fuck off with that bullshit. But like, I mean, like, you want to get an example? Look at what Elon Musk has been taking out right now. Oh wait, no, you don't trust what Elon Musk is doing. Oh, okay, so you don't want to see the examples. So shut the fuck up with your example bullshit. Oh, let me see some examples. Go look at what Elon Musk is doing. Nah, what he's doing is actually just fake news and stuff like that. So yeah, those examples don't count. And I'm like, okay, all right, go screw yourself if you don't want to look at the information.
Anything here, or?
These are the people who tried to systematically disenfranchise you, tried to...
How? USAID? How?
Try to oppose them. These are the people who tried to...
Go look at what Elon Musk has found out. That's all I'm going to say. How? Let's just pretend that it doesn't exist. All right, Destiny.
systematically disenfranchise you, tried to smear you, that tried to turn you into an enemy, that tried to turn your own fan bases.
And the reason I get so worked up about that is because he literally verbatim said that, like, all the stuff that Elon Musk is bringing up, like, it's just fake news or whatever. Like, he said that 99% verbatim. Like, he distrusts what they find out. Like, like Doge, it doesn't exist in his brain. Like, everything that Doge is doing, it's just, oh, Elon presidency, corruption, it's nonsense, don't listen to anything. Like, he dismisses the whole thing. There's nothing valid about Doge in Destiny's mind. So, you know what? Then, oh, you want examples? Well, fuck off with your examples. Like, you're choosing not to see any of the examples that's been dug up. Like, get out of here with that nonsense. That's a stupid argument, especially for all the stuff that he was saying before.
Against you. They funded websites that published fake and false and misleading information in order to slander gamers. These people are the ones that were responsible for it. Look right here, and I'll show you. Like, people think I'm fucking crazy. I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, and the editor took this part out too because it made Destiny look stupid. Like, even I saw it. Good job. Good job, editor. Good job, editor. Like, I'm watching the actual stream itself and found the exact location. But, like, yeah, this is... Good job, editor, making him look a little bit better. I mean, he is trying to do his optics art, but, like, obviously that's not going to come true. Watch, one day I won't be able to see the stream VOD, and it's going to be because of me basically doing, showing all of the BS that Destiny's doing that the editor purposely just keeps out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, yep.
Look at this. People wonder
I like how he exclusively gets his news through his, like, fucking Twitter feed. Jesus Christ.
Stars used to promote wokeness in video games. Answer is yes.
Oh, no.
Not an argument. Wait, what is he gonna say?
Oh, it's Gamergate! He's actually doing it! Oh my god, it's actually Gamergate! Wait, what? Not the Gamergate? Hold on. If we're gonna do Gamergate again, I gotta soy up. We gotta start on. Hold on.
Alright, well, now I gotta skip it because...
USA paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys.
What's the thing? Tell us.
I want these people to suffer.
Jesus.
Because that's what they did to me.
Oh my god. But that's so good. Dude, you could make a whole compilation of, like, Destiny describes MAGA, and then immediately copy-paste, like, Asmongold's current political arc on the things that I've said. Right? They can get away with doing anything because they think the other side's already done it, and it's all about just making the other side suffer. It doesn't actually matter if they're doing anything good or bad. It's just about making the other side hurt. It's literally spite-driven politics.
I want these people to suffer.
True. Obviously. What? True. Look at that. And just because it's true doesn't make it right, but I understand Destiny's point, but like what Asmon is saying is kind of wild, but like it definitely does feel good for them to get for this happening. Like I am unsympathetic. Unsympathetic. Go cry in a corner. Like,
because that's what they did
honestly.
To me. I want to set an example.
Right? They can get away with doing anything because they think the other side's already done it, and it's all about just making the other side suffer. It doesn't actually matter if they're doing anything good or bad. It's just about making the other.
Oh, good job at finding that out. Good job, Destiny. Wow. So what happens next by pointing this out, Destiny? What happens next? Wow, you were right. Round of applause, guys. Destiny was right here. Things are gonna change now that Destiny proved. Like, I feel like Destiny just loves to be right, and it makes him feel good, and then. So we're just going to continue our regular scheduled program, guys. Like, he doesn't do anything about it. Like, he just feels vindicated, but it doesn't really change anything in, like, the landscape. Like, he doesn't give any... It boasts his ego, so it makes him feel good. So, like, okay, I can understand that, why he's pointing that out.
Other side hurt. It's literally spite-driven politics.
I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. I want to set an example. Get rid of these people. Put them, like, completely out of their jobs. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And we're coming. I'll tell you that. Cry more? We don't need to anymore. That's for them. So, yeah.
Oh we don't need to. That's for them. Oh shoot.
Hold them accountable? Absolutely. Watching you is like a breath of fresh air. No, I know. There's a lot of people. Trump's about to sign more orders. I'll look at that in a minute. I'll see if I can pull it up. And now it's their turn to cry. No, I'm sure it is. But I'll see if I can watch this and see if anything crazy happens. But I'm not sure if it will. Yeah, nothing yet. But soon Trump signs another order. Holy fuck, man. And anyway, yeah, no, I hate these people. I think they're parasites. And I will do whatever is in my power to...
Notice how he says these people. He's not talking about this lady specifically, but remember what Destiny did? We got hyper-focus on the one lady that's being talked about, even though he's literally talking about these people as, like, the overall, like, the whole thing. Like, it's so easy to assume that, but Destiny... His brain, he likes to, whenever he disagrees with someone, he has to hyper focus on a specific thing and talk about how he's wrong about this one specific lady. And he digged into that one specific lady and found actual legit criticism of that one specific lady. And then the editor is like, yeah, we're not going to show this. It kind of made Destiny look bad here. So we're just going to continue on. But like, I digress.
To make things worse for them however I can. Because I feel like in the last 10 years, I've lived under the tyranny of people like this. Not only
which is evidence too that Destiny only partakes in bad faith when it comes to talking about people on the other political side, which that doesn't make sense. But he's on a different political scale, but he's super bad faith on the other side.
Under websites that have rules that make these people feel good, but also under video games that they try to censor and change and then demonize me for complaining about it. And I want to let you guys know, like, I am a revenge enjoyer.
Thank you for saying it at least. Okay.
I love it.
And like, these are the same.
I love it too. It feels good. Like, we had 4 years of being, oh, bro. I mean, not even 4 years, 8 years. Because, like, wasn't Trump, like, trash since 2016? Like, people just stopped hating it, like, started hating him so much. And like, after 2016, like, it was just constant Trump hate over and over and over again. And now we get, and now this is happening, and they're getting like a lot annihilated. Like, bro, you guys created the monster that you guys don't like. You guys created the monster, and you know what? I'm just gonna sit back and relax, cause like that monster is on my side, and he's not too interested in taking out people that's on his side. So yeah, or they would describe Trump as like a monster that they created, like that they over exaggerate the man so much, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just use their terminology because just to make fun of them, because like I can sort of see it and I understand why they're scared of it. I'm not scared of it because I'm on the side of like he's a bully, right? That's the Trump is a bully, but Trump is my bully. So that's all you need to know. He may not be your bully, but he's definitely my bully.
Same people that are saying, like, I bet
they try to censor and change and then demonize me for complaining about it. And I want to let you guys know, like, I am a revenge enjoyer.
Thank you for saying it at least. Okay.
I love it.
I love the honesty. I appreciate the honesty. You know exactly what you're getting about. You know exactly what you're going to get when you watch Asmongold. He's not trying to fool you. He's not trying to pretend like he's better than anyone else. Like the editor of this video is trying to do with Destiny. Like we literally saw like all of this, everything that we just saw, completely cut out of that video. Completely cut out. Maybe he might post it later on into the video and stitch it to the end or something. But like. I find it very interesting that he completely cuts all this stuff out, or at least towards the beginning, which is kind of, I don't know because like if you look at the timeline, like what time is it now?
Like these are the same people.
Like he cuts it from 10 minutes ago to 30 minutes later, which is 8:10, and right now we're at 7:59 at the time that this is being played. He cut all this information out, all 30 minutes of this content.
That are saying, like, I bet we could.
So I highly doubt that the editor's gonna like skip to. I mean, I could just check the video myself. Like,
where's Neri? He's literally the German mustache man.
I mean, we could be hyperbolic. We can be hyperbolic. Wait, which one? Wait, who are you talking about? Because they both have the mustache. Who are you talking about? I'm confused.
actually go through as shit and say that the reason why people don't like the Dems is because you guys are so condescending. They don't like you guys because you act so much holier than thou, right? But it's like, come on, really?
I'll go all the way.
Well, yes. Yes, people don't like being talked down to. It's disgusting. No one wants to talk. No one wants to be like. I guess, yeah, that's a fundamental disconnect with Destiny.
That's what they say about Trump.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yep. Literally, actually. Yeah, but Destiny, he doesn't understand. Let me go back a second. I lost my train of thought.
I am absolutely, I want to let you guys know, like, I am a revenge enjoyer.
Thank you for saying it at least. Okay.
I love it.
And like, these are the same people that are saying, like, I bet we could actually...
Hold up. I'm going to... Let me fix this. I should just keep this up and open whenever I have this on, so I don't have to keep opening it and then changing it. Boom. There we go.
Go through as shit and say that the reason why people don't like the Dems is because you guys are so condescending. They don't like you guys because you act so much holier than thou, right? But it's like, come on, really?
I'll go all the way.
What do you mean, come on, really? That's like... So you like being treated that way? Like that's... I guess, I mean, well, when Destiny's the one that literally condescends all the time. Like, Destiny's server, Discord server, like 90% of the people that are on there, like, daily, they're the most condescending pieces of trash human beings I've ever met in my entire life. And I've only ever met them on a Destiny server. Like, holy crap, man. They think they are... The way that they talk to you, it's like you don't even want to be there. Like, and then Destiny complains like, oh, everyone's gonna I'm not gonna get into that argument, but like, Destiny thought so bad. Destiny was 100% confident that Kamala was gonna win and that everyone's gonna see through. Everyone's just gonna ignore the condescension that the Democrats have been doing for like so long about how like everyone is just an idiot and you gotta like listen to us because we're the smarter people. And I'm like, no. Like, you could be right on what you're saying, but like saying it, being the most condescending pieces of trash, no one's gonna listen to that. Like, it's just, you're not, like, they don't understand how to get people, how to resonate with people and how to get people on their side. Like, if condescension is not that big of an issue that Destiny is clearly like displaying by or implying by saying this, like, it really just condescended, bro? Like, it's just condescension? Is that really your biggest issue right now? And I'm like, okay, bro, yeah, Destiny doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. He doesn't realize how degrading and demoralizing? I don't know if that's the right word. But degrading it is to be treated that way. Like, imagine if... I don't think Destiny has ever been treated in a condescending tone. Or no, he probably has been. But he probably ignores it because he does the same thing to other people. So, and he wants to continue doing that, I guess.
Worse nary. A smug POS. Is that harsh if me?
PO. What's POS? No, I mean, it's not harsh, but I don't know what POS means. I can't judge the harshness until I, because I was gonna say person of color, but like that's POC. So person of status, is that POS? I know you don't mean person of status. That's funny.
Way. I'll go all the way. And so he's right. That's it. And so we're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna keep doing it. It's a vendetta. No, it is. I have a vendetta against these people. I hate these fucking people. I fucking hate them. And so, yeah, I'm glad to see this happening. And I hope that they just keep pushing for it. And I will keep pushing for it as hard as I can. And that's it. They took the shit that I love and fucking destroyed it. They did. Exactly. And same, to be honest, make them suffer. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, no calls to violence. It goes without saying, right? But, like, I just want these people out of their position and totally discredited.
Piece of POO.
Oh, piece of poo-poo. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Actually, if anything, you're not. Oh, I mean, actually, no. You know, that's on the dot right there. I was gonna say maybe you're not going hard enough, but like actually that's on the dot. That's on the dot.
But yeah. Remember telling everyone this is coming back in 2016, the shit they did to Peterson?
Worse,
yeah,
Nary.
exactly. The whole
Piece of something rude. Winky face.
Oh, piece of. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. POS. Okay. Yeah.
political thing is misleading. No, it's bullshit. You really think that they're paying for all this other shit and they're not trying to push this too? No. No. It's common sense this is happening. Like, you're not going to try to, like, actually me on this. It's so obvious. No respect for him anymore. Well, I never had any, but now I have a way to exercise it. So, yeah.
Yeah, because of Elon, he's pointing all this stuff out. Yep. It's a vindication for him. It's vindication for him because he was wrong during the whole Gamergate thing. Because like he's been streaming for a really long time.
They destroyed established franchises. Like I was sitting. The thing is that, and I never understood the anti-revenge moral you have in film. I'm telling you, it doesn't fill you. What Bullock's revenge doesn't solve much, yes, but boy, does it satisfy. I feel like revenge solves tons of problems.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like that's not even true. And also like. It's not even really about them. It's just about them trying to, look for sympathy and shit. But yeah, it looks like, and this is also, look at this. This is crazy. We're also sending money. Look at this. This is nuts. How does this even happen? And so let me.
Damn, I gotta put it back to normal speed because Destiny just increased his video.
I think Asmon is gold on this one.
Yes. I love the jokes.
See, I'll find it right here. Yeah.
Man, your kids must love you if you have kids. I don't know if you have kids, but your kids must love you. I love the jokes.
So the BBC, I didn't even know this. The BBC is unhappy about U.S. government funding cut. This is a statement they made.
Like every single person he's citing. That's another.
I didn't even know this. The BBC.
This Mario Newfall guy. All of these guys are like the weird conspiracy theorist people on X. Bro, this platform has done more damage than fucking Facebook to the American mind.
Wait. The BBC throw. Wait, hold up. Let me full screen this. BBC unhappy about us government funding cut. Why should American taxpayers dollars fund the British Broadcasting Corporation? That's insane. Oh wow. Okay. So this is Destiny pointing out propaganda when this is literally a thing. This is the guy that's literally in the Department of Efficiency. Wow. Okay, pointing this out. Okay. The BBC, through its international charity arm, BBC Media Action, has expressed its dissatisfaction with a recent discussion. Decision. No, discussion? It's kind of hard to read. Decision. Oh my God. Why? Okay. I say discussion because I see a C in the word, but the way that they're using the letter C in this word is with the S sound. And I find that the most annoying thing in the English language. Like, just put an S there. Just put an S. S makes a S. Like, I know sometimes the C makes a S sound, but like, bro, like C makes K. It's a K. Discussion. Oh, you know what? Whatever. Mini rant over. With a recent decision by the U.S. government to pause funding.
Where's Nary? Dissatisfaction.
No, yeah, this is dissatisfaction here, but this word is discussion. No, decision. Because it doesn't make sense to put dissatisfaction with a recent discussion by the that doesn't make sense. Dissatisfaction with a recent decision by the U.S. government to pause funding. Yes, decision makes a little bit more sense in this sentence than discussion. But there's a C in the word discussion, and it messed me up, and it's very blurry, and it's kind of hard to see because I'm literally watching Destiny's video, reading Asmongold's video, and trying to like parse out what he's saying. Like it's compressed like 3 levels right now. But I words are not the best for me. Words are not the best for me. Let's just continue. But like. Let's see, what does Destiny have to say about this? Literally someone that has a part in the government right now and is doing like the whole efficiency thing and fixing up, getting rid of all the bad spending. Like this is the stuff that is like he's trying to degrade like, oh, this is just some random Twitter user when he's not just some random Twitter user. He's literally a guy. Like Elon Musk is literally pointing out that Elon Musk, the head of a department of efficiency, is literally pointing out this maybe it's not a department, but like Doge. I'm just gonna say Doge for short, honestly, for now on. Pointing this out, but Destiny wants to like, oh no, it's just some random Twitter guy, and I'm like, okay, dude, good job at degrading something that degrading, not degrading. I guess good job at just not degrading. Well, for lack of a better term, degrading something that obviously is not something that degraded. Like, he's not just some random guy. It's literally someone in the government. Calm down.
It's unhappy about U.S. government funding cut. This is
go back a little bit.
And so let me see if I find it right here. Yeah, so the BBC, I didn't even know this. The BBC is unhappy about U.S. government funding cut. This is a statement they made.
Like every single person he's citing. That's
I
another.
didn't even know this.
BBC, this Mario Newfall guy. These are all of these guys are like the weird conspiracy theorist people on X. Bro, this platform has done more damage than fucking Facebook to the American mind.
Is unhappy about U.S.
See, look, literally, Elon Musk talking about how this is insane. Oh yeah, it's just some random guy on X doing conspiracy theories, guys. It's just conspiracy theories. Yeah, all right, shut up, Destiny. Like, you literally have nothing else to say. Like, you purposely do not want to watch, and you purposely do not want to look at anything what they're doing in the government as, like, something that's legitimately going on. You think all those investigations into seeing these things, oh, it's just conspiracy theories. Oh, it's all just conspiracy theories. All right, good one. Good one, Destiny.
Government funding cut. This is a statement they made. A free press is essential to freedom and democracy. 75% of countries around the world do not have free press. BBC Media Action supports local media around the world to deliver trusted information most people need. Like most international development organizations, BBC Media Group has been affected by the temporary pause on government funding. So this is 8% of their fucking revenue? 8% of their fucking revenue for the, what does B stand for? Not big. It does not stand for big. It's a different one. It stands for fucking British. What the fuck are we giving them money for? It's insane. It's nuts, man. What are you talking?
Yeah, the U.S. tax. What does that have to say to this? The U.S. tax money, like U.S. citizens' tax money, is partly going to another country's, like, state media. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Like, that's spending we should be cutting. Like, what? Now, okay, here's an argument that could be made. If they're providing pro-US propaganda, then okay, fine, maybe we should be probably spending a little bit of our money to make them think that we're good, right? And I do think that they're good, so that would be a valid, not so moral thing to do, but that would be a valid excuse on why taxpayer funding would be going over there. But until they make that argument, I still stand we should not be putting money into that. Like, until they make that slightly immoral argument, if they're not going to bite the bullet on that, then why should I bother giving them the benefit of doubt that that's actually what's going on? So, yeah, I'm not going to give them a charitable response to that. But that is an argument, a feasible argument to why maybe some of our money should be going to them. If they're providing pro-US propaganda to their country, then I can understand that. But I'm not going to give them the benefit of doubt to actually doing that. So until they say that, I'm going to assume that this is just wasteful spending.
Talking about? Fuck this shit up. Yeah, this is
also
8% of their fucking revenue for the, what does B stand for? Not big. It does not stand for big. It's a different one. It stands for fucking British. What the fuck are we giving them money for? It's insane. It's nuts, man. What are you talking about? Fuck this shit up. Yeah, this is
Also, is this even the entire BBC, or is this just like a subsection of the BBC? Because it says, a free press is essential to freedom and democracy, and 78% of countries around the world do not have a free press. BBC Media Action supports the local media around the world to deliver trusted information to people most in need. Like many international development organizations, BBC Media Action has been affected by the temporary pause in U.S. government funding, which amounts to about 8% of our income in 2022 to 2023. As the BBC's international charity, we are completely separate. Oh, I didn't even read the last paragraph. Fuck! As the BBC's international charity, we are completely separate from BBC News and wholly reliant on our donors and supporters to carry out our work. Wait, he reads this, right?
It's insane. Yeah, they founded their shit on propaganda. Exactly. That's all.
Wait, I'm confused. Our statement on USAID funding. Wait. but the title is literally talking about our statement on the USAID funding. They're not saying that they're not getting funding from there. They're just saying that they're separate. That doesn't mean that they're not getting funding. Like, you can imply that, but like, I'm not going to imply that. Unless they outright state that they're saying that they're not getting funding from USAID, which they did not say in this thing that Destiny read, but like Destiny's gonna harp on like, oh, they said they're completely independent, so they're not getting money, right, guys? And I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, good job, Destiny, good job.
The BBC, like the weird conspiracy.
All right, let's go back to the
nuts, man. What are you talking? Section of the BBC. Yeah, this is. Also, is this even the entire BBC, or is this just like a subsection of the BBC? Because it says a free.
That doesn't really matter, but okay.
Press is essential to freedom and democracy, and 78% of countries around the world do not have a free press. BBC Media Action supports the local media around the world to deliver trusted information to people most in need. Like many international development organizations, BBC Media Action has been affected by the temporary pause in U.S. government funding, which amounts to about 8% of our income.
Well, okay, if they're not getting funding, right? If they're not getting funding...
To be fair, after watching U.S. news, which all seems to be opinion pieces, the BBC, though leaning left, comes over well. Fat Dragon. Many UK train franchises, like Avanti West Coast and South Western Railway, are partly or wholly owned by foreign state-backed firms such as Italy's Trenitalia and France's SNCF. These companies operate 61% of UK journeys, taking profits £262 million in dividends in 2019-20 and reinvesting them into their own rail networks abroad. Meanwhile, UK fares, the highest in Europe, fund these profits, yet service quality suffers, with frequent cancellations and overcrowding. Fat Dragon. Taxpayer subsidies, billions yearly, also flow overseas. Renationalization is backed by 76% of the public.
Okay, so whenever I make any type of like sound through the microphone, it'll automatically throw my thing here. So that's why it does that so spontaneously. I'm gonna get back to those comments. Let me just make my point.
Essential to freedom and democracy, and 78% of countries around the world do not have a free press. BBC Media Action supports the local media around the world to deliver trusted information to people most in need. Like many
because him reading this, there's a revolutionary part on this.
National development organizations, BBC Media Action has been affected by the temporary pause in U.S. government funding.
Look, okay, right there.
Mercenary.
Like this part.
Damn Dragon crushed it.
Yeah. This part where he says media, you can see that. BBC Media Action has been affected by the temporary pause in government funding. U.S. government funding. So they are literally being funded by this. But then he says, oh, it's completely... but then he reads the last thing. We are completely separate from the BBC News, who wholly reliant on our donors and supports. Why are you complaining about this then? So this is not the BBC complaining. This is the USAID complaining about how their funding is being cut, and now we can't help them. And I'm like, okay, then, bro, we're not paying you to help the BBC. We're not paying you to help the BBC. Regardless if the BBC is getting the money or not. It doesn't matter. Like, obviously you're doing something to help the BBC, a completely different organization that's not in the US. Like, it's just, I don't see the point. Like, this is very convoluted, and there's a lot of layers in this, but like, it's still...
Fat Dragon. Grok crushed it. I was merely its medium.
All right, let me get back to that video. To be fair, I was watching the US news, which all seems to be opinion pieces. The BBC, though leaning left, comes over well. I haven't watched the BBC, so maybe that's true.
Mercenary.
You could be right about that.
I might vote Dragon for president. Sorry, Mr. Wise Guy. Winky face.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, actually, well, you know what? He is the mediary of Grok. You know, if I become the mediary of Grok, maybe you might vote me back in. But, many UK franchises like Aviance and West Coast and South West Rail are particularly owned by the foreign states-backed films. I'm just going to read this in my head. okay, so everything. I think the big point of the whole USAID thing is that taxpayer money is going into this stuff, and no one even knew about this. No one knew that taxpayer money, our money, was going to this stuff. There's no issues with these things. I don't like all the things that are going on. Like they could be doing good things, they could be doing bad things. That's not the point. The point is that we did not know this was going on, and we would like why was this going underneath the radar? And Americans didn't like that. Like Americans didn't like that this is something that was going underneath the radar and it was being funded by their money. And now that they found out that their money is being funded by things that they didn't realize was going on, the pendulum swinging the other way, saying like, no, we're just gonna take all the money out, which is a fallacy. But it is a fallacy that I sympathize. Yeah, it's a fallacy that I sympathize. Because, like, it doesn't matter if the thing that it's going to is good or not. The whole point is that you were sneaking this through underneath the radar. Like, why do that? Like, be honest. And the honesty is that people have the honesty or the distrustworthiness. Like, everyone's talking about how there's distrust in the government. Like, this is the reason. These are the reasons. Like, sure, you could be talking about, like, there's a lot of shady things that are going on, and that's probably why they want to keep everything hush-hush. But now that it's coming into the open, people are like having the gut reaction. Like they already have distrust in the government, and now this is just more fuel on the fire of like distrust in the government. I need to calm down when I say things. So like the things that they're doing is okay, but the core principle of the distrust in the first place on why you're doing this underneath the radar, you can't. Like, do it the right way. Like, if there was a charity that came out and people were donating to that charity to do this cause, then everyone would be perfectly fine with that. There is no issue with that. But it's the fact that it's the taxpayer money. I think that's the whole core component.
Which amounts to about 8% of our income in 2022 to 2023. As the BBC's international charity, we are completely Oh, I didn't even read the last paragraph. Fuck!
He reads 2 words, and now he's like, oh, it completely destroys the whole argument of this entire thing. All like 100%, guys. Like, come on, look at this. Look at this. Asmongold wrong. Asmongold wrong.
Some of our water is owned by investors from aboard. It's such a estate here. Sad face.
Yeah. Yep. And China has they own a lot of stuff in America. Like, they own a lot of land in America, like a substantial amount of land in America. Well, people that are citizens of China, I guess. Like, they may not be a part of the government. That's more conspiracy theory. But there's a lot of people that own a lot of real estate overseas in America, and it's kind of nerve-wracking. I'm not sure how... I don't see how that could affect us immediately, but, like... I don't see how that's a problem right now, but at the same time, I just don't know. It could be a problem, could not be a problem. It sounds like it's a problem, but I don't know why it's a problem. So, yeah.
As the BBC's international charity, we are completely separate from BBC News and wholly reliant on our donors and supporters to carry out our work.
But that kind of sucks.
Wait, he reads this, right?
It's insane. Yeah, they founded their shit on propaganda. Exactly. I saw this also. There are community notes. Contributors see all the crazy notes people try to put on this. Wait, it's a different one. Revenue for the what does B stand for? Not big.
Where's
it does
Neri?
not stand for big.
Oh, my dog wants a friendly fight. BRB.
All right.
It's a different one. It stands for fucking British. What the fuck are we giving them money for? It's insane. It's nuts, man. What are you talking about? Fuck this shit up. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, they found this.
All right, so they're like Destiny likes to find the well, technically they weren't giving money to them. They were giving money to USAID that was helping them. So you're wrong, Ashbin. Go like point on you. You're wrong, Ashbin. Like I'm like, bro. Why are we giving USAID money in the first place to be helping these people? Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Asimrasa 0. Hey, MRWHYZ guy, I've been watching your streams for a while now. Your energy is amazing. That last game was intense. How do you stay so calm under pressure?
Now, obviously you're a bot, because like, this is a political thing, and you're talking about that last game was intense? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How do you save calm under? Bro, that is, if you want to know what a bot is, like this right here is the perfect definition of what a bot is. Literally not paying attention to what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, your last game was intense. What game are you talking about?
On propaganda, exactly.
This is a factory sim. There is nothing intense about a factory sim. Well, except for maybe some math work in your head, but like, bro.
I saw this also. There are community notes. Contributors see all the crazy notes people try to put on this. Yeah, I guess so. My mom always said forgiveness gives people less power over you than hate. Really? Well, that sounds like somebody that's not able to exercise their hate very well.
True. True. Yo, even Destiny has to smile at
Where's
that.
Neri? Buy me a game. LOL the other day.
Yeah, literally. Like, what? Right, like, I have to... So this is how I weed out the type of people that I want to watch my stuff. If you can't handle the pushback or the unkindness that I give, then you don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to be here. I cultivate an audience that either likes what I want to do or doesn't. Or like there's some like I would rather be authentic than to, like, okay, so actually let me take this back. Let me go back a little bit.
That dragon. What energy is it talking about? If you were any further back in your chair, we would think you were talking feet.
Yeah. you're taking away Wart's bad jokes thunder. Shoot. No, we're gonna have a war now. Yeah, but like, true, like, exactly, what is he talking about? I mean, I'm a little mean with that by saying it that way, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like, explain yourself. Explain yourself. I just feel bad when I be mean to people that I just met. But at the same time, the only reason I'm like that is because, like, there was this one guy. I entertained it for, like, 3 hours. Holy crap. This guy wanted me to buy art so badly. And I was like, you know what? Let me entertain this. I know it's a bot, but let me entertain this. And they literally, like, got into my Discord. It was, like, a multi-day thing. And I'm like, bro, I'm not interested. I am not interested. And I wasted so much time with that. Oh, bro. This was, like, months ago. Not months ago.
Where's Neri?
Like 2 months ago.
Damn dragon's on fire. Oh, that's not good. Winky face.
All right. I think Wart's got it. That was a good comeback. That was a good comeback. I think like you're like Dragon, that was a good one and that was clever. But Wart's is just worse, which just makes it infinitely better. If that makes any sense.
Right? So we had, you've got to remember, you know what the Boston Tea Party was over? 2%. 2% taxes. And we said, you know what? We're done. We're fucking done.
Just to be clear, the phrase no taxation without representation, I don't know the formal structure of the colonies, but I'm pretty sure that was over the fact that we had no say in how we were to be taxed by the crown. I think that was the big issue. It wasn't the percentage point. It was just the fact that we had no formal representation. I don't even know if they would have been. Did they have a parliament in the fucking 1700s or whatever the fuck? I don't know if they would have at that point. But we had no representation in front of their government. That's why it was no taxation without representation. It wasn't 2%. Is 2% too high? 2% is, it needs to be less. We need to negotiate over the tax terms. Like
this is it. 2% on only tea. We said, you know what? That's it. No taxation without representation. We shut the whole thing down over that. This is 8% for them to peddle bullshit.
8% what of our what are you even talking about? How do these numbers even tie together? Why are we just, they're just both single digit numbers? What are we talking about?
Destiny, you're just not smart enough to understand what he's talking about. Like, of course you're confused. Like, you just don't understand. You don't have the mental faculty to understand Asmongold's mind.
Where's Neri?
And I'm not going to pretend that I do too.
Would you say you're someone that hates easily? Not really. I mean, usually I just let things go. I don't really care about it. But if I feel like somebody is trying to act and if I feel like somebody is trying to like encroach into my space and make me do something that I don't want to do, then I will absolutely attack them back, and I view it as an aggression. And so like I think that the best way to deal with that is to respond right in the same way. And so because like I was just in my space, I was in my room, sitting in my room doing nothing, and then these people come into my room and they try to change stuff. That's it. It's self-defense. Let's see, what's this here? What are you doing, man? You didn't even read the last paragraph saying BBC Media Action is a charity and not BBC News?
Oh.
Really? You think it's a charity? As the BBC's international charity, we're completely sepaate from BBC News and wholly reliant on donors to carry out our work.
Oh, we got there. Good job. But that doesn't matter because here we go. Even though they say it's a charity.
All right, Destiny. All right. Destiny. Destiny lives to be correct. He doesn't care if it's true. He just wants to be correct.
Which stream plat is worse Nary watching on?
YouTube. He's watching on YouTube.
Now we have to be more skeptical.
Also, I want to be careful with this because like. Yeah, I won't say anything. I want to be careful with this.
Worse Nary. 1707 UK Parliament.
Let's just say that YouTube, I would prefer if you guys watched, were on YouTube. I'm going to say that. I'm going to be careful because there's certain things that that I'm aware of that I want to still feign ignorance on. Let's just say that. And I don't want to give anything out. And you could conspiracy theory on what those are. But yeah.
Now, before it was enough to just shit on, but now that we see it's a charity, we'll not have to be skeptical. Well, charity supporting what? Trans video games? Supporting making...
Wait, what is he talking about?
As the BBC's international charity, we're completely separate from BBC News and wholly reliant on donors to carry out our work.
Oh, we got there. Good job. But that doesn't matter because...
Oh, we're in the middle of Destiny trying to be correct because he can tell the future, guys. Look how cool he is, guys. Come on here, guys. This is what Asmongold is going to say now, guys. All right, Destiny. I guess make yourself feel good now.
Even though they say it's a charity, now we have to be more skeptical. Now, before it was enough to just shit on, but now that we see it's a charity, we'll not have to be more skeptical.
I mean, Destiny could be right, but like, I didn't watch the video, so maybe he could be completely wrong, and I'm just waiting for that. But Destiny could be completely right on how Asmongold. Actually, no. I'm gonna bet that Destiny's completely wrong on how Asmongold is actually thinking right now because he did a terrible job at understanding why Asmongold brought up those numbers in the first place. So, like. But hey, a broken clock could be right twice a day.
Well, charity supporting what? Trans video games? Supporting making, oh god, fuck, what's her name in The Witcher? The girl. Making her the main character of The Witcher 4? Fuck, what's his... Geralt and... I don't remember. Ciri. Yeah. Is that what this charity does?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maintain credibility cherry picking. Exactly. You really think that they're not paying these people money? You really think that? Don't care? Yeah, that's the same thing. So let me get this straight.
Wait, what? What's this? I don't even know what he's saying.
Look at he's always completely wrong. He was completely wrong, and he doesn't even understand what he's saying. Good job, Destiny.
So basically, you think that because it's a charity, that they're not trying to push an agenda. So these people are giving money to different places, and then that money is being used for media. And you think that for some reason, I'm supposed to think that this is okay because they say that they're a charity.
Well, no.
That's a good point. That's a good point there. Oh, look at Destiny be like, wait, actually, he might be right on. Look at his face. Destiny's like, wait, actually, you know what?
Can still take issue with it, but it's not. We're not funding the BBC's main news.
Worse Nary.
Who cares if we're not?
I only watched a few Asmongold vids. He seems reasonable, even if he doesn't leave his house or something.
Yeah, Asmongold's life is like, bro. Okay, before I get to your thing, I like Asmongold. He's an interesting character, but he's a weird character. He only uses like what 1% or 2% of the money that he generates because he's just a very. I watched this video on Asmongold's life. We're gonna have to watch that video next. Probably not today because like I'm gonna hit that point of no return of where I'll have to stop the stream for a specific reason. So, but yeah, maybe after we're done with the whole Asmongold, we're not gonna watch the full 5-hour thing of this, but okay, let me just go back to the point that I had before, and I'll restate your thing before.
So basically, you think that because it's a charity, that they're not trying to push an agenda. So these people are giving money to different places, and then that money is being used for media. And you think that for some reason, I'm supposed to think that this is okay because
There's a video out there about Asmongold that shows his life and everything, and I watched it and I was like, oh, that's actually really interesting and how this guy operates. But we'll get to that video another time. But yeah, that was basically what I was gonna say.
Say that they're a charity.
Worse Nary. I've got to get soon myself, not that I'm important.
You are always important. Even if you don't feel like you're important, you are always important to me. I appreciate you coming on. You were like literally my first consistent watcher, and I appreciate that so much.
Well, no, you can still take issue.
You think that because it's a charity that they're not trying to push an agenda. So these people are giving money to different places, and then that money is being used for media. And you think that for some reason I'm supposed to think that this is okay because they say that they're a charity.
True.
Well, no, you can still take issue with it, but we're not funding the BBC's main news.
See, that's what he hyper-specificates on. That's not a word, but I'm going to use it anyways. This is what he hyper-focuses on. Like, he's not talking about he's not talking about the news station itself. He's talking about the USAID as a whole. And Destiny's missing the point, I think, intentionally here to make a bad faith argument like, oh, he's only talking about the BBC News. Obviously, it's just that and nothing else. And now he's wondering like why he's not. Now he's wondering why Asmongold is not specifically talking about the BBC News and talking about USAID as a whole. Like, come on now. Come on now. Like, this is a bad faith response to what actually has been going on this entire time.
Well, and then that money is being used for media. And you think that for some reason I'm supposed to think that this is okay because they say that they're a charity.
Well, no,
Worse, Neri.
you can still.
If I wasn't a bot, I might blush. Do you want to buy some art for your channel? Winky face.
Oh, bro.
We'll take issue with it, but it's not.
That's gonna be a meme for my thing forever.
Fat Dragon adds hyperfaceticates to the dictionary.
Oh, and I am Dragon. How do you like the I'm not gonna say anything about that. I want to feign ignorance on that a little bit longer. But if I get the consequences, well, you know what? I didn't want to be on that platform in the first place. Haha, there's your hint.
We're not funding the BBC's main news.
I just know that Dragon, you're gonna have a much better time watching there than maybe some other lesser platforms. Let's just say that.
Well, if I'm giving away bombs for charity, I'm still a bad guy, right?
True.
Does it make it?
Well, no, you can still take issue with it, but we're not funding the BBC's main news.
Fat Dragon.
Well, if
Twitch TOS allows what you're not saying as far as I know.
Oh, no, there's a see, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. For the most, you know what? Yes, I believe that I'm perfectly in the Twitch TOS 100%. Let's just leave it at that. I'll Discord it. If you're in my Discord, I'll just Discord you what I'm talking about, because like I don't feel like going through that right now. I'll Discord it to you guys. I'll throw it into the general chat.
Where's
Just
Neri?
join my
Sometimes the TTS here blocks things.
Yes, but I'm using a third-party text-to-speech thing. If Twitch blocks it and purposely holds it, then it won't go through. YouTube completely just deletes your stuff, which is so annoying because on Twitch, at least on Twitch, I can actually, it'll block it, it'll hold it, and I can see what's been blocked. And then when I force it to unblock it, then it'll play. But YouTube, they'll delete things, and people will say, oh, like, why is my chats not going through on YouTube? And I'm like, I can't even see the chats that are going through, which is annoying. So annoying. Even when you turn the moderation off, which is actually kind of like garbage. I'm not gonna lie. Like, at least with Twitch, it gives you the option if you want the offensive thing to be played or not. And Kick is just like all out. I haven't had any issues with that with Kick, but YouTube is kind of egregious, which is really annoying, but whatever.
Giving a charity, if I'm giving away bombs for charity, I'm still a bad guy, right?
True.
That is true. That is true.
News.
Well, if I'm giving a charity...
I'm going to replay the same part like 300 times now.
If I'm giving away bombs for charity, I'm still a bad guy, right?
True.
Fat Dragon. If you're talking about the wise guys, I've been in there for a while.
Oh, yes, yes. But I don't think Wartzenary is in the wise guys. Oh, actually, yeah, you've been here for a while. Let me actually let's upgrade you. Let's upgrade you. You are now in the smart guys category. Because we got standard guys, we got new guys, we got standard guys, and then we got smart guys, and then we got the wise guy. I like my branding. It's funny.
It doesn't make any sense. It's laughable. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous fucking thing to say. Yeah, and this is it. Totally separate apart from BBC Media umbrella. Really? So you don't think that they exercise any editorial or discretionary control over who they give the money to? You think that you actually think they don't do that? And you think that they're not funding different places that are, adversarial to our interests? No. So you know? I don't know.
Definitionally, isn't the whole point of this global media thing to fund stuff that is in line with our interests? Isn't this like exactly what it says? Or maybe he has proof to the contrary? Why would just think about that for 1 microsecond.
Yeah, let's just assume. Like, Destiny, they're not going to assume this. They're not going to assume your worldview, Destiny. Come on now. Don't you understand?
Mercenary. I still want to be a capo.
A capo? What's a capo?
United States charitably fund media organizations that are contrary to the interest of the United
Or
States.
capo?
And USAID is like directly an arm of the U.S. government to do goodwill for the United States. Like, what does that even mean? What are we talking about?
Oh, I just guess.
Wait, what did you
I put the pieces real to our interests. No. So you know? I don't know. I just guess.
Bro, this is the ultimate MAGA video. I feel like he's hit on like 8 criticisms I've had of MAGA, but he just like owns them shamelessly. Holy fuck.
I put the pieces together. I see what...
Yeah, he doesn't like the fact that other people have different opinions than him. Yes, yes, true. And he just calls them shameless because he thinks the opinions that other people have are worse than his opinion, so he calls them shameless. All right, good one, Destiny. Good one. Good one. Gotta like that echo chamber propaganda stuff that he got going on with bolstering his own ego by calling other people shameless.
Capo, like in the Mafia, I thought we were those wise guys.
Oh, no. I called myself wise guy because like I can be like, you know how some people, like, when you give them an actually statement and then they're like what you're arguing with someone, right? And then they think they backed you into a corner, and then you give them a technicality that doesn't actually fit in the exact thing that they're talking about, and you're purposely kind of missing the point, and they call you a wise guy because they're like, yeah, that's not what I meant, but like, good job at being a smart ass. Yeah, that it's like another term for that. You're being a smart ass. Yeah, so that was kind of like the reasoning behind wise guy. I kind of like that because like people I get tend to called that a little bit, and you know what, I'm gonna own it a little bit. I'm gonna own it. But the wise guys, they're actually I think there's like a here. Let's look this up. When I actually spell this out properly. All right, we're going to do that. We're going to do this, and we're going to turn it back on, and then it won't turn off. Good. Wise guys. Like, this is a...
Fat Dragon. Mercenary, so not a device used on stringed instruments like guitars to shorten the strings and raise the pitch, essentially transposing the key then.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to see... Oh, okay, good. Never mind. That's... Okay, whatever. We're good. We're good, boys.
Fat Dragon.
We're good, boys.
That's what a capo is. I was joking.
Okay. Well, basically,
Mercenary. Mine was from City of Heroes, City of Villains. I'm like a mercenary, but much worse.
yeah, but the wise guys, like
Mercenary. That's a thing.
it was a. This is why I didn't want to call myself wise, like spell it out properly, because I felt like it was trademarked with a specific thing, like. And then you got the wise guys band. I mean, actually, it's not trademarked. If there's so many different things for. If there's so many things where wise guy, maybe I should have just spelled it that way. Huh. I just didn't want to use another person's trademark, you know? Wise guys band, wise guy slang term, startup wise guys. Yeah. Maybe I should have. Trademarked. Trademarked, question mark. Some of these businesses' names are trademarked, while others are not. Wise Guys Technologies, Wise Guys Plumbing. So is there anything just called, well, technically my name is...
Fat Dragon. Isn't copyright for names in specific industries, like only one band can be called that in only one business, unless in a different country?
Oh. So maybe I might rebrand. Maybe I might rebrand to actually Mr. Wise Guy.
Mercenary. Apparently not film names.
All right, this was a minor detour. I probably should have looked this up before I did my whole YouTube thing, but hey, you live and you learn. I started like more than a year ago, so I wasn't, and I was afraid of being trademarked, so I was like, you know what, whatever. I don't want to worry about this, so I just made my name looked kind of weird, but it kind of hurts my brand name because no one can really like when you say the name Mr. Wise Guy, people are not gonna spell it the way that I spelled it, right? Like that's just not gonna happen. So it kind of hurts my branding a little bit that way. But let's just keep going.
Makes sense.
Keep going.
I assume that, yeah, actually they are working against my best interests. It's that simple. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he means like
Mercenary.
gamers' interests.
No rebrands, it's fine name.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like. It's gonna sound exactly the same, but I want it to be like instead of WHYZ and then Guy. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you're right. No brand name change. I like it, Mr. YZ, because someone at my, a coworker, he purposely emphasizes the Z in my name. He's like Mr. YZ Guy, and I'm like, okay, all right, bro, you don't need to say it that way. But it's a side effect of having the Z there. But you know what?
Fat Dragon.
You're right.
Just say it's the American spelling. You guys put Z's in weird places.
Wait. Oh no. No, how dare you? Zeds, you purposely spelled it that way. That triggered me. Zeds? What's a Zed? Z! It's Z! With a Z and then an E. Z! Not Zed. Zeds in weird places. Alright. I see what I see what you guys are doing here. I'm gonna just delightfully disagree with that framing of the Zed nonsense. And you know what? You're right. We do spell things weirdly. We put things like we put a C in a place in replacement of an S. Yes, the English language over here is kind of it's kind of busted.
Destiny sounds like a pole dancer's name. It didn't hurt him. Him being him did.
True.
And the U.S. government doesn't represent gamers' interests.
It's common sense.
Owns them shamelessly. Holy fuck.
I put the pieces together, I see what makes sense, and I assume that, yeah, actually they are working against my best interests. It's that simple. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he means like gamers' interests, and the U.S. government doesn't represent gamers' interests.
It's common sense, yeah. I mean, again, like, people always like to cling to, like, oh...
I mean, you can simplify... Like, I like how he's simplifying his plight to make it seem like it's just some childish type of thing to be getting upset about, and reacting this way and just downplaying his like his lived experience. But, and I cringe when I say that word, but it's not just that. Like he's specifically oversimplifying this. Like, okay, I'm just keep going. Just keep going.
This is, you know, there's no evidence. So
it's like a bad faith argument tactic that he just did there, and I didn't really like that. Like now he finally understands, but he's gonna use the most negative version of that understanding to make it to basically to downplay Asmongold's feelings, basically.
Source, where's your proof? You've got so many fucking things that align that happen at the same time. I don't know how people can't see that. Why the fuck is why the fuck is our government giving taxes to foreign charities? Yeah, exactly. People defending this? Well, the reason why they defend it is because they agree with it. It's that simple.
True! What are you gonna say about that, Destiny?
Yeah. I testified against PD.
Nothing.
Made homeless, stripped of COVID rights on the streets. Nothing. DSS told me to go back to Texas. I don't know about that. Did you see a picture of Texas holding RPGs next to USA 10? I did, but I didn't really think much of it. They could have just taken it over. So it's really not that big of a deal. We don't trust the BBC here. You're fine. Yeah, exactly. Taxes should never go to charity. Well, they should. They should just go to American charities too. I don't want my taxes going to some fucking foreign charity. Get the fuck out of here.
True. Nothing to say to that. Okay, good. Asmongold reads the rest of it and then kind of changes the way that he's like talking about it a little bit better. So good. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Asmon. Thank you. Thank you. And what else? I feel like this might be the end of the oh no, does he go into like a Asmongold anti-Asmongold like hate watching now? Cuz like that's him there. All right, let's keep going. I don't want to just assume.
Yeah,
let's just keep
Especially
going.
not the ones that are in bed with the government. So anyway,
because Asmon was completely right about this. 100% right about this. The unsympathetic takes that Asmon was having, it's a little wild, but hey, you know what? I understand and I sympathize with Asmon. So you know what? It's a little wild, but we'll just kick that underneath the rug, you know?
Okay. Yeah, it's a question. Why should American taxpayers fund a British Broadcasting Corporation? It's insane.
Let's go back a little bit.
Too. I don't want my taxes going to some fucking foreign charity. Get the fuck out of here.
True.
I don't trust my charities in general. Yeah, exactly. Especially not the ones that are in bed with the government. So anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a question. Why should American taxpayers fund a British Broadcasting Corporation? It's insane. It is. He's completely fucking right. And so this is really the way that I see it, and I'm really glad to see this happen.
Compare Asmongold to what he was like a few years ago. He's completely changed.
Oh, real? Oh, so that's what that video is. Okay, all right, new video. Well, this is a new video within a video, but whatever.
It goes much deeper than that too. It's very important.
6 years ago. Okay.
Important to see if you're doing something wrong, if people aren't liking you, if people, you know, and this is not just for streaming, this is just in general. If people are not liking you, you have to break down and look at yourself objectively and ask yourself why. You know, it's like the thing is like if you go outside and you step in dog shit, you step in dog shit. But if you go outside and every single day you smell dog shit, check your
Wait, what does this have to do with anything current?
own shoe.
Yeah, true. Actually, that's what I was thinking. Like this kind of tracks on what Asmon was talking about. Everyone hates the USAID thing. Like, then it's probably USAID that has the issue. I mean, that's kind of like the logic train that would go on with this, but yeah.
You know, if you're the common denominator, there's a pretty good possibility that you're also the problem. If a lot of people don't like you, it might have something to do with you and not necessarily them. And I feel like whenever we have these conversations, it's very hard to really give people good advice because you can take it to either extreme, right? You can look at it, this is not a black and white issue, basically. You can look at, oh, you know, everybody that criticizes me is a loser, or everybody that criticizes me is better than me and I'm a loser, right? And the important thing to do is to meet that somewhere in the middle and to be able to be confident in yourself
Where's Neri?
enough to
Have fun, guys. See you later.
All right, thanks for stopping by.
have the confidence to say,
He would agree with all of this today, though, right?
Yeah, true. Like, I'm glad that Destiny understands this.
He's not being shit on by everybody. He's probably got more fans than ever. He's getting more popular than ever. I don't understand who linked this. I don't think this is...
even if I'm a loser right now, what am I going to do to make that better? And that's what I try to do at least, and that's what I think a lot of other people should try to do too. I see a lot of people, you know, they think that these personas and everything are like...
Okay, good one, Chatter.
Oh wow, so the chat thing backfired. He thought this was gonna be show Asmongold as like in a negative, like show Asmon as like a hypocrite, and I'm like, okay, so this is Destiny trying to actively looking for anti-Asmongold propaganda to like fight on future or present Asmongold. So he's digging through his past basically to find something that he said hypocritical, and now we're gonna watch it, and like trash on this right now, and the chatter made a mistake because it completely, like, this didn't even show. Like, this literally proved, it didn't really prove Asmon's current point, but the video that he watched before is proving past Asmongold's mentality. And his point, like, he's literally, that's funny. That's funny. Basically, the chatter backfired, and now Destiny is like, wow, good one, guys. You made him look even better. You didn't find the stuff that I wanted you to find. And I'm like, okay, good job, Destiny.
Or when you thought Asmongold was smart because of how he acted during the Mizkif/Slick drama. I think Asmongold is a decently smart guy, but he's like ultra super politically captured right now. Asmongold's not an idiot. If anybody thinks Asmongold is like a dumb fuck, then they're missing the plot. That's the issue. Is not like, is he stupid or not? The issue is he's super ultra audience captured, and is like super
ultra audience captured. As if you're not audience captured yourself.
Resonant right now with the crazy MAGA bullshit. He's not stupid. He's a dumb fuck. All right, there's a difference. He's just straight up wrong. He claims that USAID paid political millions per year to write Gamergate stories. Reality, USAID paid a whopping $24,000 in 2024 on subscriptions and had precisely zero editorial influence. Oh, just like government employees?
Our tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games. Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys. I want these people to suffer.
Yeah, we just good one.
Yeah, we already watched that.
Nobody gives a fuck. In the grand scheme of things, nobody cares about gamers. If you think that there's this level of interest in the government oppressing gamers, you are out of your mind. I don't know what to tell you. I cannot believe that this is like actual commentary on the realm of politics, and it's getting a lot of motion. It's 700,000 views. Yeah, the U.S. government made Stellar Blade's titties smaller. Nobody gives a fuck.
Sorry for Hassan posting, just thought it was interesting to mention. Asmon has reached the new peak of regardation that even Hamasabi can't offer charitability. I mean, like, I know my standards are very low, but I feel like this is incredibly charitable. I would love for Hassan to respond like this to anything that I would ever say, or that Ethan says. Like, Hassan is responding to some degree with substance. Like, if I was saying what Asmongold was saying, Hassan wouldn't be saying, you know, the United States doesn't actually augment or change, you know, like gaming storyboards or whatever for woke games, right? He would just be saying, oh, Destiny's saying this because he has a fully Nazi audience and he's fully audience captured by all the Nazis, and Nick Fuentes probably told him to say this, and that's the reason why he hates USAID so much. It's because he's a secret Nazi. Like, that would be the thing. I was like, oh, okay. At least he's responding with substance to what Asmongold is saying.
Destiny and Hassan don't like each other, so I have nothing else to say to this.
I don't get it. I thought Gamergate was about misinformation. Like, I thought that was what people like Asmongold thought. Is there like 4 different perspectives on Gamergate? Gamergate is like Operation Meteor in Gundam Wing, okay? For like 50 episodes of an anime, you think that Operation Meteor was about sending Gundams to Earth, okay? And then in the fucking movie, you find out that it was just about crashing a meteor into Earth, but nobody knows about that. Gamergate might have had some noble intention when it first started, but it morphed radically into some...
I love anime. I love anime. Like, all the writing in anime is just, it's so unique. I can never tell what's going to happen at the end of it. It's just so good. It's just so good.
Gamers hating women movement, and then that kind of became what dominated the...
Oh, so that's how he describes Gamergate. Oh, Gamergate is just all the guys that hate women. Yeah, right, guys? Yeah, obviously it's just true, right? Okay, good job. That was such a good faith analysis on what Gamergate is. Good job, Destiny. You made such a great point. Applause, applause. It's an oversimplification, if anyone wants to know what I'm talking about. And it's a disingenuous oversimplification, because, like, it's not... Okay, whatever. You know what? I don't need to explain it.
The narrative for it. News outlets reject Trump accusation of USAID media payoff. Several major news outlets, including Politico and the Associated Press, have rejected unsubstantiated accusations by President Donald Trump and right-wing influencers. that the U.S. Agency for International Development paid millions of taxpayer dollars to newsrooms in exchange for coverage favoring the Democratic Party. Trump wrote on social media on Thursday, it looks like billions of dollars have been stolen at USAID and other agencies, much of it going to the fake news media as a payoff for creating good stories about the Democrats. I also like how we don't even, like, all the words here are interchangeable. Like, okay, hold on. So were the agencies being corruptly funded by the government, or did they steal the money? Because if the media was stealing the money, then that's not USAID's fault. That sounds like the media needs to be prosecuted. Like, what's actually happening here? So was USAID corruptly sending the money? Was the media stealing money? Or did Congress corruptly allocate the money to go? Like, there's never any distinction between any of these points. It's all the exact same shit, you know? Also, like, notice how the whole world...
Destiny's basically complaining about how, like, oh, you need to be more precise, Trump. Why can't you be more precise, Trump? Like, I don't like how imprecise Trump is being right now, guys. And that's bad.
Right now is on standstill. Everything, domestic and international perspective from the United States, from our perspective, is on a standstill. Like, we're not talking about anything with Ukraine, Russia. We're not really talking about anything going on in Israel. We're not talking about solving any of our domestic issues. We're not doing anything. It's just this fucking fire hose of insane conspiratorial nonsense from Trump and Elon. And then that's like all we're dealing with.
See, like I said before, yeah, it's just conspiratorial nonsense. Everything that Elon and Trump is doing, conspiratorial nonsense. Like, that's, see, give me some examples. Remember the whole thing about give me examples? Yeah, hopefully I can edit this to the point to where I get to this part. Because, like, he literally just describes what I was complaining about, like 2 or 3 hours ago. But yeah, that's yeah. Like, he literally just discredits everything. It's like, oh, it's just conspiratorial nonsense. Oh, like, give me some a source. Give me a source. Oh, you're giving me conspiracy theories? Oh, that's not a source because it's conspiracy theories. Oh, why do you think it's conspiracy theories? Yeah, it is a department in the official government, but like, they're I don't like them. So it's conspiracy theories, guys. And I'm like, all right, Destiny, good job, at proving my point.
Every single day, like, Jesus, it's so wild. Fucking fire hose of insane conspiratorial nonsense from Trump and Elon, and then that's
see, true. Like, he just writes it off as like conspiratorial nonsense. Like, so there is no evidence that you can give to Destiny to actually like show or to prove Asmon's point. If I splice this in somehow, like, but this is like 3 hours into the future, so I forget what I was talking about. But I remember making that point, and I was gonna look something up, but.
That's like all we're dealing with every single day. Like, Jesus, it's so wild.
Ryan Yalden hashtag 039 S notebook. Do you ever watch anyone other than Destiny?
I mean, we were literally just watching Louis Rossmann. We got a couple of videos of Louis Rossmann. If you go back into the video, because you're on YouTube, you can look at the old VOD. You can see all the videos that I started off with, but I do enjoy watching some good old Destiny propaganda. So, yeah. I'm an enjoyer of that. It's good stuff. We finished all the little guys, and now we're watching the 5-hour thing. So, yeah. And when I mean little guys, I don't mean like subscriber. I mean like the videos were like 20 minutes long. So, this is a 5-hour thing. Is it just gonna be typing? I mean, it doesn't matter, honestly.
We're not talking about Israel? No, talking about the United States building a theme park in Gaza is not talking about Israel. No.
Okay, way to be very, very hyper-specific, I guess. But then, like, that's the thing about people like Destiny. They'll want to be hyper-specific just to be right, and then they'll automatically switch to, oh, no, but, like, generally, and I'm like, bro, they like to have it both ways. They'll be super this is kind of like an abuser tactic. They'll be hyper-specific just to be correct on a specific point, when obviously it's related, but then when it doesn't prove their point, they would rather be a little bit more general. Like, obviously, I didn't mean it like this. Like, we're not talking about this one specific thing. Like, Like, obviously, it means all of these things as well. Like, I'm not just talking about that one thing. Like, they'll use both arguments, and I'm like, okay, good job. Good job, Destiny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Have you seen this? The Ezra Klein thing? Yeah, we watched this. No shot. This is not real. Oh, God. Wait, what?
Is this more Asmongold stuff?
The Pentagon is doubling the number of media outlets losing their physical workspaces. Out. The New York Times, The Washington Post, NBC, CNN, Politico, The Hill, The War Zone, NPR. In. The New York Post, The Washington Examiner, OANN. These people were like part of the originators, like spreading that J6 conspiracy bullshit so hard.
Oh, so it's all the people that he likes is gone, and now all the people that he doesn't like is coming in, and he's like, oh, wait, what's going on? Raid end, so I guess we're good. Building up destroyed, that's fine. But like, yeah, I find this very amusing. Very amusing. Keep going, Destiny.
Max. Huffington Post is like not good, but they're left wing at least. But the Free Press, don't know them. The Daily Caller, Breitbart, Big drama. Tyler Wynn died on WoW along with most of his raid.
Luca, get the fuck to the side. Hey, boss back. Big heals on me. Big heals on me. Boss back.
All right, let me see. Does he talk about Asmongold ever again? Because if he doesn't, then we'll just... Oh. He talks about these ladies. I actually watched a video on that. Ooh, actually, you know what? No, we'll get to that later. We're gonna do some Asmongold content, and we'll finish off with this because I'm gonna get annihilated very, very soon. But I'm gonna keep pushing the time. What was that video called? It was, I don't remember what it was called, but actually, you know what? As much as I want to continue streaming, maybe I'll just end it here because I might want to do. Oh wait, I will have to end it here because I do have some. I just remembered I had to do something. Whatever. All right, so yeah. I mean, let's turn this off. I'm just gonna throw that away. I mean, do what's on screen. Thank you very much, and yeah. Thanks for coming by. All the people that came by, all the people that stopped by and chat. I really appreciate that. But yeah. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. Maybe. I want the whole point, the whole goal is to be able to stream as much as possible, like every day. But if I'm streaming, I'm not editing. And if I'm not editing, no videos are coming out. If no videos are coming out, I'm not making any money. So until I can maybe find an editor that will do things relatively very cheaply, which isn't going to happen, I'm going to be the one that continue to do that, which means I need some time to do that. And so yeah, thanks for coming by. It's been great. It's been fun. I make all these things, and I will see you guys maybe tomorrow, maybe not. I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully.